Chapter 321, The Process of Data Integration I. Chapter 321, The Process of Data Integration I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Cherise. Merlin returned to his room and saw that Cherise was still waiting up for him. Although she forced a smile, she seemed to have a load on her mind. Celia's sleeping now, Merlin. Cherise wanted to say more but did not say anything else ultimately. Merlin had a vague idea of what she wanted to say. It was likely that when they were in the hall, Celia's naive dream of becoming a spellcaster had stirred up her worries. Merlin came before Cherise, his sharp eyes fixing upon her as he said softly, "Cherise, you worry too much about things. So, what if Celia has no way of becoming a spellcaster? When she grows up, she'll have children, perhaps her descendants will have spellcaster quality. What's more, I'm a powerful spellcaster now. Barring anything unexpected, I shall be able to protect the Wilson clan for hundreds of years. With me around, Celia can live a good life in her short, decades-long lifespan." Cherise could sense how caring Merlin was from his manner of speaking. She gently grasped his large hand and felt her heart settle down quietly. It was true, Merlin was now a powerful spellcaster and could live for hundreds of years. Even when Celia or Conchon's children had passed away, Merlin would still be alive. With Merlin around, the Wilson clan would have enough time to expand slowly. Nevertheless, Cherise was just a normie woman, so her child was still her priority. Seeing that Cherise did not utter a word and remained reticent, Merlin felt rather helpless. He was no longer a normie, so he had no way of understanding Cherise's way of thinking. It could be said that Merlin's thinking was now worlds apart from the mindsets of Cherise, Avril, and old Wilson. Merlin could take more than a century to think deeply about a matter, but normies were unlikely to live over 100 years. After a moment of thinking, Merlin shook his head powerlessly, and lightly stroked Cherise's long soft hair. He said softly, "We still have a long time together. Haven't you always wanted another child?" Cherise's breathing became heavy, and their figures quickly rolled over and became entangled. There was no sound save for their intermittent moans and pants. The next day, Merlin asked around and discovered that Felinda had been sent to Wilson Castle 2 days ago. At the moment, she was staying alone in a guest room. Felinda! Merlin had found her. Gone were the sorrows that had haunted this pretty female guard back when she was in Gnome City. Now, she seemed to burst with vigor. It looked like she was suited for life in Wilson Castle. "Oh. It's Sir Viscount." Felinda had a book in her hand and was reading with keen interest. Upon seeing that it was Merlin, she stood up hurriedly and bowed respectfully. By now, she had learned of Merlin's identity as the Viscount of Prakosh City. "No need to be nervous. I've come today to see how you find life in Wilson Castle. Have you gotten used to it?" Upon seeing Felinda's stiff movements, Merlin broke out into a knowing smile. "Sir Viscount, life in Wilson Castle is good, and there's nothing that I can't get used to. Still, Sir Viscount, I would like to learn some spellcaster knowledge as soon as I can." After Felinda finished speaking, she looked at Merlin, full of hope and expectation. From the corner of his eye, Merlin saw that the book which Felinda was so engrossed in was an introductory book on spellcasters. He did not know where she found it. In the kingdom of Black Moon, spellcasters were many and commonly seen, but books on spellcasters were relatively rare. He saw that Felinda could wait no longer to become a spellcaster. However, her spellcaster quality and even her mind power were lacking, being even less than Merlin's mind power when he was starting out. Furthermore, creating a spell model was not something that could be done in a short time. Felinda did not have the knowledge of spellcasters, and it would take a long time to impart knowledge about creating spells to her. "You can construct a spell model for now. It's not realistic for you to become a spellcaster yet, but you can start learning some spellcaster knowledge. How's this? I'll ask Wizard Bamu to teach you." Merlin thought of Wizard Bamu. Most spellcasters' organizations would not be so extravagant as to send a magnificent and powerful 7th-level spellcaster to teach the basic knowledge of spellcasters. However, to Merlin, Wizard Bamu was the best candidate. Moreover, as of now, Wizard Bamu was the only spellcaster in the Wilson clan besides Merlin. Swish! Soon enough, Wizard Bamu arrived at Merlin's side, asking respectfully, "Master, what are your orders?" Merlin pointed at Felinda. Bamu, Felinda has spellcaster quality. Although she can't construct spells for now, you can teach her some spellcaster knowledge so that she has a foundation. Bamu's face shifted slightly, and he felt unwilling. Although it was rather dismal that a 7th level spellcaster had to do something like this, Wizard Bamu was now Merlin's slave. Even if he was unwilling, he could only agree. Master, I shall devote myself to teaching Felinda. What field of knowledge should I start with? It seemed like Wizard Bamu had never had a student before. Although he had deep and extensive knowledge, he did not know where to begin to teach. After all, spellcasters had inherited a large amount of knowledge which encompassed all the fields. Constructing spells was only a small part of it. Teach Felinda the fundamentals first, then you may explain to her using your own judgment, some knowledge on runology, potions, or alchemy. See which field she has an affinity for, after which we can focus on that in her learning. Merlin thought about it for a moment before deciding to see which field Felinda was skilled at. With Felinda's spellcaster quality, it was difficult for her to become a first-level spellcaster. However, if she had a gift in some other field, like runology, potions, or alchemy, then they could prioritize that in her education. The Wilson clan was just starting out and would need all sorts of spellcasters. For instance, in runology, Merlin had just obtained Wizard Finello's runic magic disc in Taran City, which only a spellcaster who was proficient in runology could use. Neither Merlin nor Wizard Bamu was proficient in runology. Thus, even if he had the runic magic disc, he had no way of using it. Thus, a spellcaster clan should expand in a comprehensive manner, with spellcasters in all fields. Letting Wizard Bamu teach Felinda was merely the first step. Bamu knew a little of runology and potions, so teaching an entrance-level spellcaster was not a problem. If they were to go deeper, they would need someone with a systematic knowledge of the field. The Wilson clan had just started out, yet it was already so challenging. At times, Merlin felt like he did not have enough energy. Would it not be even more taxing on him in the future? As he thought about this, Merlin left Felinda to Wizard Bamu and went to find a quiet room. He began to sort out his harvest from his period of repeated massacres. First, it was the rings. Merlin had obtained too many rings that might serve as the Wilson clan's reserves. Merlin had not meticulously looked through the contents of all the rings. The owners of these rings were mostly roaming wizards who were not wealthy. Thus, there were not many elemental crystal stones in the rings. Mostly, there were only 0-level and 1st-level spells, with the occasional 2nd-level and 3rd-level spells. As for spells above the 4th level, there were far too few of those. Merlin did not care much for these spells. The complete spells passed on to him in the dark magic region, and even the spells within the never-ending book were far superior to the spells of these roaming wizards. Merlin even decided not to keep these spells in the Wilson clan. Spells were a fundamental aspect. However, some of the roaming wizard spells were totally flawed, created through the careless derivations and repeated repairs of these roaming wizards. In truth, these spells harbored great defects within them, and if one constructed them by force, one would end up like the black-robed old man. Even if the spells were successfully constructed, it would cause the spell models to be destabilized, and one would have to suffer from an unstable spell model for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Merlin had decided on a few first-rate spells. Although certain spells of the dark magic region must not be divulged so easily, the spells in the never-ending book were relatively decent and could be used as the Wilson clan's reserve of spells. As for the many spells belonging to these roaming wizards, Merlin did not plan on wasting them. For Merlin, all these numerous spells only had one function, which was to populate the Matrix's database. Matrix, record all these spell models. Merlin immediately started up the Matrix. Instantly, the Matrix began to scan and record each of the spell models. The high number of spells was enough to populate the Matrix's database. Merlin had always had a plan for when the Matrix's database was populated. When the number and types of spells were sufficient, he would use the Matrix's process of data integration in hopes that it would be able to derive new spells, just like those 7th-level spellcasters who derived new spells which were suitable for spellcasters. Once a spellcaster reached the 7th level, they would need to derive and construct a new spell model themselves, one that no one had ever used before. Only by doing so could they become a 7th-level spellcaster. Wizard Leo was hindered at this step, thus he was unable to become a 7th level spellcaster no matter what. However, it was not just 7th level spellcasters who were able to derive new spells. During the spellcaster's most glorious era, a few genuinely genius spellcasters were already using spells they constructed themselves as they constructed 4th level spells. That was what true genius was, to be able to shine brightly even in the golden age of spellcasters. It was just like the Master of the Flame maxim that Merlin had obtained, the legend Nicola. When he was a 4th level spellcaster, he was able to kill a 7th level spellcaster. Merlin suspected that it might be possible that the legend Nicola was long able to derive his own spells. Thus, Merlin had in fact been hard at work, trying to populate the Matrix's database. It was only a shame that, after so many years, the database was still lacking. Perhaps to most spellcasters, this number of spells was already a considerable harvest. However, if he wanted to carry out the process of data integration, he would need thousands or even tens of thousands of data to act as the foundation, and in order to carry out the most basic functions of operation and derivation. At the moment, the database of the Matrix consisted of not more than 200 spells, and most of these were 0-level spells. These were the many spells that Merlin had obtained after he had killed innumerable spellcasters. Actually, I could give it a shot and see if the Matrix is able to carry out the process of data integration and derive a new spell. After Merlin had populated the Matrix's database with all the spells, he felt some anticipation. Although a few hundred spells were still a long way from thousands of spells, perhaps he might gain something unexpected? Trying his luck, Merlin gave the order to the Matrix. Following that, he stayed in the room, silently waiting for the results from the Matrix. Chapter 322, Data Integration Process 2. Chapter 322, Data Integration Process 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The data integration process was an extremely complex operation. With the computing power of the Matrix, it would be able to complete even the most complex operations in an instant. However, besides calculation, the data integration process included the derivation of new spells. Even with the foundation of a large database, a long time was required to complete the process. 1 hour, 2 hours. Merlin had been looking out for any changes in the Matrix. However, a few hours had passed, yet the Matrix did not change in the slightest. This meant that the data integration process was still ongoing. Beep. Task failed. The data in the database is severely lacking. Please continue after the database is populated. At last, after 5 hours, the Matrix produced a result. However, it was a failure. A mere 200 or so spells were far too few to act as a database. It has failed again. Merlin shook his head forlornly. Even if he had been expecting this, he was still feeling sorry that it had failed. The Matrix needed its database to be populated with a minimum of more than 1,000 spells in order to derive new spells. Furthermore, this was merely a possibility. At that point, the outcome would differ significantly based on the level, type, and so on, of the newly derived spells. The more powerful a spell was, the larger the database that was needed. Merlin had come into this world for so long and had used various methods to obtain the spells of roaming wizards, and some from the dark magic region, in addition to the spells from the never-ending book. Yet, in total, he had only 200 or so spells. It was far too difficult to obtain over 1,000 spells. The resource tower must have countless spells, but it would need to be exchanged with contribution points. Even if Merlin had over 10,000 contribution points each year, using them solely to exchange for spells would be far too costly and extravagant. He would need to stick to beginner spells in order to save on the cost. Besides, the ability of the Matrix to derive new spells through the data integration process was merely Merlin's assumption. Whether or not it would succeed or could derive new spells, and what would those spells be, questions like these, and more, were still unresolved. As long as the database was not populated, not even Merlin would know the answers. Merlin did not want to think about the problem of populating the Matrix's database. It was impossible to complete it in a short time. He would slowly accumulate spells, and if there was no other way, Merlin could use his contribution points to exchange for spells in the resource tower. This was the worst-case scenario, used only as a last resort. Merlin did not want to use his precious contribution points to exchange for some spells just to populate the Matrix's database. After he shut down the Matrix, Merlin began to examine his own condition. The flame maxim in his awareness was still unchanged as it continued to suppress fiery collapse. As for fiery collapse, although it was forcibly combined with spells, as of now no aberrations had occurred yet. Conversely, Merlin was very satisfied with its strength. As he slaughtered his way from Taran City to Fanya City, he was nearly invincible. Even the strongest of them, Wizard Finello, was no match for Merlin. Merlin's strongest spell was Darkness Heart merged with a Darkness-type spell. However, if his opponent had powerful mind power and avoided being caught in the illusion of the Darkness-type spell, he would still need to attack with his formidable Pandora Demon ability. Fiery Collapse, when forcibly combined with spells using the Flame Maxim, rapidly grew in might, and was comparable to a powerful 5th-level spell. At the moment, Merlin's greatest strength was the spells which had been merged with Fiery Collapse and Darkness Heart. They were almost a match for a powerful spellcaster at the 5th level. If his opponent did not have powerful mind power, Merlin would be able to easily kill off a 5th-level spellcaster. This was the unique advantage of Darkness-type spellcasters. As long as one had insufficient mind power, one should never battle with a Darkness-type spellcaster. Otherwise, one would essentially have no chance of victory. Of course, each type of spellcaster had their own unique advantages. For instance, a spellcaster complemented by a powerful Pandora Demon ability with an affinity for Earth-type spells would come to no harm even if the spellcaster was a few levels above them. Merlin possessed Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, which had been combined with his Earth-type spells. It was difficult for 5th-level spells to injure Merlin anymore. This was the aggregate of Merlin's abilities, which was comparable to a 5th-level spellcaster. For now, this was Merlin's limit. Lately, he felt that his powers had reached a bottleneck. Without any significant breakthrough, it would be difficult for him to grow stronger. Regardless of whether it was Fiery Collapse or other Pandora Demon abilities, Merlin would need to become a 4th-level spellcaster to undergo a substantial boost. If Merlin became a 4th-level spellcaster, his powers would grow by leaps and bounds. However, Merlin was only a 2nd-level spellcaster now. He was not even a 3rd-level spellcaster and had not constructed any 3rd-level spells. Even if he became a 3rd-level spellcaster and merged Darkness Heart with a 3rd-level spell, his powers would only increase moderately. Perhaps the other spells that could be combined with a Pandora Demon ability would also be slightly improved. Still, Merlin had essentially reached a limit. As of now, all he could do was to improve his mind power and become a 3rd-level spellcaster, preparing for the eventual day he would become a 4th-level spellcaster. The 4th level was a watershed level. In the dark magic region, only 4th-level spellcasters were able to build their individual towers. Only then were they considered masters. Furthermore, only 4th-level spells would allow the cultivation of various Pandora Demon abilities to their 2nd stage. At that point, a spellcaster's abilities would undergo an all-around upgrade. Merlin was somewhat looking forward to the moment he became a 4th-level spellcaster, and his many Pandora Demon abilities could be cultivated to the 2nd stage. How terrifying would his powers be? It's a shame that Glacial Finger couldn't be merged with any spells. Even if it was cultivated to the 2nd stage, it would be far inferior to Darkness Heart and Fiery Collapse. It can't even compare to Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. Presently, Merlin would rarely make use of Glacial Finger in general. Glacial Finger could not combine with a spell, and its might was not that strong. It could only compare to a 4th-level spell, which was of not much use to Merlin at the moment. In the beginning, Glacial Finger had been Merlin's first Pandora Demon ability and had helped Merlin tremendously. Still, it was innately lacking after all, since it was not very powerful and could not be merged with spells. Now, it was good for nothing. Unfortunately, Merlin did not know how to get rid of Glacial Finger. Moreover, he did not have a better Pandora Demon ability that could replace it. Otherwise, he would have removed it long ago. Currently, Merlin had Fiery Collapse, Darkness Heart, Flash Wind, Fuse Earth, and Glacial Finger, 5 types of Pandora Demon abilities. He was only missing one Thunder-type Pandora Demon ability. Still, Merlin would not force it. The strength of fiery collapse was great enough, and it had 3 stages, meaning it had sufficient attack power. Among the 5 types of Pandora demon abilities, all of them, besides Glacial Finger, could be merged with spells. This was rather terrifying. In the past, amongst the spellcasters who had made it to the 3rd obstacle on the ship of Nicola, there was a spellcaster who possessed 5 Pandora demon abilities, all of which could be combined with spells. A spellcaster like that was known as a freak wizard and was very powerful. Even the Spirit of the Flame Maxim had nothing but praise for him. Now, Merlin had 5 Pandora demon abilities, 4 of which could be combined with spells. He would be relatively powerful even if he was in the spellcaster's most glorious era. Pandora demon abilities that could be merged with spells were not easy to find. In order to have 4 such Pandora demon abilities, Merlin had to go through countless chance encounters and even risk his life just to obtain them. Glacial Finger. If I become a 4th level spellcaster, I can hold off cultivating the 2nd stage of Glacial Finger. Innumerable thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. The power of Glacial Finger could no longer keep up with Merlin's increase in strength. He could not remove Glacial Finger, but if he was able to find another Pandora demon ability which required only a 4th level spell for its cultivation, Merlin might even consider cultivating it right away at that point. As for Glacial Finger, he would not cultivate its 2nd stage. Otherwise, it would take up the space of a precious 4th level Ice-type spell, resulting in him being unable to cultivate another Pandora demon ability. However, all of these were still far away in the future. First of all, it was difficult enough to find an Ice-type Pandora demon ability which would only need a 4th level spell for its cultivation. One that could be merged with spells would be even more difficult to find. As of now, these were all just Merlin's ideas. He needed to sort out the spells and Pandora demon abilities that he had. Merlin had many spells because he was a 6 elemental spell caster. When all this was added to his various types of Pandora demon abilities, Merlin was somewhat confused about his own abilities. Now, having carefully analyzed and organized his powers, he had a clear and definite goal in order to improve his capabilities. His current focus was on boosting his mind power, and constructing a 3rd level spell as soon as he could so that he might become a 3rd level spell caster. After becoming a 3rd level spell caster, he would need to prepare to become a 4th level spell caster. For instance, some Pandora demon abilities required some mystical treasures for the cultivation of the 2nd stage. He would need to be ready with these treasures. Moreover, there was Darkness Eye promised by Wizard Leo. After Merlin had become a 4th level spell caster, Wizard Leo would consider passing on the cultivation method of Darkness Eye to Merlin. Although Merlin had learned of the various marvelous traits of Darkness Eye from Wizard Bamu, he would still need to ponder the matter seriously before deciding to cultivate it or not. After this bout of consideration, Merlin let out a long sigh. With a definite goal in his mind, things were much more manageable. Improving his mind power was Merlin's utmost priority. The mind power duplicate within the bell space was meditating automatically, so his mind power was increasing all the time. Thus, Merlin did not need to worry about that. What Merlin had to do now was to start preparing the Mokra potion, given to him by Wizard Howl. He had obtained just enough materials for 100 sets of Mokra potion in the resource tower, only he did not have time to make it so far. Now that he was back in Wilson Castle, it was time for him to prepare the Mokra potion. Chapter 323, Visitors from the Imperial City. Chapter 323, Visitors from the Imperial City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was Merlin's first time preparing Mokra potion. There was a wide variety of potion materials required, and the process was extremely complicated. However, with the help of the Matrix, the portions could be controlled precisely, so his efficiency in the preparation of the Mokra potion would not be any less compared to Wizard Hall's. If the success rate can be maintained at more than 30%, then I can yield at least 30 portions of Mokra potions. Merlin thought as he looked at the Mokra potion in front of him. He was not worried about not being able to prepare Mokra potion, but about the success rate of the potion. By relying on the Matrix, Merlin could achieve a success rate of more than 30% in preparing any ordinary potions. However, it was his first preparation of Mokra potion, so he had to wait until he actually made it before the approximate success rate could be known. Matrix, start preparing the Mokra potion. Beep. Checking potion materials. Merlin was already familiar with potion making, so he quickly started indulging in the preparation, precisely controlling each step of the process according to the instructions from the Matrix. As the potion materials were too many, and the process was too complicated, even the preparation of a single potion would not be completed in a short time. 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally, after 8 hours when the sky had completely darkened, Merlin completed the final step of making the potion. TSS. TSS. Suddenly, black smoke started emerging from the transparent glassware, which was a change that occurred after Merlin added the final potion material called the Black Stone. In the end, as the black smoke grew thicker, Merlin saw that there was only a black scum of potion residue in the transparent glassware. It did not produce any effect at all. Merlin had failed in making the Mokra potion on his first try. Looking at the failed Mokra potion, Merlin shook his head helplessly and whispered, "Forget it, I'll get back to rest first. Otherwise, Cherise will come here and look for me again." If it was the past, Merlin would stay in the house until he had successfully prepared the Mokra potion before he would leave the house. This time back at Wilson Castle, it obviously could not be done as the past, as Merlin had to take care of his clan's affairs too. This is especially so in the baby-making process with Cherise. Merlin would feel very helpless when he thought of baby-making every night. He did not expect that after becoming a prestigious spellcaster and a genius of the dark magic region, especially after having made a notorious reputation among the roaming wizards currently, he still had to be dragged back every day for baby-making. Yet, this was the life of ordinary people. Sometimes, Merlin wondered too that if he had not become a spellcaster, he could not imagine how many kids he would have had by now. The lives of ordinary people were both helpless and peaceful. However, when he thought about how short his time back at Wilson Castle would be in the future, Merlin gave in to Cherise's torture. Whatever his clan needed, he would try his best to satisfy them. Time passed by day. In Wilson Castle, Merlin had a regular everyday life. During the day, he would prepare Mokra potions, while during the night, he would try to spend time with his family. Occasionally, he would also go and watch Bamu teach for Linda. Recently, there were many tasks for Bamu, including teaching little Cole, who possessed spellcaster quality, as requested by Merlin. In this regard, Wizard Bamu wore a bitter expression every day, resenting his troubles deep down. However, as Merlin's slave, he did not dare to have any complaints. TSS. TSS. In the room laid with simple deco, a puff of black smoke started billowing from the transparent glassware again. However, this time, the black smoke only persisted for a short time. Then, it gradually disappeared and was replaced with a translucent white mist. Success! Merlin looked at the white mist floating from the glassware, and a smile finally appeared on his face. For 5 consecutive days, he could only prepare a Mokra potion each day. However, as for the previous 4 days, the Mokra potion that he made had failed. It took him 5 tries this time, and after mastering the control of heat of the various preparation processes, he had finally made a successful potion. Merlin gently picked up the glassware and looked at the Mokra potion with a tranquil gaze. There was only such a small amount of potion. Who would know that it had such a huge effect of enhancing one's mind power? Although the potion was successful, Merlin was still somewhat dissatisfied as the success rate of the potion was much lower than he had previously anticipated. Merlin had predicted a success rate of 30% so that at least 30 portions of Mokra potions could be prepared from the 100 portions of potion ingredients. Now, 5 sets of potion materials could only successfully produce 1 portion, and the success rate could only reach a mere 20%. It also meant that if the success rate of 20% was maintained, Merlin could only obtain 20 or more Mokra potions when he finally used all 100 portions of potion materials. This amount was more than 10 portions less compared to his original expectation. It seems that in the future, I can only carefully grasp the heat handling and hope to improve the success rate. Merlin also seemed very helpless. He had already executed the steps of potion making accurately by relying on the matrix, but it could only yield a success rate of 20%. It was because he had not mastered the handling of the fire, so the success rate was too low. After obtaining his first Mokra potion, Merlin did not consume it immediately, as once taken, he would fall into a deep slumber. Hence, Merlin must have gotten everything prepared before he could consume the Mokra potion. As time went by, Merlin concentrated his energy in preparing the potion in an effort to grasp the heat handling, and to improve the success rate of the Mokra potion. During this period, Wizard Bamu also brought some good news. Although Felinda's and Little Cole's spellcaster qualities were ordinary, Felinda had developed a fondness for runology, and also had a certain talent in it. Therefore, Wizard Bamu focused on passing some of his runology wisdom to Felinda. This was indeed good news. Even if Felinda was only an entrance-level spellcaster, by studying runology, Merlin would perhaps even let her use the runic magic disc that he had gotten in the future. By that time, the Wilson clan could also set up runic magic circles to safeguard the entire Wilson castle. In order to let Felinda study runology better, Merlin also pulled out some runology books that he unexpectedly found from his ring for Felinda so she could focus her energy in her study. Besides Felinda's matters, there was another thing that Merlin also put to heart in order for the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan. Hence, he went to look for the black-robed old man and requested his help to look for some people who possess spellcaster quality in Prakosh City, and recruit them into the Wilson clan. The black-robed old man eagerly agreed. Moreover, the black-robed old man was very efficient. In just over a month, he found more than a dozen children with spellcaster quality. These children were all no more than 10 years old, which was the exact age at which they could be trained greatly. Merlin recruited these dozen children into the Wilson clan and had granted them the Wilson name, cutting off any relationship with their former family and relatives. The basic teachings of these children were directly handed by Merlin to Wizard Bamu, which made Wizard Bamu extremely miserable. At first, he thought that he could have some time to replenish his depleted magic power in his awareness after arriving at Wilson Castle. However, it seemed that he was obviously used by Merlin as a labor. That's the final portion of potion material for Mokra potion. I can't believe I've made it successfully. Merlin held a freshly made Mokra potion in his hand. This was already the final portion of potion material. After more than 3 months, he had only prepared a potion every day and had finally exhausted the 100 portions of Mokra potion materials that he exchanged from the resource tower. Moreover, along with his proficiency in heat handling, the success rate of Merlin's Mokra potion making had also significantly improved. During the final few potions, he could even achieve a success rate of 40%. After exhausting the potion materials, Merlin began counting the number of Mokra potions that he had successfully prepared. 28 portions of Mokra potions. Not bad, more than 20% success rate, almost reaching 30%. Merlin had counted 28 portions of Mokra potions, which was close to 30% success rate. If it was not for the wastage of potion materials in the beginning stages of his potion making, Merlin may even reach a success rate of more than 30%. Just like in the preparation of the final few portions, Merlin's success rate had reached a frightening 40%. Phew! Merlin breathed a long sigh of relief. He had finally completed preparing the Mokra potions. Next, he would start to consume these potions, but taking the Mokra potions would induce deep sleep. Hence, during this period, Merlin would be put in a very dangerous position, so he had to be thoroughly prepared for anything. Fortunately, both Cherise and Avril had good news. A month ago, they had announced their pregnancy, so Merlin could safely take the Mokra potions. Bamu! Merlin contacted Wizard Bamu in an instant through the slave contract. After a moment, Wizard Bamu's figure appeared in front of Merlin. As Bamu was used as a labor by Merlin, he always had a bitter expression on his face. "Master, is there any order for me?" Although his face expressed bitterness, Bamu did not dare to be disrespectful to Merlin. Merlin glanced at Bamu, then said in a deep voice, "This time, you can be at peace for a long while. I need to take some potions, and I'll fall into a deep slumber, so you'll need to stay around and be responsible for my safety. Remember, no one can get close to this room." When he heard that Merlin needed protection, and it was an inseparable kind of protection, Wizard Bamu was overjoyed. During this period of time, he could finally recover some magic power quietly. "Master, be rest assured that I'll not let anyone come close to this room to disturb you." Merlin nodded. Bamu was a 7th level spellcaster, and he was not any ordinary 7th level spellcaster. He possessed mind power comparable to a great wizard, and he had also constructed an 8th level fire-type spell. This 8th level spell was able to withstand the flame prison's scorching flames, which were embedded with a slight force of the flame maxim. Therefore, even Merlin was not entirely clear of wizard Bamu's strength. It was surely not comparable to any average 7th level spellcaster. With Bamu's protection by his side, Merlin would be at ease. After he finished speaking, Merlin closed the door with a peace of mind, leaving only wizard Bamu hiding in the surrounding to safeguard the room. Creak! In Wilson Castle, the plain wooden door of Snake Elder's room was suddenly pushed open, and two unfamiliar figures appeared in the room. Snake Elder lifted his head abruptly, his eyes turned infinitely sharp. Surprisingly, he did not realize that these two unfamiliar figures had approached his room earlier. Snake Elder, we're sent by the 8th Prince. These two figures had their entire bodies covered in wide wizard robes, their looks could not be seen clearly. There was a hint of astonishment on Snake Elder's face, but there were more elements of doubts in his expression. He was indeed too familiar with these two spellcasters. They were the closest confidants by the side of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Their strengths were also comparable to him, as 5th level spellcasters. Wizard Hasbro, Wizard Sakura, what's the instruction of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince? Snake Elder was somewhat jealous of these two spellcasters. Although they were all spellcasters serving under His Majesty the 8th Prince, they personally belonged to different divisions and would sometimes compete with each other to gain the 8th Prince's trust. This is the order of His Royal Highness. You can see it for yourself. The slightly larger built, Wizard Hasbro, pulled out a white letter and handed it to the Snake Elder. Snake Elder looked at the 8th Prince's letter carefully, and his expression turned grim. Then, he said with a deep voice, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince was delayed by several other highnesses, so he can't personally come to Wilson Castle. I'm afraid the situation isn't really optimistic. That's right, precisely because the situation is unsatisfactory. His Royal Highness can't wait to ask Merlin to the Imperial City. By that time, His Royal Highness will naturally have a way to recruit Wizard Leo of the Dark Magic region. These things aren't what we should be concerned about. Our mission is to safely escort Merlin to the Imperial City. Escort Merlin? Snake Elder shook his head helplessly as the Imperial City was too far away from Wilson Castle. It was too inconvenient to exchange messages, so he did not report the recent incidents in the city-states of Taran, Ginome, and Fanya to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. He planned to inform the 8th Prince in person when he returned to the Imperial City himself. However, the 8th Prince sent Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura to escort Merlin, which also reflected the importance that the 8th Prince had put on Merlin, or rather, the importance of Wizard Leo. Why, what's the problem? Wizard Hasbro noticed the strange look on Snake Elder, so he asked softly. Snake Elder shook his head and said, There's not really a problem. Since the situation of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince in the Imperial City wasn't optimistic, let's not delay any more then. I'll take you two to Merlin. Thereafter, Snake Elder led the two unfamiliar spellcasters and headed towards the place where Merlin was. Chapter 324, The Departure Eye. Chapter 324, The Departure Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Someone's here. Wizard Bamu, who was quietly absorbing elements and transforming them into magic power in his spell models, abruptly opened his eyes. He had already noticed that there were three figures in front, moving quickly toward where Merlin was. HMPH, Master ordered that nobody can bother him. Wizard Bamu stood up, a bright flash glinted across his eyes. Then, his figure disappeared from where he was. Merlin is just up front. There were two unfamiliar spellcasters with Snake Elder behind him, hurrying to the place where Merlin was. However, they did not seem to notice that a figure had appeared silently in front of them. Stop! A cold voice rang out. Snake Elder and the others were slightly shocked. They hastily looked in front and found a strange spellcaster who was blocking them. Snake Elder shuddered. He knew this person, he was Merlin's aide, Wizard Bamu. As he had always been acting mysteriously, Snake Elder was still not used to Wizard Bamu. Therefore, even the snakes on Snake Elder's head do not know the strength of Wizard Bamu. Now, Wizard Bamu had emerged silently in front of the few of them. Even though all three of them were comparable to 5th-level spellcasters and had powerful senses, they could not sense Wizard Bamu who had appeared out of the blue. This made them feel a little confused about Wizard Bamu's strength. Wizard Bamu, these two are Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura from the Imperial City. They've been sent by the orders of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. We have something urgent to notify Wizard Merlin. Snake Elder gave a brief explanation to Wizard Bamu. However, Wizard Bamu remained expressionless and said coldly, "No matter what important things that you have, Wizard Merlin has instructed that no one is allowed to disturb him. You guys should go back. Come back again in a few days, perhaps Wizard Merlin will meet you then." Bamu did not care about what important things that Snake Elder had. Merlin's prudent command before this must be very important, and he could not be disturbed. Bamu did not dare to disobey Merlin's orders and allow Snake Elder and the others enter. HMPH, he's merely a Viscount, and he dares to do this. Snake Elder, we're going in. What can he do about it? Wizard Hasbro, who was behind Snake Elder, spoke with a hint of anger in his tone. He had decided to force his way into the house. You can try. An intense elemental fluctuation suddenly emerged on Wizard Bamu's body. It formed a powerful force, pressing violently against Snake Elder and the others. As a 7th-level spellcaster, especially when his mind power had reached the level of a great wizard, Wizard Bamu had not revealed his mind power before because it was far too strong. Now that Snake Elder's people wanted to force their way in, Wizard Bamu would naturally not show any mercy. Nevertheless, Snake Elder and Merlin knew each other, so Bamu only pressed with his life force to scare them off and let them retreat. Facts had proven that the terrifying mind power that Wizard Bamu suddenly broke out was indeed very effective. Wizard Hasbro, who wanted to force his way in just moments earlier, changed his facial expression and his footsteps stiffened. He did not continue moving forward. Snake Elder's expression changed drastically too as he hurried a step forward and said to Wizard Bamu, "Since Wizard Merlin is indeed not available, then we shall wait a few more days." As soon as he finished, under the Snake Elder's lead, Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura turned around and walked away. There was a sneer between the lips of Wizard Bamu, and then he disappeared again, just like a ghost. "Snake Elder, who's that spellcaster earlier? How is the life force on his body so petrifying?" "You're right, at that moment, I couldn't even muster any thoughts of resisting it. It's shocking that there's such a terrifying spellcaster hiding in a small place like Wilson Castle." Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura were powerful wizards who could match 5th-level spellcasters, so they naturally knew how powerful the terrifying mind power on Wizard Bamu was. If they dared to go any further earlier, it was feared that what awaited them would be an unstoppable spell attack. Snake Elder's expression looked shaken too. He had seen Wizard Bamu previously. He had always been alongside Merlin and had always been respectful toward Merlin. Although he felt that Wizard Bamu may possibly not be ordinary too, he did not give him high regard because after all, he was just Merlin's aide. However, it seemed that Wizard Bamu was far from being as simple as he imagined. Bamu's body seemed to be shrouded by a mist, making it impossible for people to uncover his mystery. "It seems that we're too ignorant of Wizard Merlin. There are still some other things that I've not told you before. Although Merlin is merely a 2nd-level spellcaster, his strength is in fact comparable to a powerful 5th-level spellcaster." Shortly after, Snake Elder resumed his explanation in detail to Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura about how Merlin shuffled between 3 cities, killed countless spellcasters, and gave the 8th Prince 3 big gifts. It seems that Wizard Merlin is really not simple. Before coming here, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had told us that we must invite Wizard Merlin cordially. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince also seemed to highly respect Wizard Leo. We don't understand. Regardless of how strong Leo is, he's still only a 6th-level spellcaster. Is it really necessary to garner him so much attention? Now that we've seen Merlin and his aide, who are both not simple at all, it would explain the attention His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has for Wizard Leo. It certainly contains hidden secrets that are difficult for us to fathom. From Wizard Merlin and Wizard Bamu's powers, these two spellcasters could associate it with Wizard Leo. From their viewpoint, no matter how strong Wizard Leo was, he was only a 6th-level spellcaster. So, how can he be worthy of this much attention from His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince? Now, it seemed that Wizard Leo was not as simple as it looked on the surface. There must be a reason why the Eighth Prince regarded him so highly. Snake Elder only resumed his speech after a long moment. The situation of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince isn't really optimistic, but Wizard Merlin doesn't allow anyone to disturb him now. So, we can only wait. Snake Elder and the others could not come up with any ideas, hence they could only wait silently. Phew! Merlin slowly opened his eyes. A beam of sunlight seeped through from outside the house, filling the room with warmth. It's been 3 days. TSK, this Mokra potion's effects are really good. Merlin just woke up from a deep slumber. 3 days ago, he consumed the first portion of Mokra potion, and he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Within these 3 days, Merlin's mind power had also improved significantly, and it was even more than the mind power increase from the integration of several mind power duplicates in the bell space. In the past, Merlin had consumed Mokra potion before, and the additional mind power was quite similar to this time. That was to say, the effect of the Mokra potion was still not reduced, which was very rare. Whether it was Phantasmal Magic Potion or Blueberry Potion, as long as you took a few more portions, the effect would be reduced. Bamu! Merlin immediately called out to Wizard Bamu. My honorable master, what order do you have for me? Wizard Bamu's figure swiftly appeared at Merlin's side. He could not help but check on Merlin too, only to find that there was not really any change on Merlin. He had no idea what Merlin was doing in the house for these past few days. Is there anyone who came to look for me in these past few days? After Merlin took the Mokra potion, he had been asleep all the time, and he had lost any sense of the outside world. So, he naturally would not be clear of what had happened in these past few days. Wizard Bamu thought of Snake Elder 3 days ago and replied, Master, 3 days ago, Snake Elder came with 2 unfamiliar spellcasters, claiming that they were sent by His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. They said they had something very important, but I've stopped them. They should still be waiting for your reply, Master. Oh, did the Eighth Prince finally send someone? In Wilson Castle, in addition to being busy with turning the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, Merlin was actually waiting for news from the Eighth Prince. Unexpectedly, it took so long for the Eighth Prince to reply. Master, do you want to see them now? Wizard Bamu asked softly. Merlin pondered for a moment, but shook his head instead and said, since they've waited for so many days, I'm sure they won't mind waiting a few more days. You should go out first, don't let anyone bother me. Wizard Bamu nodded, and then his figure disappeared from the house like a ghost. Merlin only started mumbling when Wizard Bamu had left. It could be something troublesome again. I'll put you guys on hold then. There were some speculations in Merlin's mind. The Eighth Prince had sent people again, so it should not be a simple matter. He decided that he should seize this period of time to consume more Mokra potions to increase his mind power. Then, he could strive to construct a 3rd-level darkness-type spell in order to improve his strength. Otherwise, in the distant future, there would no longer be such a safe place for Merlin to consume the Mokra potions. Thus, Merlin decided not to meet Snake Elder and the others first, but continued to consume the Mokra potions. Every time he took a Mokra potion, Merlin would need to sleep for at least 3 days, and his mind power would also grow wildly. Each time he took a Mokra potion, Merlin's mind power would almost double from its original state. Hence, after a month's time, Merlin consumed another 10 portions of Mokra potions, making it a total of 11 portions of Mokra potions. For an entire month, the 11 portions of potions had enhanced Merlin's mind power by 3 folds. Merlin's mind power had already reached the level of a 4th-level spellcaster. It had tripled in just 1 month. This kind of speed was quite scary. The effects of the Mokra potions seemed to have really surpassed Merlin's expectations. Even with the addition of such huge mind power, the effect of the Mokra potion had not diminished one bit. If he continued taking it, Merlin had the confidence that his mind power would even surpass that of a 5th-level spellcaster. During this period, Merlin knew that Snake Elder and the others had come back to look for him several times. Each time they came, they looked anxious, but they were blocked by Wizard Bamu every time. It seemed that they were really worried to death throughout the month. However, Merlin still had no plans to see them. Now that his mind power had increased immensely, there were still 17 potions left. Merlin did not continue taking them, only because the time needed was too long. Instead, he decided to construct a third-level spell. With Merlin's current situation, the growth of his mind power had reached a bottleneck state. The only thing that could increase some of his strength was undoubtedly the construction of new darkness-type spells. Once the construction was successful, and with some enhancement from Darkness Heart, it was likely that even a 6th-level spellcaster would be plunged into a temporary realm of illusion. Matrix, analyze the spell model of the third-level darkness-type spell, Darkness Vortex. Merlin quickly launched the Matrix and began constructing the spell model. Chapter 325, The Departure 2. Chapter 325, The Departure 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Darkness Vortex was said to be able to devour all mind power, including a spellcaster with strong mind power. Once caught in Darkness Vortex, one's mind power would be engulfed, thus falling into an illusion. This was only a third-level darkness-type spell, and its main role was to induce hallucinations. There was also the 4th-level darkness-type spell, a darkness nightmare, known as the ultimate hallucinating spell, capable of making people delirious, plunging them into an incomparably realistic fantasy realm. In addition, the multiple layers of illusions would cause opponents to be unable to distinguish between reality and imagination, just like a nightmare, frightening people out of their wits. Whether it was a third-level darkness-type spell or a 4th-level darkness-type spell, both worked to induce hallucinations. However, Merlin knew that even if he constructed the third-level spell, Darkness Vortex, with the enhancement from Darkness Heart, it could perhaps drag any ordinary 6th-level spellcaster into an illusion. However, for 7th-level spellcasters, it was impossible to make them fall into the illusion. The mind power of a 7th-level spellcaster was leaps and bounds ahead of a 6th-level spell casting, so it was no surprise that they'd be able to resist the illusion effect. Therefore, 3rd-level spell, Darkness Vortex was basically the limit of illusions. In the future, if Merlin wanted to construct 4th-level spell, Darkness Nightmare, there would not be much improvement anyway. This was what Merlin was concerned about. If the Matrix was not able to deduce a new spell in time, he would be forced to choose the 4th-level spell Darkness Nightmare. Even if there was the fusion with Darkness Heart, it could not affect a 7th-level spellcasters because of its hallucination limits. By then, the construction of the 4th-level Darkness-type spell did not really have that much of a use for Merlin. Beep. A total of 128,645 spells have been analyzed. After just a brief moment, the Matrix had reconstructed over 120,000 Darkness Vortex's spell models. Based on stability, compatibility, and power, Merlin combined the data of these three aspects and finally selected the most fitting spell model. This spell model was complex, but Merlin's mind power had far exceeded the standard for constructing Darkness Vortex. Therefore, it was not difficult to simulate Darkness Vortex's spell model. The immense mind power was mobilized by Merlin and he began to slowly simulate Darkness Vortex's spell model. 1 hour, 2 hours. For 6 hours, Merlin had fully concentrated on simulating the Darkness Vortex's spell model with his mind power. When darkness almost descended, Merlin's entire body shuddered, and traces of ominous darkness elements rapidly converged toward him, just like a storm. I finally succeeded. Merlin opened his eyes and breathed a long sigh of relief. In his awareness, Darkness Vortex's spell model was constantly absorbing and transforming the darkness elements of the outside world. However, by solely depending on the mind power that was transformed by the spell model itself, the process was indeed too slow. Merlin saw that the sky was starting to get dark outside, so he took out some darkness-type elemental crystal stones from the ring to quickly increase the mind power within the Darkness Vortex's spell model. Since Darkness Vortex had been condensed, Merlin seemed to have felt some changes in his Darkness Heart. However, these changes were not obvious. Darkness Heart must be incorporated into 4th-level spells in order to unleash its full potential. Merlin's Darkness Heart was of the 3rd type. If it was integrated into a 4th-level spell, it could increase the power of the spell by 5 to 10 times. This increase was absolutely frightening, and it was larger than the increase garnered by the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. However, it was a pity that the 4th-level spell, Darkness Nightmare, was a hallucinating spell. though it was powerful enough to make any 6th level spellcaster fall into an illusion, there was already a qualitative leap of change for the mind power of 7th level spellcasters. Hence, illusions were no longer an issue for 7th level spellcasters because even a stronger spell would not be able to plunge them into illusion. After Merlin had successfully constructed Darkness Vortex, he kept thinking about the problem of the 4th level darkness type spell, but he could never figure a solution. Perhaps there was a way, which was to quickly enrich the database of the Matrix, so he could perhaps derive new spells. The night passed by quickly. When the first ray of daylight cracked through the clouds, Merlin had already woken. After a night of transforming mind power with elemental crystal stones, it was already enough to release Darkness Vortex for quite some time. It's time to go meet Snake Elder. Merlin stood up and thought about how Snake Elder had waited for a month. It was about time to know what message had the 8th Prince sent. Bamu. Master, is there anything I can do for you? Go and inform Snake Elder that I'll meet him now. Wizard Bamu nodded, but his gaze stayed on Merlin for a brief moment. His eyes glimpsed. With the mind power of a great wizard in addition to his unique vision, how could he not realize the changes in Merlin? In a short period of time, Merlin had reconstructed another 3rd level darkness type spell. Wizard Bamu, who knew everything about Merlin, was also shocked. Regardless of how shocked Wizard Bamu was, he would not inquire further either, and soon, he followed Merlin's instructions and went to inform Snake Elder. Snake Elder, it's been a month, and Merlin hasn't shown up yet. We can't just go back like this and return to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. There was a hint of anger in Wizard Hasbro's voice. They had always been treated generously all the while they had been following the 8th Prince. Any spellcaster would act respectfully when they saw them, so they did not expect to be ignored by Merlin for an entire month in Wilson Castle. Moreover, there was also that annoying Wizard Bamu who liked to appear and disappear out of nowhere, not to mention his unfathomable power. Even if they wanted to force a way in, they must also carefully consider the consequences. Snake Elder's expression was extremely gloomy too. When he was about to say something, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the door. Snake Elder, Wizard Merlin wants to see you. Swoosh! Snake Elder and the others immediately stood up and pushed the door open. It was Wizard Bamu who stood outside the door. Wizard Merlin wants to see us? Bamu nodded with an emotionless face and answered, yes, come with me. As the voice landed, Wizard Bamu abruptly turned around and left. Snake Elder and the others looked at each other and nodded too, then swiftly followed behind Wizard Bamu. In the small house, Merlin's eyes were constantly scrutinizing Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura. Both parties did not speak, and the atmosphere seemed tense. After a long moment, Snake Elder could not help but speak, Wizard Merlin, you've let us wait for a good whole month. I'm truly sorry. I was preparing a potion. It was very important, so I've delayed some time. By the way, these 2 wizards must be sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, so is there any news from His Royal Highness? Merlin half-heartedly brushed aside the part where he had made Snake Elder and the others waited for an entire month. Although Snake Elder and the others held some grudges about it in their hearts, the mission that the 8th Prince had asked them to accomplish still required Merlin's cooperation, so they could only endure it without further complaints. Snake Elder took in a deep breath and then muttered, Wizard Merlin. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince originally intended to personally come to Wilson Castle. However, he was riddled with something at the Imperial City, hence he couldn't show up in person. Thus, we'd like to ask Wizard Merlin to pay a visit to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince at the Imperial City, as he has an urgent matter to discuss with Wizard Merlin. Go to the Imperial City? Do you know what's this matter that His Royal Highness the 8th Prince speaks of, Snake Elder? Merlin's expression did not change at all as he continued asking in a calm manner. Snake Elder shook his head and replied, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had only invited Wizard Merlin to the Imperial City. We're not aware of the specific reason why. Although Snake Elder refused to reveal the reason, Merlin could have guessed that it should be related to Wizard Leo. Merlin started pondering while Snake Elder and the others stared at him anxiously. Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura were both arrogant spellcasters, so before this, they did not think that they would face any difficulty convincing Merlin. With the prestige of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, and with the personal escort of 2 spellcasters comparable to 5th level spellcasters like them, No one would refuse such an invitation. However, after the previous warning from Wizard Bamu, and the fact that Snake Elder had told them that Merlin was not any ordinary spellcaster, it made Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura perturbed. If Merlin had indeed refused to go to the Imperial City, they would not know what to do either. However, one thing they surely could not do was to go back to the 8th Prince empty-handed. On the thought of this, Wizard Hasbro took a step forward and said sincerely, "Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince values you greatly. Before this, he specifically sent Snake Elder and the others here to protect the safety of the Wilson clan. Now, he has again sent us to personally escort you, Wizard Merlin. Once you arrive at the Imperial City, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince will personally give Wizard Merlin a grand welcome." Suddenly, Merlin looked up and asked Wizard Hasbro, "I've heard that the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon owns a spell library that was deemed the most complete. I wonder if it's true?" Snake Elder and the others were slightly stunned, not knowing why Merlin would ask this question. Nonetheless, Wizard Hasbro still nodded and answered, "That's right, the royal family has one of the largest spell libraries. The many different types of spells curated there are the most complete, which no other spellcasters organization could compare." Merlin continued to ask, "Then, does the 8th Prince have the right to enter the spell library?" "His Royal Highness the 8th Prince certainly has the right to enter the spell library. It's possible that Wizard Merlin may not be aware, but His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has the utmost trust of His Majesty the King. He's in charge of half of the Imperial City Royal Guards, and he holds great position and power. He's the most hopeful candidate for becoming the new Black Moon King in the future." Merlin had no interest in listening to the rest of what Wizard Hasbro had to say. He was only most concerned about the spell collection of the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon, which had a variety of spells that were far more complete than that of the dark magic region. After all, the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon was very different from the Kingdom of Light. The royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon itself was equivalent to a large spellcasters organization, and could even be the most powerful force among large spellcasters organizations. If you add some factions which were loyal to the royal family, it would be even more terrifying. Precisely because of this that although the Kingdom of Black Moon was composed of individual city-states, which seemed to be disintegrated, no city-state dared to defy the royal family's orders. Moreover, the royal family was also inextricably linked with some large spellcasters organizations, so there were no spellcasters organizations which dared to provoke the royal family. Which was exactly why the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon still looked rather formidable, as it was able to control the situation in the kingdom and maintain basic stability. "All right, I agree to go to the Imperial City." Merlin accepted it straightforwardly. A large part of the reason was the topic he had mentioned earlier. The royal family held the most complete and largest number of spells in the spell library. In addition to meeting with the 8th Prince, the reason that Merlin promised to go to the Imperial City was also to personally thank the 8th Prince for protecting the Wilson clan. The more important reason was to rely on the 8th Prince to enter the royal family's spell library in order to enrich the database of the Matrix. Merlin did not worry about the database of the Matrix, but as his strength became stronger, he would soon consider building a 4th-level spell. By that time, if he continued constructing common spells step by step, there would not be a big improvement to his strength. Therefore, it was necessary to augment the database of the Matrix as soon as possible and then integrate the data to derive new spells, the earlier the better. This was Merlin's real goal. When Snake Elder and the others saw that Merlin had agreed, they were naturally delighted, so they hurriedly asked, "When will Wizard Merlin be ready to leave then? This shan't be delayed any further. I think the sooner the better. After I'm done informing the necessary people of the clan, I'll leave immediately." Snake Elder and the others nodded too. They began to prepare themselves while they silently waited for Merlin to complete his clan's affairs. Chapter 326, The Departure 3. Chapter 326, The Departure 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin first explained it briefly to Old Wilson. On hearing that Merlin was going to the Imperial City, Old Wilson did not inquire further, only exhorting him to stay safe in the Imperial City. Thereafter, Merlin went to see Cherise and Avril. They had only been pregnant for more than a month, hence no baby bumps were visible yet. However, they had already paid extra attention as both were wearing loose clothing. Unlike old Wilson, after hearing that Merlin had to leave Wilson Castle, Avril was extremely upset, so she pouted her mouth and sulked, while Cherise was silent. Perhaps, with Merlin's departure this time, he would not be able to see the birth of the children in their wombs. In this regard, Merlin also felt very helpless. He could only assure them again and again that he would try to return to Wilson Castle after a few months. After comforting Avril and Cherise, Merlin called Wizard Bamu to the room and explained some things to him carefully. "Bamu, you don't have to go to the Imperial City with me this time. You'll settle down in Wilson Castle instead. Give no mercy to anyone who dares to threaten the Wilson clan and kill them." A hint of coldness flashed across Merlin's eyes. Wizard Bamu was delighted, but at the same time, he could not help but feel a little shudder. It seemed that the Wilson clan was of the utmost importance to Merlin. He must ensure that nothing happened to the Wilson clan. "Master, please be rest assured that with me, the Wilson clan's safety won't be jeopardized in any way." Wizard Bamu also had absolute confidence in his strength. "However, Master, Felinda's understanding of runology is extremely good. With my shallow understanding of runology, I'm afraid that it'll soon be evident that I'm not able to teach her more knowledge about runology." Wizard Bamu appeared to be a bit sullen. He acted that way because as a 7th-level spellcaster himself, he was not capable of teaching Felinda, someone who could not even be considered as an entrance-level spellcaster. However, runology, potion brewing, and alchemy were all comparable to spell construction. Without adequate study, any typical spellcaster would not be able to comprehend them. This issue did not actually cross Merlin's mind. After all, runology was a complex, profound field of study. It was simply not possible to teach Felinda by relying on Wizard Bamu alone. It seemed that he could only exchange some systematic knowledge of runology from the dark magic region, then hand them over to Felinda for her studies. This would still fare better than Wizard Bamu's teaching. Thinking of the exchange of runology knowledge, Merlin thought of the children who had spellcaster qualities, whom the black-robed old man had recruited. To ensure that they would not betray the Wilson clan, they had to be constrained using contract papers. He needed to redeem some contract papers from the dark magic region. "I'll put this matter to heart. This time, after I come back from the Imperial City, I'll return to the dark magic region and exchange for some runology knowledge." Wizard Bamu nodded. Merlin thought carefully, and there was nothing to explain anymore. With Wizard Bamu in Wilson Castle, he was also very relieved. Thus, he headed directly to Snake Elder's house. "Wizard Merlin, have you arranged everything?" Snake Elder was already ready. Following behind him were the 2 ugly wizards in addition to Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura, who were sent by the 8th Prince. All 5 of them were waiting for Merlin. Seeing that Snake Elder was all ready, Merlin also nodded. "Yes, all has been arranged. Let's go now." Hence, the group of 6 went into 3 carriages and slowly departed from Prakosh City. It was a quiet night. Only the sizzling sound of the bonfire could be heard. The summer nights were very cooling. On a spacious rocky field, several spellcasters were lying on the ground casually, enjoying the hard-won moment of silence. "Snake Elder, how far are we from the Imperial City?" Merlin, who leaned on a boulder, asked with a slight squint. He had already rushed for 10 consecutive days with Snake Elder and the others, yet it still seemed far away from the Imperial City. Snake Elder gently moved a few dry firewood into the bonfire and responded softly, "Approximately 10 or more days of journey. The Imperial City is too far away from Prakosh City. Even by rushing all day and night, it'll still take a long time." Merlin, Snake Elder, and the others had been rushing all day and night for the past 10 days. Only today had they taken a night's rest, and would resume the journey tomorrow. Merlin glanced at Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura. Both of them were silent on the road, not uttering a single word. Only Snake Elder occasionally answered Merlin's questions, otherwise, he too was also very silent. However, Merlin wanted to know more about the current situation of the 8th Prince, so he could only beat around the bush. "Snake Elder, are there many princes in the royal family?" Snake Elder stared at Merlin. Firelight glinted on Snake Elder's face, especially the greenish scales on his neck, which made Snake Elder's appearance a little terrifying. Snake Elder replied, "There are many princes in the royal family, but only a few princes can compete for the throne. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince is one of the most qualified princes. In these few days, Merlin had learned that in the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon, only those with spellcaster quality can qualify to inherit the throne. After one was crowned the king, one could only remain on the throne for 30 years before one had to be abdicated. The elders in the royal family would choose the best from the many princes to become the new king. The purpose of this was to prevent power corruption, so the king would not consider himself a world above others due to the accumulation of power and resources. It should be known that the Black Moon King himself was a powerful spellcaster. If he was given infinite resources and power, he would then be even stronger. Without additional control and restriction, even a powerful spellcaster may lose oneself and indulge in the great power, which would then lead to the decline of the entire kingdom. Hence, the rule for changing the throne every 30 years was established. As for the selection of the best prince among the many princes, there were no fixed perfect standards. However, most of the time, princes who were strong in their own strengths and held great forces would eventually inherit the throne. As for the 8th prince, he was obviously contending for the throne as it was less than 5 years before the abdication of the incumbent king. It was not surprising that all the princes were expanding their forces wildly. The 8th prince had even conscripted the Alpine Snake people to his services. So, which other prince is the most threatening competitor to the 8th prince now? Merlin simply asked directly. He knew that the 8th prince must also have other threats. Otherwise, it was impossible to pay so much attention to Wizard Leo, seeking his allegiance so anxiously. Merlin even guessed that the situation of the 8th prince was not very optimistic. Surely, there must be no spellcasters who can help him in suppressing his worries and turn the tide by his side. Thus, the 8th prince secretly hoped that Wizard Leo could become the powerful spellcaster by his side who could turn the tide and suppress everything. Snake Elder pondered for a moment, then said with a low voice, "By the time we arrive at the Imperial City, Merlin's questions would naturally be answered. Hence, there is nothing to hide. At present, there are only 3 princes who pose the most threat to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Namely the 4th Prince, the 9th Prince, and the 13th Prince." Merlin secretly memorized this information in his mind. When he reached the Imperial City, this information could prove to be useful. Swish! A cool breeze blew past, dissipating the bonfire. Some grasses on the ground also gave out a rustling sound. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a loud yell broke the silence of the night. It was the sound of the 2 ugly wizards, Snake Elder's subordinates. Throughout the night, they had been hiding in a secluded place, keeping a watchful eye over the rest of the camp. Upon hearing the voices of the ugly wizards, Snake Elder and the others immediately became vigilant. Merlin also narrowed his eyes and silently released his mind power. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled sounds, followed by 2 bodies landing heavily in front of Merlin and the others. Shockingly, it was the 2 ugly subordinates of Snake Elder. The facial expressions of the 2 ugly wizards were extremely astonished. Even the reason for their deaths was obvious: they were killed by a pure force that shattered their internal organs, not hurt by a spell. Merlin and the others immediately went on alert. The 2 ugly wizards were not powerful spellcasters. At best, they were only 3rd-level wizards, but they were stealthily killed by a powerful force. It was indeed a puzzling incident. "Be careful, we don't know who it is." Snake Elder immediately shouted loudly, reminding Merlin and the others. Thus, the 4 of them immediately huddled into a circle, watching the surrounding vigilantly. Mind power was scanning the area the whole time. Not a single movement could escape their senses. Swish! Another breeze blew, and the branches and leaves on the tree pranced constantly, letting out a soft noise. At this moment, Merlin's eyes suddenly widened as he muttered, "Someone's here." Whoosh! 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 When Merlin's voice fell, 4 figures fiercely emerged from the darkness of the night. The 4 figures were 3 males and 1 female. The 3 men were tall with grim expressions and wore grey wizard robes. The female looked rather strange. Her appearance looked immature, just like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Her body was petite too, and she was wearing a red tight-fitting leather outfit, looking very adorable and likable. However, Merlin felt a fierce and dangerous aura from this cute little girl who had been smiling all the time, especially her eyes, which flashed an occasional hint of coldness which made Merlin all the more vigilant. Hee, it's not easy to find you, but I've finally found you. In the hands of the cute little girl, there was a huge hammer that did not match her figure, and it looked extremely comical. Looking at the hammer, Merlin glanced at the two ugly wizards on the ground with slightly sunken chests. Suddenly, things had become clear in his mind. Did you kill them? Merlin squinted and asked calmly. Swoosh! The little girl's gaze instantly turned to Merlin. Indeed, it is I who killed them. The two of them were too feeble. I only touched them a little and they're dead. How weak! The little girl looked at Merlin innocently, pouted her lips, and cocked her head slightly. If not for the two dead bodies on the ground, no one would believe that this lovely little girl would be so cruel and dangerous. Chapter 327, The Ninth Wizard. Chapter 327, The Ninth Wizard. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wolf Girl Yelena, you're the fourth prince's people. Snake Elder's expression was gloomy. He was giving the petite little girl a death stare, which looked extremely hateful. Is the fourth prince so desperate, brazenly acting upon the eighth prince's people? Snake Elder's eyes scanned the surrounding behind Wolf Girl Yelena as though there was still someone hiding in the darkness of the night. Snake Elder, you're the tribe leader of the Alpine Snake people. Unfortunately, you seem to have chosen the wrong side when you decided to align with the eighth prince. This time, I'm afraid it'd only be a matter of time before the extinction of your Alpine Snake people tribe. What a shame. Wolf Girl Yelena kept laughing. She had an innocent look, but the words that came from her mouth was truly astonishing. Although Wolf Girl Yelena did not directly admit that she was sent by the fourth prince, from the way she acted and expressed her thoughts, it could also be considered a silent admission. Now, the battle within the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon had actually escalated. Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakra's faces turned pale. They each looked at Snake Elder, and said with a low voice, Snake Elder, there's also 4 of us. It's not necessary that they can hold us here. Indeed, there were also 4 of them on the other side. Though Yelena may be a bit eerie, at best, she should only be comparable to a 5th-level spellcaster. Snake Elder and the others were not weak spellcasters either, so they would not be afraid of them. However, Snake Elder shook his head gently and said with a heavy tone, since the fourth prince sent his people, then he must have absolute confidence to have us all killed. This is the real style of the fourth prince. He'll never do anything that he's unsure of. In addition to these 4 here, there must be another powerful spellcaster hidden in the dark, and you can guess who that is. Upon hearing what Snake Elder had said, the faces of Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakra changed altogether, and they turned around abruptly, looking at the darkness of the night. Ninth Wizard Odin, show yourself. Snake Elder's hoarse voice called out, his gaze transfixed towards the darkness. Rustle. As Snake Elder's voice fell, a soft noise was heard from the silent night. Then, a tall and slender figure gradually walked out from the darkness. The fiery red bonfire reflected on the face of this slender figure, making the original white face glimmer with a shade of red. The slender figure had long purple hair, gently tied behind his head. A loose fur coat wrapped his entire body, and a pair of long black leather boots covered his feet. His appearance looked rather devilish. Snake Elder, before this, I personally advised you to let your snake people tribe align with the fourth prince. Unfortunately, it's a pity that you insisted on following the eighth prince. No one can save you now, and even your snake people tribe will be implicated. From now on, there'll be no more snake people in the Alpine beast people race. This slender figure was Ninth Wizard Odin. Snake Elder was very clear that there were 9 most trusted wizards under the fourth prince. From the first to the 9th wizard, every wizard was powerful with unique abilities. They were all outstanding wizards of their respective ranks. 9th Wizard Odin, although ranked 9th, was exceptionally powerful, and had once defeated 3 6th-level spellcasters. This time, the fact that the 4th prince sent 9th Wizard Odin here meant that he had made up his mind to kill Snake Elder and the rest. Snake Elder reddened and muttered, Odin, is the 4th prince really planning to strike the 8th prince? Strike? Snake Elder, you're such a fool. Originally, among all alpine beast people, your snake people may not be the strongest, but they aren't dumb. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong choice. You've actually become so dumb. Of course His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince would not strike in the imperial city. The battles between the princes are all carried out in private, especially in the fight for the support of the city-states. At present, the Fourth Prince is miles ahead. However, in recent times, your Eighth Prince has become way too anxious, expanding his power way too fast. If we don't cut off some of his influence, I'm afraid he'd really pose a threat to the Fourth Prince. Unfortunately, you guys left the Imperial City alone. TSK, right here, we have Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura, in total 3 powerful wizards who can match 5th level spellcasters. All of you are powerful spellcasters under the command of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, so killing all of you will also be a major blow to the 8th Prince. With such a good opportunity presented to the 4th Prince, do you think His Highness will let it pass? A cold flash glinted in 9th Wizard Odin's eyes. Suddenly, intense fire-type elemental fluctuations emerged on his body. Forbidden fire. A cloud of fire rose among the dark night ferociously. It seemed like it was burning, then fell from the sky, illuminating the surrounding with a blinding light as bright as daylight. This was a 6th level spell. Odin's first strike was his most powerful attack, which shrouded Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura. Whoosh! Yet, it missed one person. A gust of wind elements gently fluctuated, and immediately after, Merlin's figure appeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Merlin looked indifferent, watching Odin releasing his spell from afar. He could still feel the horrific suppressing force of the spell, even when he had moved a distance away. With his current Earth Veil, even if Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth could be integrated into the spell, it could still only resist the attack of a 5th level spell. It could do nothing toward a 6th level spell. Fortunately, Merlin still had Pandora Demon ability, Flash Wind. This 3-stage Pandora Demon ability was extraordinary. Although it possessed no attacking power and could only be used for fleeing, only a handful of people would be able to catch the user. There's still someone who can avoid it. Yelena, he's yours now. 9th Wizard Odin narrowed his eyes. With a gaze like a viper's, he stared at Merlin, then waved to Wolf Girl Yelena who was beside him. Another tasty meal. Wolf Girl Yelena hoisted the huge hammer, which looked extremely disproportionate to her body size. Then, she slowly walked toward Merlin. Whoosh! Wolf Girl Yelena's speed suddenly accelerated. In an almost residual figure, she went straight for Merlin. Her petite body seemed to contain infinite power as she viciously battered down on Merlin. Flash Wind. Merlin's body gently fluctuated with wind elements. Then, his figure reappeared on the other side, and his cold stare landed on Wolf Girl Yelena. Earlier, Merlin had also discovered that wind elements emerged on Wolf Girl Yelena's body. That was to say, she was also a spellcaster, one who liked using the hammer. Odin, it's not that easy to kill me. In the towering inferno, Snake Elder furiously yelled. At the same time, numerous runes started rising rapidly, forming a compact protective cover, shrouding Snake Elder and the others. It was no secret that Snake Elder was proficient in runology. Snake Elder had not only drawn runes, but his expression also started to become atrocious. His long wizard robe began to tear bit by bit as his body swelled intensely. Finally, in bursts of roars, Snake Elder transformed into a huge python. His huge body occupied the flames, his cold eyes gave off a deathly stare directed at Wizard Odin. This was the unique ability of the Alpine Snake people. They were able to transform into vicious monsters, increasing in strength rapidly. The Alpine Beast people had all kinds of abilities. They were not only spellcasters but could also take the form of monsters, which enabled them to become much stronger. In a sense, the Alpine Beast people should have been successful too, but this involved secrets from thousands of years ago. No one can say for sure whether the Alpine Beast people had gained more or lost more. HMPH, it's just the last struggle. Snake Elder, how long do you think you're able to hold on? 9th Wizard Odin was not in a hurry. This time, he came forth personally with a few powerful spellcasters, so he was full of confidence. He was determined to kill Snake Elder and the others to cripple the 8th Prince's forces. The competition and battle between the princes of the Kingdom of Black Moon had almost reached the peak of the critical moment. Even the fourth prince could not wait to blatantly cut off the forces of the eighth prince. This also indirectly proved that the eighth prince's situation in Imperial City was not very optimistic. Merlin withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Snake Elder and the others could still hold on for a moment. After witnessing the peculiar power of the Alpine Snake people, Merlin now had a better understanding of the Alpine Beast people. Wolf Girl Yelena, who was in front of him, was clearly also of Alpine Beast people origin. When Merlin repeatedly showcased Flash Wind and easily escaped Wolf Girl Yelena, this lovely little girl had finally transformed too. SKR. There was a tearing sound of the tight-fitting leather outfit on Wolf Girl Yelena's body. The fair skin on her body could now be seen, which then immediately turned dark and black fur grew out swiftly. The originally petite body was now inflating madly, turning into a 2-meter-high big wolf with menacing sharp teeth. This was the real Wolf Girl Yelena. Swish! Swish! The speed of the terrifying big wolf Yelena had greatly increased after the transformation. This was obvious as the emergence of wind element fluctuations around her body had concentrated, which meant that the big wolf was still a spellcaster and could cast spells. Moreover, the Alpine Beast people could also use spells to complement their strong beast bodies to exert even greater strength. For Alpine Beast people, spells were merely used as an aid. The speed of the big wolf was extremely fast. In addition to the complement of wind-type spells, her speed became faster. Before this, Merlin relied on Flash Wind to dodge easily, but now, it became difficult for him to avoid Wolf Girl Yelena's attacks. Bam! A huge hammer was still within the grasp of Wolf Girl Yelena's giant wolf claws. It directly struck downward with its powerful force, smashing Earth Veil, which was integrated with the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, into pieces. Although Merlin escaped with Flash Wind, his body was still affected by the quake. He faintly sustained some injuries. This time, Merlin also felt a little enraged. It was the first time he was humiliated. Damn, Wolf Girl! Let's see who dies first. Merlin stopped evading. In an instant, a black mist appeared on his body, which instantly shrouded Wolf Girl Yelena. At the same time, fiery collapse also appeared in front of Merlin, the pale flame exuding a force which made people shudder. Chapter 328, Forced Retreat. Chapter 328, Forced Retreat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yelena's entire body exuded a violent and bloody life force. After being shrouded in darkness, she even let out a loud roar, but the voice soon stopped. Whoosh! Merlin's figure instantly entered the darkness. No matter how strong Yelena was, her mind power was only comparable to a 5th-level spell caster. There was no way she could resist Merlin's darkness tide. Fire! The pale flame burned intensely in the darkness of the night, and it drowned the horrifying big wolf in the blink of an eye. Hey! Yelena, what's wrong with you? Ninth Wizard Odin, who was suppressing Snake Elder and the others, saw that Wolf Girl Yelena's figure was shrouded in darkness, and petrifying pale flames blazed on intensely. Odin had a bad feeling about it. Who? The darkness gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out from it. However, it was not Wolf Girl Yelena, but Merlin. Beneath Merlin's foot was a dead body which was black as charcoal, and it was Wolf Girl Yelena. Merlin's fiery collapse had actually failed to burn Yelena's body to ashes, showing how strong her body was. If he did not rely on darkness tide to drag her into an illusion, it would certainly be very difficult to kill Wolf Girl Yelena. Ninth Wizard Odin noticed Yelena's body at Merlin's foot and his gaze froze. This unpredicted change was beyond even Odin's expectation. Wolf Girl Yelena had fought for the 4th prince through countless battles. She had also encountered countless dangers, but she had always managed to come back in one piece. It was certainly not expected that she would die in such a desolate place today, and to add to that, she was killed by an unknown figure. You're the genius spellcaster from the dark magic region, Wizard Leo's student, Merlin? Before Odin embarked on his mission to kill Snake Elder and the others, he had naturally inquired clearly that Snake Elder and the others went to Prakosh City to pick up Merlin. Perhaps Merlin became a one-time sensation after killing Weiss and Bluebird, but it was only for those spellcasters below the 4th level. For a 6th level spellcaster like Odin, he was a powerful spellcaster wherever he went, so he would naturally not take Merlin's so-called achievements to heart. Even his Snake Elder assassination plot this time did not take Merlin into consideration. Yet, it was precisely Merlin, the one person disregarded by Odin, who had killed wolf girl Yelena. "You three, stop him!" Odin's face turned blue. He brought 4 people with him, but now wolf girl Yelena was dead. Not only was Yelena powerful, but she was also a girl favored by the 4th prince. Now, she had died under Odin's command. So, even if the mission was successful, upon their return, Odin would still not escape punishment. Thinking of this, Odin was extremely annoyed deep down. His murderous rage had now been stimulated and the spells he unleashed onto Snake Elder and the others intensified with overwhelming strength. Yelena was already dead. She could not be recovered, but the task at hand must be accomplished. The only thing Odin could do now was to successfully complete the mission in order to alleviate his punishment from the 4th prince. Snake Elder had already revealed his true form and the top of the head was full of intricate runes. However, in the face of Odin's overwhelming spell attacks, he began to lose his drive. The runes had begun to flash and he seemed unable to persist any longer. Swish! 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 3 figures quickly formed a circle, surrounding Merlin in the middle. These 3 spellcasters were all of the 5th level. They glared at Merlin covetously. After all, it was Yelena's body on the ground. They did not think they were a match for Yelena's strength, so naturally they would not take Merlin lightly. Merlin glanced at Snake Elder and the others. He found that their situation was already extremely perilous. If Merlin waited until Odin finished off Snake Elder and then went back to deal with him, he would have a hard time too. Flash wind. Merlin took a deep breath, and then his figure quivered a little. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the encirclement of the 3 spellcasters. The speed of Flash Wind was ridiculously fast that even after revealing her wolf form coupled with the help of wind-type spells, wolf girl Yelena could barely keep up with Merlin's speed. As for the others, they could not even lay a finger on Merlin's figure. Merlin also did not want to be held by the 3 spellcasters, so he rushed to 9th Wizard Odin directly. "HMPH, you're all useless." Seeing that Merlin had rushed out of the encirclement and went straight toward him, Odin's face showed a hint of coldness. He then spread his fingers, a trace of chill drifted out and began to spread rapidly. K-A-Chak! K-A-Chak! Everything around Wizard Odin was frozen by the ice crystals, and the cold kept on spreading. This was a 6th level spell. Even Merlin's Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth and Wizard Robe would not spare him. Yet, Merlin could not go back. Once he retreated, Snake Elder and the others would be utterly finished. "Come on, 6th level spellcaster. Darkness Vortex." Merlin fixed his gaze on Odin, then waved his hand. A huge vortex immediately appeared above Odin's head, just like a black hole. It was indefinitely deep, consuming all darkness elements. This was the 3rd level spell, Darkness Vortex, deemed to be able to devour all mind power. Even for those spellcasters with immense mind power, once caught in Darkness Vortex, their mind power would be engulfed, thus falling into an illusion. In particular, Merlin's Darkness Vortex was also fused with Darkness Heart, bringing the hallucination to greater heights. However, whether or not Wizard Odin could be dragged into the illusion, Merlin was not really sure. Darkness Vortex itself was one of the most powerful and bizarre darkness-type spells among all 3rd level spells. If Merlin did not have the help of the Matrix, he would never consider constructing Darkness Vortex. However, once Darkness Vortex was constructed, its power was terrifying too, especially after fusing with Merlin's Darkness Heart, where it would become much more terrifying. As soon as Darkness Vortex appeared, it began devouring the darkness elements around it wildly, more importantly, the mind power of spellcasters. Even though mind power was invisible, Darkness Vortex could still devour it. Snake Elder and the others, as well as 9th Wizard Odin who was positioned the nearest, were all affected by Darkness Vortex. They felt that their mind power was forcibly extracted from their bodies, and the feeling was extremely painful. Hum. 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 Along with the devouring of Darkness Vortex, the original Darkness Vortex, which was only 1 meter in diameter, began to expand frantically. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, even shrouding Ninth Wizard Odin within. Good opportunity, fiery collapse. Merlin did not hesitate at all, violently igniting fiery collapse. Suddenly, the pale flame instantly turned into a rain of fire, flying toward Darkness Vortex, and swiftly tinting it into a white hue. This was the first time Merlin had fought with a 6th-level spellcaster, and a powerful 6th-level spellcaster at that. Ninth Wizard Odin could not be matched by any average 6th-level spellcasters. K-A-Chak! K-A-Chak! Suddenly, the initially pale flame was frozen by a chill in the blink of an eye. Then, a figure stumbled out of that huge darkness vortex, and it was Ninth Wizard Odin, whose mind power was constantly devoured by Darkness Vortex. After all, Wizard Odin was a 6th-level spellcaster, and his mind power was strong. Merlin's Darkness Vortex could only make him fall into an illusion. However, all the while Ninth Wizard Odin was plunged into the illusion, he was able to resist the scorch of fiery collapse. How frightening! Whoosh! Whoosh! Snake Elder and the others quickly approached Merlin. Snake Elder was the most familiar with Odin. He whispered to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, I didn't expect your darkness-type spells to have already reached the point that even Odin could be dragged into the illusion for a brief moment. However, it's not easy to kill Odin. Maybe you don't know that Ninth Wizard Odin's most powerful trick was his defensive spells. He has a Pandora Demon ability too, which has been integrated into his spells. Hence, he's protected by defensive spells all the time. There was a 7th-level spellcaster who battled with Odin. In the end, he couldn't even harm him. We want to kill him, but it's really difficult." It turned out that Odin had such a brilliant record. He was indeed one of the most powerful wizards around the 4th prince. Perhaps as the 9th wizard, Odin's own strength was not really great, but he was the most difficult to kill, and not to mention the most annoying one. Is that so? The most annoying, and the most difficult to kill wizard? That may not be true. There was a smile at the edge of Merlin's lips with his eyes staring at Odin without the slightest scruple. It might be arduous for the others to kill Odin because he always had protection from spells. However, Merlin was a dark wizard, proficient in darkness-type spells. Darkness Vortex earlier had already plunged Odin into an illusion. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough for Odin to consider it a huge threat. In the moment he fell into the illusion, he could no longer cast spells. If the illusion lasted a little longer, how long could the spell he cast be maintained? Odin did not suffer any damage earlier because he had cast defensive spells and a Pandora Demon ability. In addition, the time spent in the illusion was very brief, so Merlin's fiery collapse could not blast through Wizard Odin's defensive spells and Pandora Demon ability. However, Odin was not sure about Merlin's capabilities. If he was stuck in the illusion for a longer time, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Odin had an indescribable expression on his face. He could not make up his mind. Merlin's expression looked solemn as he said to Snake Elder, "Snake Elder, the moment I say charge later, you guys will charge together. We'll gather our most powerful hit and kill Odin." Merlin did not conceal his words as Odin heard them too. Odin's expression suddenly changed. He had already experienced Darkness Vortex earlier. That feeling when his mind power was being devoured and being plunged into an illusion made him extremely wary. "Very well, Wizard Merlin. We shall meet again in the Imperial City." Odin stared deeply into Merlin's eyes. He then led the 3 other spellcasters and quickly turned away, fleeing the scene. It did not take long before they vanished entirely into the night. Chapter 329, Black Moon Tower. Chapter 329, Black Moon Tower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 9th Wizard Odin left, leaving behind only traces of scorched battle marks on the ground. Merlin's expression was pensive as he stared in the direction that Wizard Odin and his men had disappeared towards. Truth to be told, he was actually at a disadvantage in the last battle. If they had continued to battle, he probably may not have gained an upper hand at all. Looks like my abilities are still not enough. Even at my best, I can barely compete with a 6th-level spellcaster. Merlin had initially thought that once he constructed his Darkness Vortex Darkness-type spell, then most of the 6th-level spellcasters would no longer be worthy opponents. It now seemed like this was not completely true. The darkness vortex was indeed strong, especially in cases where Merlin was strengthened by the darkness heart. It could engulf the spellcaster's spirit, causing them to fall into an illusion. Nevertheless, the darkness vortex was still a type of hallucinating dark spell, and many spellcasters once they reached the 6th level would have attained an immense level of mind power. Thus it was difficult to entrap them in an illusion. Moreover, even if one were so lucky to break through the 7 levels of mind power, the casted illusion would have been severely weakened. This was the reason that Merlin's darkness vortex only managed to trap Wizard Odin in the illusion for a very short time. In addition, Merlin's fiery collapse completely failed to defeat the 6th level spells. He was unable to overcome even the general 6th level defensive spells, not to mention inflict damage on Wizard Odin, who had mastered defensive type spells. This time, it was lucky that Wizard Odin was being cautious of Merlin and dared not face him properly. Merlin could not guarantee that he would be as lucky as this every single time. The Snake Elder resumed his human form, but his face was extremely pale. It appeared that he must have used up a lot of elemental power and sustained heavy damage. After all, in the beginning, he was fending off Wizard Odin's attacks alone. Wizard Merlin, thank you very much for your help this time. Otherwise, we fear it would have been for the worse. The Snake Elder shot a complicated look at Merlin. Originally, he thought that he had understood Merlin sufficiently and knew his powers well enough. However, it seemed that he was still far from fully comprehending the force that was Merlin. He was amazed that Merlin was able to not only resist but also scare away Wizard Odin. Needless to say, that was not a feat easily achievable by an average wizard. Even though Odin had left, Merlin still dared not lower his guard. He said with a low voice, "They may have departed temporarily, but no one knows if they would change their mind. We better hurry and be on our way." The Snake Elder and the others nodded in agreement. If the 4th prince had sent Odin to them, then the conflict between the princes must have escalated beyond boiling point. In fact, the situation might be even worse in the Imperial City. This trip to the Imperial City, what would happen next, no one knew. Over the next few days, Merlin and the Snake People focused all their energy on their journey. Since they no longer had to put up with the 2 ugly wizards, the Snake Elder and his people could put their flying spells to work. Merlin, too, had a flying casting tool that allowed him to keep up with them, but it consumed large amounts of elemental crystal stones. Along the way, Merlin gained a better understanding of the Alpine Beast people. The speed and strength of the wolf girl Yelena, in particular, left a very strong impression on him. If Yelena's mind power had been a little stronger, Merlin may not have been able to conquer her. On the contrary, she may have been able to harm him. Once the Alpine Beast people transformed into their true forms, they each possessed unique strengths. However, the number of Alpine Beast people was simply too small. The Snake people, for instance, only had approximately 3,000 people, barely enough to maintain a small tribe. They were very rare indeed. Even the Alpine Beast people, altogether, only had a few tens of thousands in population. Despite being so strong and capable, they faced problems raising offspring like normal people. Every Alpine Beast couple who wanted to procreate would have to experience various difficulties, sometimes even life-threatening ones, in order to produce offspring. This was also the greatest weakness of the Alpine Beast people. The ancient spellcasters might have used the most advanced spell-casting methods to create the Alpine Beast people, but ultimately they were a failed product, a race with irreparable defects. Once upon a time, the Alpine Beast people had a population of a few million. However, following the difficulties in reproduction, there were only tens of thousands of their people left today. They also tended to live in extremely remote places and within relatively bad environments. Many Alpine Beast people could not help but escape the perilous mountains, but as they looked different from normal people, they easily stirred up panic among the masses and as a result, faced dangerous situations. Therefore, the Alpine Beast people retreated back into their respective tribes and began to approach specific forces. The Snake Elder chose to support the 8th prince, in hopes that if the 8th prince became the king of Black Moon, then the Snake People tribe would gain a big enough piece of land for themselves to live out a quiet life. The wolf girl Yelena was from the Alpine Wolf People tribe. Most probably, she had the same thought as the Snake Elder as well, to support one of the princes so that if he became the king, they would be able to obtain a piece of land and live a quiet life. The only misfortune was that the different camps that they chose ended up pitting the Snake Elder and the Wolf Girl Yelena against each other, even though both of them had originated from the same Alpine Beast people group. "This world is getting more and more interesting," Merlin murmured under his breath. From a spellcaster's world, he already thought it was beyond comprehension when the mysterious relief sculpture appeared, but now there were also the strange Alpine Beast people as well. The Alpine Beast people were truly most powerful in their true forms, whereas their spells, runes, etc. were just supplementary abilities. However, when they revealed their true forms and fused with it, they were truly terrifying. It was no lesser than a spellcaster with Pandora demon ability. This world was getting more and more interesting, and still held many hidden secrets, but Merlin knew that power was of utmost importance. Only with great power, he would be able to stay safe. This trip to the Imperial City, he would have to find a way to enter the palace's spell library, no matter what it took. After all, it was for this sole purpose that Merlin had agreed to go to the Imperial City. Against the bright clear sky, dark shadows began to cast outside the majestic ramparts of the city. Behind those tall white walls was an even taller, twisted tower. Its peak stretched all the way up to the clouds, emitting a faint glow of light. Any person who saw this tower would feel amazed in the depth of their hearts. At this juncture, Merlin was staring intently at the unique tower. Although he had been looking at it for a whole hour, his heart still did not manage to calm down. A wizard's tower. Merlin had seen such a sight many times in the dark magic region. Even towers constructed by 7th-level spellcasters were considered ordinary sights in Merlin's eyes. Bearing in mind that the dark magic region was a spellcaster organization which excelled in the knowledge of runes, the towers contained therein were all pinnacles of runic knowledge. This tower, however, was a whole other level. No matter how many towers that existed in the dark magic region, they were far from comparable to this tower that stood before his eyes. From the very moment Merlin first laid his eyes on this tower, he was shaken to the core. He. Wizard Merlin, people who see the Black Moon Tower always react the same way. When I first followed His Royal Highness the 8th Prince to the Imperial City and saw the Black Moon Tower, I was also astonished. It was hard to imagine that someone in this realm managed to build such a magnificent and indescribable tower. In fact, this is not even the most magical time to view the tower. You should wait until this evening, which would be the night of the full moon. The Black Moon Tower would be even more glorious and magnificent. The Snake Elder, too, squinted at the towering structure standing proudly among the clouds. This was the iconic building of the Black Moon Kingdom, the Black Moon Tower. To be able to see the Black Moon Tower meant to the Snake Elder and his people that their long, day and night journey had finally brought them to the Imperial City. After a long time, Merlin slowly withdrew his gaze. He sensed that the Black Moon Tower was not only filled with mysterious power but enveloped the entire kingdom with it. It was almost like it was the heart and core of the kingdom. The Black Moon Tower also gave Merlin an unusual sense of tension. Within the sea of Merlin's awareness, the Flame Maxim had always behaved calmly. Now, near the Black Moon Tower, he could vaguely feel a sense of suppression. The Flame Maxim was the power that belonged to Legend Nicola, the legendary wizard. In a way, the Flame Maxim represented the depth of understanding the Legend Nicola had towards flames. Alas, even though the Flame Maxim might be the same, there were certainly differences in the level of mastery between different legendary wizards. For legends with titles such as the Legend of Darkness wizard Ofla's to be crowned with the title Legend of Darkness represented that he had achieved an unparalleled understanding of darkness and complete mastery over the darkness element. Legendary wizards who obtained their titles in this manner were truly forces to be reckoned with. They could banish a powerful god or conquer a plane of existence. At this very moment, Merlin's Flame Maxim was being suppressed by the Black Moon Tower. This indirectly spoke volumes about the extraordinary effect of the Black Moon Tower. Even since Merlin received the Flame Maxim, this was the first time it was suppressed. Due to that, Merlin felt a slight quiver in his heart and was very curious about the Black Moon Tower. He asked the Snake Elder, which spellcaster built this Black Moon Tower? From the looks of it, it is out of the ordinary. The Snake Elder shot a faint glance at Merlin and drew a deep breath. The question of who built the Black Moon Tower, I'm afraid even the oldest spellcaster does not know, he calmly replied. However, this Black Moon Tower was not built by the Kingdom of Black Moon. It was a remnant from the Malta Empire. The Black Moon Tower has mysterious powers. A few great wizards of the kingdom went inside to study the tower and discovered that the power of the Black Moon Tower can be invoked to protect the entire imperial city, making it impervious to any form of attack. However, this is related to the mysterious power, which is not something that we can comprehend. Nevertheless, it is because of the Black Moon Tower that the imperial city is completely safe. No matter how many great wizards congregate in this place, they are unable to pose any threat to the imperial city. According to rumors, the Black Moon Tower contains a stronger power of attack that even the great wizards could not withstand. That is the price to pay for invoking the power of the Black Moon Tower. Perhaps it is too unfathomable. Merlin gained a general understanding of the Black Moon Tower's abilities. Since it was inherited from the Malta Empire, it was likely that it was left behind by a powerful legendary wizard. To be able to cover the entire imperial city and make it impervious, obviously involved powers of nature. Powers which only legendary wizards could control. Black Moon Tower was definitely linked to a powerful wizard from the Malta Empire. Thinking of the Black Moon Tower's suppression of the flame maxim, Merlin suddenly felt an impulse to enter and study the tower. However, the Black Moon Tower was the most secretive core of the royal family, especially the 8th prince. There was absolutely no chance of entering it. Merlin could only dream. Wizard Merlin, the situation in the imperial city is very complicated. Let's seek an audience with His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Chapter 330, The 8th Prince. Chapter 330, The 8th Prince. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The imperial city of the Kingdom of Black Moon was naturally busier than most cities. Regardless of whether it was when Merlin was in Blackwater City or Floating City or the Kerdmansler Islands, those places were less busy than the imperial city which was right before his eyes. In particular, the imperial city was a city where Normies and spellcasters lived together, which resulted in a different scene. On the street, spellcasters dressed in apparels of various colors and went about their businesses, and the Normies seemed unperturbed by the sight. There were also spellcasters whose appearances were as strange and deformed as the Alpine Beast people, but they attracted no curiosity as well. Evidently, most people were used to them. Nevertheless, Merlin only glanced around carelessly at the imperial city. At the moment, he was preoccupied with observing the flame maxim in his awareness. Outside the imperial city, Merlin had felt the Black Moon Tower suppressing the flame maxim. It might be that the Black Moon Tower had a mystical power which was able to suppress the flame maxim. Therefore, Merlin was afraid that some change might occur, so he was paying close attention to the flame maxim. Fortunately, although the suppression of the flame maxim increased after he had entered the imperial city, the maxim did not undergo any changes, remaining silent in his awareness. The gigantic Black Moon Tower could be clearly seen from anywhere in the imperial city. Merlin kept looking toward the Black Moon Tower from time to time, as he could feel traces of the suppressing force that it emitted. Snake Elder had said before that there was more than one great wizard keeping watch in the Black Moon Tower. After all, it functioned as a foundation for the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon. With more than one great wizard overseeing the activities in the city, they would be able to defend against any attack on the imperial city. In addition, with the presence of the imposing Black Moon Tower, no spellcaster's organization or spellcaster would dare to attack the imperial city. Even the arrogant and contemptuous Osmu had never made a move in the imperial city. Snake Elder and the rest went along the streets, and after a silent journey, arrived at a grand and magnificent manor which was strictly guarded. Elite guards were vigilantly keeping watch outside the manor, and now and then, spellcasters would probe around with their mind power from inside. As Merlin and the rest headed straight toward the manor, multiple streams of powerful mind power brazenly swept across Merlin. Most of the mind power could be comparable to a 6th-level spellcaster's. Security here is really tight. Merlin frowned as if he was unhappy about the mind power inspection he was subjected to within the manor. It was true that any spellcaster, examining with their mind power so openly, would offend other spellcasters. Sometimes misunderstandings might even arise because of this. Snake Elder said hurriedly, "Wizard Merlin, please be patient for now. The manner of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince was not like this in the past. It appears that His Royal Highness the 8th Prince is in a rather delicate situation these days, which is why security is so strict." Of course, Merlin knew what Snake Elder meant, so he nodded. I hope to meet with His Royal Highness the 8th Prince as soon as possible. Very well, please wait for just a moment, wizarded Merlin. After we've met with His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, then we shall invite you to meet with His Royal Highness. With that, Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura hurriedly walked into the manor's living room, leaving Merlin in a secluded hall. There were finely detailed statues within the hall. These carvings were perfect imitations, anyone could tell that they were the works of a master. The human figures were so lifelike. Merlin could not help but think of the mysterious relief sculptures he had obtained. It had been such a long time, and all he had was 4 relief sculptures. Presently, he had excellent physical attributes, but because the time needed to cultivate the 4 relief sculptures was too long, the development of his physique had reached a plateau. Merlin knew that there were more than 4 mysterious relief sculptures. However, Merlin had acquired each of the relief sculptures by luck, and it would be challenging to seek them out on purpose. After a moment, Merlin felt that the streams of mind power that had been scrutinizing him seemed to have disappeared. They must have realized that Merlin posed no danger, and thus stopped their spying. Now that no one was peeping at him, Merlin became relaxed. With nothing better to do, he shut his eyes and began to do something he rarely did, mind power meditation. In a splendid room, a well-proportioned, handsome figure stood ramrod straight. Long wavy curls flowed behind his head to his shoulders, and his fair face was filled with grace. However, his eyes held unfathomable depths as if they contained a strange power, and no one dared to look straight at him. This man of mannered grace, dressed in fine clothing, was the 8th Prince. Before him, stood Snake Elder, Hasbro, and Sakura, 3 spellcasters with their heads bowed. With a face full of shame, Snake Elder said, "Your Royal Highness, what happened was this. We were delayed for over a month, and on our way back, we were ambushed by Wizard Odin of the 4th Prince. Thus, we've only managed to return now." The 8th Prince's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing could arouse his excitement or his disappointment. There was always a subtle sense of steadfastness and confidence about him. After a period of deep consideration, the 8th Prince began to speak slowly. "Snake Elder, you said that Merlin has given me 3 generous gifts. A 2nd-level spellcaster who could destroy 3 city-states in a row, and even Finello, who was a master of runes, is dead." Snake Elder nodded with a solemn expression. "That's right. We've underestimated Merlin's abilities by far. In fact, his powers are terrifying, and could be compared to a 6th-level spellcaster. On our way back this time, we encountered the 9th wizard, and even my 2 disappointing subordinates have died. If it wasn't for Wizard Merlin who made his move at a crucial point, causing Odin to leave somewhat fearfully, I'm afraid things would have been much worse." Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura nodded repeatedly. They had witnessed themselves how Odin became apprehensive and left after Merlin had attacked, allowing them to return to the Imperial City safely. They could not have done so without Merlin's efforts. The 8th Prince smiled as well. "That's good. I'm glad that you were able to return safely, and more importantly, you've brought Merlin as well. As for Merlin, I have my plans for him." Snake Elder and the rest felt reassured. The 8th Prince had always been respectful toward spellcasters, even if it was the Alpine Snake People tribe. There were many who looked down upon the Alpine Snake People deep in their hearts, but Snake Elder could see that the 8th Prince genuinely treated the Snake People as ordinary beings. This was also a crucial reason why Snake Elder was so bent on following the 8th Prince. It should be known that even Wolf Girl Yelena, who had pledged allegiance to the 4th Prince, was only used to break through the front lines in attacks. Her position was only a little better than a slave's. "Your Royal Highness, has the peace of the Imperial City been broken? The 4th Prince was even brazen enough to send people to kill us." Before Snake Elder could finish, the 8th Prince interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The prince's face gradually darkened, and his fair fingers tapped the table lightly. This was a long-time habit of his, which he would do only when he was feeling anxious and unsure about what to do. After a long moment, a determined light glinted in the 8th Prince's eyes as he said softly, "Go on, let's meet with Wizard Merlin first. As for 4th brother, now is not the time yet." Snake Elder and the rest bobbed their heads, after which they followed behind the 8th Prince as he left the room and went toward the hall. "Viscount Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince requests an audience with you." Merlin was meditating when a guard in silver armor came beside him and called out softly. Although he was meditating, Merlin had not loosened his perception of the external world. Therefore, he opened his eyes quickly and glanced at the silver-armored guard, saying calmly, "Lead the way." Following that, Merlin trailed behind the silver-armored guard and entered the great hall of the manor. It was well lit inside the hall, and one could see everything clearly inside. There were 4 individuals in total, 3 of which were Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakra, all of whom Merlin recognized. In the center was a slim and handsome aristocrat whose expression was inscrutable. There was no doubt that this was the 8th prince. Merlin immediately behaved under the standard etiquette of aristocracy and bowed toward the 8th prince. After all, besides being a spellcaster of the dark magic region, he was now also a viscount, an aristocrat in the kingdom of Black Moon. "Your Honorable Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I thank you for sending Snake Elder to Wilson Castle in the past, saving the Wilson clan from suffering a calamity. No matter what the 8th Prince's intentions were, his act of sending Snake Elder truly did protect the Wilson clan, sparing them from the invasion of spellcasters." Merlin was expressing his genuine gratitude. A slight smile appeared on the 8th Prince's face, and he said warmly, "Viscount Merlin, sending Snake Elder and the rest to Wilson Castle was merely a small effort. Your 3 generous gifts are much more precious." Merlin knew that the 8th Prince was referring to Taran City, Gnome City, and Fanya City. Merlin had slaughtered the spellcasters of these 3 independent city-states throughout his journey, forcing them to pledge allegiance to the 8th Prince. With this, the 3 city-states could be united with Prakosh City. This was significant to the 8th Prince, so it was naturally a lavish gift. Merlin had been observing the 8th Prince. He did not seem very old, but Merlin knew that the 8th Prince was in fact over 40 years old. Among spellcasters, 40 years was considered young. The 8th Prince was a spellcaster too, and a powerful one at that. Merlin had the vague feeling that the 8th Prince was even stronger than 9th Wizard Odin, who had tried to kill Snake Elder, and the rest on their way here. It made sense when he thought about it. The entire royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon was comparable to a large spellcasters organization. As a prince from the royal family, one who was competing for the throne, how could his spellcaster talents be lacking and unremarkable? Thus, even though he was only 40 years old, the 8th Prince was already a 6th-level spellcaster. This might seem inconceivable to other people, but to a prince from the royal family, this was something incomparably normal. However, this indirectly revealed that the heritage of the Black Moon royal family was something the dark magic region could not compare to by far. Your Royal Highness had sent Snake Elder and the rest to Wilson Castle. Naturally, I would not forget my lord's kindness. However, surely my lord would not send those people to protect the Wilson clan without any reason. As soon as he spoke, Merlin narrowed his eyes and looked toward the 8th Prince without wavering. Chapter 331, Making Contact. Chapter 331, Making Contact. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 8th Prince's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table while a gracious smile remained on his lips. After a long moment, the 8th Prince slowly said, "That's right. Naturally, I sent Snake Elder not without a reason. I've been hearing about the famed Wizard Leo of the Dark Magic region, but never had an opportunity to meet him. Wizard Merlin, you're his prized student, so I thought that through Wizard Merlin, I could invite Wizard Leo to be my guest here in the Imperial City." As expected, it was for the sake of enticing Wizard Leo. Although Merlin had guessed as much, it felt strange to hear the 8th Prince declaring it himself. Wizard Leo was powerful indeed. As a 6th-level spellcaster, he traversed a long distance to hunt down and kill Arceus, who was a 7th-level spellcaster of Osmu. This matter had created a stir among many spellcasters' organizations, but to the 8th Prince, what he needed was precisely a powerful wizard who could conquer everything and defeat all rivals. Of course, great wizards would not possibly come forward to pledge allegiance to the 8th Prince. However, there should be a slight chance of getting a 9th-level spellcaster or even an 8th-level spellcaster. Why did the 8th Prince consider Wizard Leo? Nevertheless, Merlin kept these thoughts to himself and did not inquire further. After a moment of consideration, he said in a low voice, "Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, may I be bold to pose a question? I'm afraid my lord doesn't seem to be in too well of a situation. Will Wizard Leo choose to come here now?" Merlin phrased it tactfully, but the 8th Prince should understand what he meant. Before this, Merlin had been asking around in an indirect manner, in addition to his own conjecture, and he knew that the 8th prince was not in a favorable situation. Otherwise, the 4th prince would not send 9th wizard Odin to kill Snake Elder and the rest so blatantly. The struggle between the princes was completely ruthless. In the event that one failed, there would be no chance of recovery. Now, the 8th prince wanted to summon Wizard Leo simply by extending an invitation. Merlin would not even help to pass on the message. Wizard Leo, with his apathetic disposition, would not leave the dark magic region at all. The 8th prince drew in a deep breath, his face still keeping its genial expression. He nodded slightly. "You're right, Wizard Merlin, you've guessed correctly. At the moment, my situation isn't a good one indeed. The 4th prince is tightening his grip, whereas the 9th prince and the 13th prince has left the imperial city to avoid confronting the 4th prince directly. Only I am left to hold off the force of the 4th prince. Still, I was able to hold off the 4th prince for so long, and he still hasn't made his move until now. How did I do it? I have my forces too, mighty forces, to the point where even the 4th prince would be apprehensive. What I lack are powerful spellcasters who can help me withstand any threat. Lately, the 4th prince has begun to reveal small indications that he's going to attack. You encountered this along with Snake Elder and the rest. The 4th prince has persuaded 2 8th-level spellcasters by promising them attractive benefits. At this rate, that 4th brother of mine won't be able to wait to make his move against me. Alas, this is my fate ever since I've chosen to fight for the throne." After a pause, the 8th prince stood up abruptly, and his face glowed fervently as he continued. "I have no way of finding 9th-level spellcasters, and the 4th prince could not enlist any 9th-level spellcasters either. As for 8th-level spellcasters, I couldn't find them too. You can count the number of 8th-level spellcasters in the Kingdom of Blackmoon on one hand, and the 4th prince has made his bid for them long ago. There are 8th-level wizards in spellcasters' organizations, and you may mock me if you like, but I don't have much to offer that would be able to tempt them. Thus, I've searched for spellcasters everywhere and have finally found someone suitable. That's Wizard Leo, the possessor of the true Darkness Eye, Wizard Leo. Others might not know what sets Darkness Eye apart, but I, being from the royal family, would know of even the most hidden secrets. I know very well how powerful the genuine Darkness Eye can be. It's just a shame that Darkness Eye is cursed." It turned out that the 8th prince knew the true Darkness Eye, and like Wizard Bamu, even knew that Darkness Eye was cursed. Perhaps it was natural that the 8th prince would select Wizard Leo after considering his cultivation of Darkness Eye, and his valiant accomplishment in hunting down Arceus. Merlin sucked in a deep breath, and said softly, "Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I can help you get in touch with Wizard Leo, but I have no way of influencing his decision." "That's to be expected. Since I'm about to ask for Wizard Leo's assistance, naturally I've already made foolproof preparations. Others might not regard this item as something significant, but to Wizard Leo, it would be something of utmost importance." The 8th Prince appeared very confident that whatever he offered would surely tempt Wizard Leo. The Blackmoon royal family had a powerful heritage. The 8th Prince might really have some treasure that would persuade Wizard Leo. Nonetheless, before Merlin contacted Wizard Leo, he had some requests. "Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I have 2 small requests. I wonder if my lord would be able to fulfill them?" "Wizard Merlin, you've taken so much trouble coming all the way from Prakosh City to the Imperial City, and you've saved Snake Elder and the rest. What are 2 small requests in comparison?" The 8th Prince spoke impassively. Merlin nodded and spoke bluntly. This had always been a transaction. The 8th Prince had his use for Merlin, so naturally, Merlin had his own requests. Thus, Merlin said in a low voice, "First, this is a list of potion materials. If your Royal Highness the 8th Prince could get these materials for me, please do so as much as possible." With that, Merlin took out from his ring the list of Mokra potion materials he had prepared beforehand and handed it to the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince looked over the list carelessly before handing it to Snake Elder and commanded, "Snake Elder, get ready all the materials on this list. Bring all the materials, as long as they are on the list, from all the shops in the Imperial City. Also, the royal treasury as well. If it's on the list, then bring all of it here." The 8th Prince gave an organized and thorough command, causing a jolt in Merlin's heart. The eighth prince had not specified the quantity but gathered the resources of the entire city instead. With a place as prosperous as the imperial city, if he really gathered everything, the potion materials that Merlin would receive in the end would be an inconceivably large amount. Merlin did not understand the eighth prince very well. He only knew that Snake Elder, Wizard Sakra, and Wizard Hasbro had deep, genuine respect for the prince, following him willingly. Leaving aside other factors, this manner of the eighth prince by itself was already something to which most people could never compare. There was a second request. Please speak, Wizard Merlin. The eighth prince smiled as he asked. My second request is this. I've heard that the royal family has a spell library. I would like to visit it and pick a few spells. I wonder if the eighth prince could fulfill this request. After he spoke, Merlin fixed his gaze upon the eighth prince. This was the real reason Merlin had come to the imperial city, to enter the royal family spell library. The heritage of the Black Moon royal family could be compared to any large spellcasters' organization. In particular, the royal family's spell library had plenty of spells. If Merlin could go in and scan it with the matrix, he would certainly be able to populate the database of the matrix. At that point, Merlin would be able to try using the data integration process to derive new spells. This was extremely crucial to Merlin, so the eighth prince's current attitude would be key. Enter the spell library? The eighth prince eyed Merlin suspiciously. However, he did not inquire about Merlin's reason for wanting to enter the spell library, but instead said reservedly, the spell library is an important place for the royal family. Besides the few members of the royal family, no outsiders are allowed inside at all. Although I can enter, it won't be that easy for me to bring in outsiders. Merlin's heart leaped. The eighth prince had only said that it would not be that easy to bring in outsiders, which implied that it was possible to do so, only it would be very troublesome. Still, this depended on the eighth prince's decision. Merlin was in no rush and waited silently for a reply. The eighth prince seemed torn between his choices. He stood up and paced around incessantly as his face shifted uncertainly. If he did not grant Merlin this request, then there was no doubt that it would be impossible for him to meet Wizard Leo. No matter how confident the eighth prince was in enticing Wizard Leo, if he was not even able to meet with Wizard Leo and had no way of communication, then how would he even entice Wizard Leo? Whether he could enlist Wizard Leo was linked to whether he would succeed in taking the throne. It was a crucial part of his plans, and every other matter depended on this one crucial point. As he thought about this, the eighth prince arrived at a decision. Wizard Merlin, it would be rather troublesome to enter the spell library, especially since the fourth prince is in the imperial city. However, if Wizard Leo could help me resolve the problem of the fourth prince, then the fourth prince would no longer be in the imperial city. Without all these apprehensions, I can bring Wizard Merlin into the spell library. This was the eighth prince's reply, which was conditional at the same time. It would not be simple to resolve the matter of the fourth prince. Firstly, they would need Wizard Leo's agreement. Nevertheless, as long as there was a chance it could work, Merlin was willing to give it a go. Thus, he said to the eighth prince, I can contact Wizard Leo, but whether or not he would be influenced is dependent on the eighth prince's sincerity. That goes without saying. The eighth prince's tone of voice revealed faintly a trace of excitement. Merlin thought about Wizard Leo's personality. Other than the one time when he left the dark magic region to hunt down Arceus of Osmu, it seemed that Wizard Leo had not left the dark magic region in a very long time. Therefore, Merlin did not know what the eighth prince could offer to sway Wizard Leo. However, he saw that the prince appeared full of confidence, so Merlin raised his right hand and stimulated the dark magic ring on his finger with his mind power. Buzz! 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 Mysterious runes instantly floated up into the air. As Wizard Leo's most prized student, Merlin naturally had a way to personally contact Wizard Leo, which was through the mysterious runes of the dark magic ring. The runes in mid-air formed into a simple magic circle, following which the air itself trembled and gradually expanded. Slowly, a terrifying face, full of wrinkles, appeared with a blood-red third eye on the forehead. Merlin, it's the first time you've contacted me. What happened? Chapter 332, The Tear of God. Chapter 332, The Tear of God. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The runes on the dark magic ring flickered constantly as if they would disappear at any moment. Runes like these could only be sustained for a short while, so Merlin did not dare delay and instead told Wizard Leo right away, "Teacher, there's something I have to report. This is regarding His Royal Highness the 8th Prince of the Black Moon royal family. He wishes to invite you to the Imperial City for a discussion." The terrifying blood-red third eye on Wizard Leo's forehead opened slightly and flickered with crimson light. It followed Merlin's gaze and looked toward the 8th Prince. Even though the 8th Prince knew that this was only an image formed by runes, and was not Wizard Leo himself in person, he still felt a chill and could only force a smile. "Wizard Leo, I sincerely hoped that you would come to the Imperial City for a discussion." "Heh, I'm not interested in the royal family's mess." Wizard Leo laughed coldly as he declined neatly and decisively. It looked like he understood the 8th Prince's intentions. The matters of the royal family were not that simple, and many powerful spellcasters did not want to get involved. As soon as Wizard Leo spoke, the runes began to distort and disperse in mid-air, and Wizard Leo's image was fading quickly as well. Merlin shook his head powerlessly as he looked on. As expected, based on what he knew of Wizard Leo's personality, he would not come to the Imperial City, what more if it was to help the 8th Prince. "Wizard Leo, I have the Tear of God. It was passed down from the Church of Light." In the instant that Wizard Leo's image was about to vanish, the 8th Prince suddenly cried out. Moreover, a transparent glass box had appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Inside the box, a small piece of white crystal lay quietly. It looked like a grain of salt, only it was much larger. The Tear of God. It really is the Tear of God. The crimson third eye on Wizard Leo's forehead flashed with a chilling blood-red glow, and for the first time, an expression of astonishment appeared on Wizard Leo's pale face. Following that, Wizard Leo's image dispersed instantly, but right before that, Wizard Leo's voice could be heard saying, "After 10 days, I'll arrive at the Imperial City in person." Buzz! Wizard Leo's image disappeared rapidly. In the Great Hall, the 8th Prince was unable to hide his excitement as he paced around constantly, muttering, "I finally succeeded. Once Wizard Leo arrives, there's hope for me. Fourth brother, we still don't know who'll emerge as the winner." Merlin looked thoughtfully toward the Tear of God in the 8th Prince's hand. Something that could affect Wizard Leo so much, making him agree to come to the Imperial City without the slightest hesitation. This Tear of God must be significant. When he was in the dark magic region, Merlin had never seen Wizard Leo as impatient and hurried as he was just now. Thus, Merlin took 2 light steps forward and fixed his gaze upon the Tear of God in the 8th Prince's hand. He asked softly, "Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, can you tell me about the Tear of God? I'm curious as to why this Tear of God could excite Wizard Leo in this manner." The 8th Prince gave Merlin a deep look, then looked toward the Tear of God in his hand. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he said slowly, "Wizard Merlin, you're not an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you. The Tear of God is a name given by the Church of Light, but in reality, the Tear of God had another name in ancient times, a God crystal. It's crystallized from the divine energy of the gods. There are gods in this world, who are very different from us, spellcasters. However, the great spellcasters of the ancient past had banished the gods long ago, leaving only the powerful God of Light, which is the God that the Church of Light worships. The God of Light controls light element. He controls all light element wherever he is. And the God crystal is formed of endless light element by the God of Light through extraordinary techniques. It's the crystallization of divine energy from the God of Light and differs in essence from elemental crystal stones. Initially, this crystallization of divine energy was only a symbolic artifact even to the Church of Light, without any practical function whatsoever. For spellcasters, it was the same and served no purpose. However, this God crystal is immensely useful for spellcasters who had cultivated Darkness Eye, and might rectify the defects in spell construction caused by the cultivation of Darkness Eye. To put it simply, one who bears the curse of Darkness Eye could only use the God crystal of the God of Light to somewhat alleviate the curse of Darkness Eye. Merlin now understood why Wizard Leo would be in such a hurry. Wizard Leo's cultivation of Darkness Eye had an inherent flaw, resulting in him being unable to become a 7th-level spellcaster. Now the Tear of God from the legends was in the hands of the 8th Prince. With the Tear of God, there was a possibility of rectifying Wizard Leo's defect. Even if it was a slim hope, Wizard Leo would not let it pass. All right, Wizard Leo would only arrive in the Imperial City after 10 days. I shall take my leave first then. Merlin bowed slightly and prepared to leave. The 8th Prince shook his head, breaking out into a warm smile. Wizard Merlin, although I'm unable to let you enter the spell library for now, I have some spell models with me. With your current ability to construct 3rd-level spells, I believe that these spells would be of some help to Wizard Merlin. With that, the 8th Prince retrieved from his ring a thread-bound book that was about 2 fingers thick. Merlin flipped through the book. It contained 3rd-level spells of 3 different types and even included 3rd-level darkness-type spells. Furthermore, these were no ordinary spells, but first-rate ones. These must be unique spells which only members of the royal family, like the 8th Prince, were entitled to construct. It was not inferior to the dark magic region in the slightest. This. Merlin looked toward the 8th Prince with a hint of suspicion. He had only asked to enter the spell library and did not request to obtain 3rd-level spells immediately, all of which Merlin could use, for they were as good as the dark magic regions. If he had exchanged for these spells in the resource tower of the dark magic region, he would need to spend a large number of contribution points. This was indeed a significant gift. However, the 8th Prince waved his hand charitably, smiling as he said, "It's just a few spells, nothing much. Wizard Merlin, you've traveled a great distance to reach the Imperial City, would I be stingy with a few spells? That's enough, you must be tired. My manor is huge, and it's very safe. Wizard Merlin may reside here in peace." In the end, Merlin accepted the spells. Average people would not be able to match this manner of the 8th Prince. Even Merlin was beginning to form a favorable opinion of the 8th Prince. It was not surprising that Snake Elder and the rest would be so steadfast and loyal. In a quiet room of the manor, Merlin's mind power examined his surroundings once more. It was quiet all around, and there was no one else but him in the entire spacious residence. What was even rarer was that Merlin had not felt any mind power spying on him this entire time. This indicated that the 8th Prince trusted him now. There was still 10 days before the arrival of Wizard Leo in the Imperial City. In this period, Merlin had 2 choices. One was to continue taking Mokra Potion. However, even though this was the 8th Prince's manor, a place without any apparent danger, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Consuming Mokra Potion in an unfamiliar place would place him into a deep sleep. Once he was in a deep sleep, Merlin would not be able to put up any resistance. Therefore, it was far too dangerous to consume Mokra Potion here. Besides taking Mokra Potion, the other thing Merlin could do was to use this time to construct a 3rd-level spell. Back in Wilson Castle, Merlin had taken 11 batches of Mokra Potion consecutively. Thereafter, during the journey to the Imperial City, Merlin fused again with the mind power duplicate in the bell space. Therefore, he had accumulated a tremendous amount of mind power. Even after he constructed the 3rd-level spell Darkness Vortex, his remaining mind power was sufficient to construct another 3rd-level spell. Merlin took out the spells given to him by the 8th Prince from his ring. The various types of 3rd-level spells were unique and powerful indeed, completely on par with the 3rd-level spells of the dark magic region. At the moment, spells which could quickly boost Merlin's abilities were Fire-type, Wind-type, and Earth-type spells in tune with his Pandora demon abilities. He would not consider Wind-type spells for now. After all, Merlin's Flash Wind was enough to counter most threats he faced. There was no need to waste a precious chance to construct a 3rd-level spell on a Wind-type spell. With that, only Fire-type and Earth-type spells remained. Under both spell types were Pandora demon abilities which could be merged with the spells. No matter which type of spell he constructed, it would effectively improve his powers. Fire-type spells had Fiery Collapse. Once a 3rd-level spell was constructed, its offensive strength would become even more powerful, enough to even harm a 6th-level spell caster. As for Earth-type spells, there was Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. Once a 3rd-level spell was constructed, its defensive strength would undergo a significant upgrade. In a hostile environment like the Imperial City, it would adequately defend against dangers from all sides. After weighing both options for a long time, Merlin selected a Fire-type spell at last. He knew that if Wizard Leo agreed to help the 8th Prince 10 days later, a violent conflict between the 4th Prince and the 8th Prince would erupt in the Imperial City. the struggle for the throne would be ruthless, and there would be no compromises. Even if it was just to prepare for the upcoming battle, Merlin needed to be equipped with the strength of a 6th-level spellcaster as soon as possible. Thus, constructing a fire-type spell became Merlin's only option. Among the spells the 8th Prince had given, there was a 3rd-level fire-type spell called Condensed Fire. It was very different from the 2nd-level Sea of Purgatory Fire. Condensed Fire was not a wide-ranging spell. At best, it would be a small ball of flames. In fact, it was similar to the 0-level spell, Fireball. However, Condensed Flame was innately distinct from Fireball, being formed from the constant suppression of flames. Although it was just a small fireball, it contained a terrifying power that was over 100 times stronger than Fireball. If it was merged with Fiery Collapse, Merlin believed that it would have the destructive power of a 6th-level spell. Matrix, begin analyzing the spell model of Condensed Fire. Since Merlin had decided to construct the spell, he did not waste any more time. He started up the Matrix immediately, which began analyzing the spell model of Condensed Fire from scratch. Chapter 333, An Assassination Attempt on a Full Moon Night. Chapter 333, An Assassination Attempt on a Full Moon Night. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the northwest corner of the Imperial City, there stood a luxurious manor full of classical charm. Outside the manor were guards dressed in silver armor who patrolled the area in a thorough manner. This showed that the master of the manor must be of noble status. Those who were familiar with the situation in the Imperial City knew that the master of this manor was the 4th Prince of the royal family, who was most likely to take over the throne 5 years later. However, the 4th Prince was currently not in a great mood. Beside him were 5 mysterious wizards, all dressed in uniform colors. Most of them had a deadpan look, and only one of them was kneeling on the ground with one knee, bowing to the 4th Prince. Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, I didn't complete what you asked this time. Please punish me, my lord. The 4th Prince was tall and large in build, and his appearance was somewhat similar to the 8th Prince's, only he had a head of short hair as red as flames, and looked as if he was filled with a strange kind of magic. Wizard Odin, get up. It wasn't your fault this time. It was my own insufficient planning. I didn't expect this Merlin of the dark magic region to surpass my expectations. To think that not even Wizard Odin is a match for him. The 4th Prince wrinkled his brow slightly. Odin was the 9th wizard and was one of the strongest wizards under his command. He thought that by sending Odin he would be able to kill off Snake Elder and the rest, thus eliminating a portion of the 8th Prince's forces. Nonetheless, he did not expect the sudden appearance of the stranger Merlin, resulting in Wizard Odin's defeat. 9th Wizard Odin raised his head slowly, saying in a careful manner, Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, Merlin's powers aren't that strong in reality. At best, he's equivalent to a 5th-level spellcaster, and this is by relying on the might of Pandora Demon ability. He must have quite a few Pandora Demon abilities. To be able to enhance darkness-type spells to such a powerful stage, only the Pandora Demon ability, Darkness Heart of Abyss Fort, can do that. If one has formidable mind power and doesn't fear his darkness-type spells, then Merlin is no one to be afraid of. On his way back, Wizard Odin thought about it carefully. Merlin's strength lay in his darkness-type spells. Moreover, the illusory effects of darkness-type spells were nothing to be scared of. In fact, spellcasters with powerful mind power would be able to overcome it. Once Merlin's darkness-type spells were overcome, any 6th-level wizard would be able to suppress Merlin. The 4th Prince raised an eyebrow and paced around without stopping. Wizard Odin, have you found out why the 8th Prince had sent Snake Elder and the rest to such a backwater place like Prakosh City? Odin trembled inwardly, and said solemnly, Honorable 4th Prince, I've investigated the matter. The 8th Prince had sent Snake Elder and the rest to Prakosh City in order to locate Merlin. Merlin is Wizard Leo's most prized student in the dark magic region. The 8th Prince's true objective is self-evident. The 4th Prince blurted out, It's to enlist Wizard Leo? After a pause, a cold smile stretched across the 4th Prince's lips. He, that awful younger brother of mine is so naive. It's only Leo by himself, so what if he's killed a 7th-level wizard? Ultimately, he's only a 6th-level spellcaster, whereas I have the promises of Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan. These two wizards are powerful 8th-level spellcasters. Your Royal Highness the fourth prince, the eighth prince had no way of enticing a powerful spellcaster, so at best he could only enlist Leo. However, his forces are still enormous, and he's still the biggest threat to my lord in the Imperial City. My lord, don't hesitate anymore, it's better to make a move as soon as possible. One of the mysterious wizards spoke in a low voice. There's no rush. Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan need a few days to reach the Imperial City. Attacking with these two wizards would be a safer bet. Still, this Leo, just because he killed a 7th level spellcaster, he thinks he can interfere with the matters of the royal family? Humph, I'll kill his favorite student first. If he learns his place and retreat, it'll save us some trouble. If he still insists on helping that naive younger brother of mine, then I can only kill him as well. The gaze of the fourth prince swept across the wizards, following which a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He focused his gaze and spoke to a wizard who was wearing terrifying earrings in the shape of tiny snakes. To eliminate Merlin, I'll have to trouble the 7th wizard this time. The 7th wizard said respectfully, Els is willing to serve your Royal Highness. With that, 7th wizard Els turned around quickly and instantly vanished from their sight. Wizard Odin looked at the disappearing figure of the 7th wizard Els and heaved a small sigh of relief. Wizard Els' mind power is powerful enough, comparable to a spellcaster at the peak of the 7th level. The darkness-type spells of that Merlin would have no way of affecting Wizard Els no matter what. The 4th prince nodded as well, evidently having the utmost confidence in the 7th wizard. Oh, naive younger brother of mine, why did you bother challenging in the start? It's all worked out now, and you only have a few days to live. A smile tugged at the corner of the 4th prince's mouth, but his eyes were filled with a piercing cold. Merlin shook all over, following which endless fire element surged into his surroundings quickly as if a huge expanse of flames had engulfed Merlin. The fire element was frantically absorbed by the spell model of condensed fire, which he had just successfully constructed, into his awareness, and then quickly transformed into magic power. Due to the flame maxim, Merlin's rate of fire element absorption was rather astonishing. Although it was not as fast as using elemental crystal stones to transform magic power, it was not too far behind. Based on this speed, Merlin would only need to consolidate the spell for 1 or 2 days. He did not even need to use elemental crystal stones to accumulate sufficient magic power in the spell model of condensed fire. These were all benefits of the flame maxim. Moreover, although Merlin was still a long way from creating his own flame maxim, his constant awareness of the flame maxim had allowed him to deepen his understanding of fire. This was also highly useful to his casting of spells. Condensed fire. Merlin waited for a moment. When he had accumulated enough magic power in the spell model of condensed fire for him to cast the spell a few times, he quickly cast the spell. Instantly, a blaze the size of a fist materialized in the air. Under Merlin's control, it hovered steadily. It did not look astounding, and its temperature was not high, but Merlin, who was using his mind power to observe, knew very well that the might contained in this small ball of flames was nearly inconceivable. This was especially so since the flames were white, which indicated that this was fiery collapse, compressed many times over. Once it landed on an opponent, the destruction it would wreak was hard to imagine. The flame burned for a while, after which Merlin put it out. Although the power of condensed fire was great, the magic power it used up was astounding as well. He would need to accumulate sufficient magic power to cast continuously. Merlin observed the flame maxim in his awareness once more. He realized that ever since he entered the Imperial City, the flame maxim did not change in general, despite perpetually being suppressed faintly by a mysterious force in the Black Moon Tower. Since the flame maxim did not undergo any changes, Merlin did not further consider the issues of its suppression. He stayed on in the room, accumulating magic power in the spell model of condensed fire. 5 days later, a bright moon rose up high in the night sky. Swoosh! Merlin's eyes opened abruptly. He seemed to feel a restless, uneasy force surrounding his body, especially the fire element which swirled around ceaselessly, appearing very lively. What's happening? The suppression of the flame maxim has increased. The uneasy feeling that Merlin had was the flame maxim in his awareness. Compared to how it was a few days ago, the flame maxim seemed to have changed tonight, emitting a surprising force of the flames. This even caused the surrounding fire element to come alive, and such fire element was unfit to be turned into magic power. Snake Elder had said that on a night of the full moon, the Black Moon Tower would be even more mystical. Could it be that the changes of the flame maxim are linked to the Black Moon Tower under a full moon? Merlin looked toward the bright moonlight beyond the window and finally stood up. In a single motion, he vanished like the wind from the residence. Having left the Eighth Prince's manor, Merlin wore a black wizard robe and silently walked toward the Black Moon Tower alone. The Black Moon Tower was a landmark building of the Imperial City. No matter where one was in the Imperial City, one would be able to see it. Merlin raised his head and looked toward the Black Moon Tower. Indeed, it had changed. The entire tower glowed in crimson light as if it had been dyed with blood. Furthermore, anyone would be able to feel that there was a strange source of magic in the tower, which could cause anyone to become mesmerized by it unwittingly. A full moon night. Merlin had a better understanding of what Snake Elder meant. The Black Moon Tower, under a full moon, underwent a peculiar change. The blood-red light spilled from the Black Moon Tower and shrouded most of the night sky. From a distance, even the pure bright moon in the sky seemed to turn the color of blood. Although the Black Moon Tower was very strange, the people of the Imperial City seemed to have gotten used to this common sight. There was even a night market, and a boisterous one at that, with countless people coming and going. No one expressed concern about the Black Moon Tower's fantastic appearance. The voices of the crowd bubbled over, making for a lively scene. Merlin moved through the crowd and did not attract anyone's attention. There were far too many people who were dressed like Merlin, most of which were spellcasters. In the Imperial City, many people have even gotten used to the sight of alpine beast people, who would not be seen as odd. Suddenly, Merlin stopped in his tracks. The closer he went to the Black Moon Tower, the more the flame maxim in his awareness seemed to stir restlessly. It even began to pulse gently. In the past, no matter how much Merlin tried to stimulate the flame maxim, he could not induce such a change. However, the Black Moon Tower, under the full moon now, seemed to have a mysterious power which affected the flame maxim. Merlin frowned and looked carefully at the Black Moon Tower in the distance. He did not approach any closer. After all, the flame maxim in his awareness had become somewhat unstable. If he went closer, who knew what would happen? If he had a chance, Merlin would like to take a good look around inside the Black Moon Tower. Nonetheless, this was probably impossible. Great wizards lived in the Black Moon Tower, and no one would dare to break in. Forget about it. Even if there was some power or treasure in the Black Moon Tower that's even greater than the flame maxim, I have no chance of getting it. Merlin shook his head lightly, following which he turned and hurried back toward the Eighth Prince's manor. However, after taking a few steps, he began shuddering all over, and an acute sense of danger welled up within him. There's danger ahead. In his peripheral vision, Merlin noticed that there was a tall, thin, unremarkable-looking man in the crowd, who was smirking in a strange manner. Chapter 334, The Seventh Wizard. Chapter 334, The Seventh Wizard. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Retreat. Merlin did not hesitate in the slightest. In an incomparably nimble movement, he leaped back instantly. His physical attributes were far superior to an average spellcaster's, and he reacted fast, too. In a leap, he had quickly put a good distance between him and the tall, thin man in the crowd. In addition, while he was leaping backward, Merlin had cast Flash Wind. In the blink of an eye, Merlin's speed was greatly boosted once more. Seamless Net, Bind. The tall, thin man in the crowd did not seem concerned about how fast Merlin was. In the instant he raised his hand lightly, streams of wind element rapidly converged. Hoo! 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 Wild gusts of wind quickly formed into a large invisible net. Merlin was just fleeing backward when he had to stop in a hurry. If he had gone back just a bit more and touched the net of wind, he would have been crushed into pieces immediately. This was a 6th-level wind-type spell. Its twisting power was unparalleled and had binding properties as well. No matter how fast Merlin was, it would not matter. Darkness Vortex, Engulf. Merlin drew in a deep breath and knew that he could not escape now. Thus, he did not hesitate and stretched out his fingers. Under the gleaming moonlight, a pitch-black vortex opened like a large mouth. Kai kai kai. A formidable pulling force grew in Darkness Vortex, attempting to suck away the tall, thin man's mind power while causing powerful elusive effects as well. The figure of the tall, thin man could not help but pause. However, following that, mind power fluctuations burst from him even more fiercely. Boom! This mind power fluctuation was like a tsunami as it swelled up violently. It was so powerful that even Merlin's Darkness Vortex was defeated instantly. This mind power was too strong to the point where even a darkness-type spell like Darkness Vortex was unable to withstand it. After all, it was only a hallucinating spell, and any mind power that was formidable enough could dispel it quickly. What powerful mind power, I'm sure it's at the peak of the 7th level. Who are you really? Merlin trembled deep inside. All this while his darkness-type spells had been invincible and almost no one was able to withstand them. Even powerful 9th Wizard Odin was previously frightened away by his darkness-type spell. However, faced with this mysterious spellcaster now, Darkness Vortex was of no use at all, being dispelled so easily. The mysterious wizard raised his head and looked at Merlin, saying icily, "I'm the 7th wizard, Els. It's the 4th prince." In fact, Merlin had already guessed this, based on how such a powerful spellcaster had been sent out in the Imperial City. In addition, Merlin had just arrived in the Imperial City. Other than facing off against the 9th wizard sent by the 4th prince to kill Snake Elder and the rest, Merlin did not know anyone else in the Imperial City. Therefore, it could only be the 4th prince, and this was merely a further confirmation. The 9 core wizards under the 4th prince were each more powerful than the other. The weakest one among them would be 9th Wizard Odin, and now 7th Wizard Els had been sent to kill him. With a higher rank than Odin, Els was clearly stronger than Odin as well. However, Merlin could still tell that 7th Wizard Els was ultimately a 6th level spellcaster, only his mind power was strong, reaching the peak of the 7th level. Merlin's darkness-type spells would be of no use at all against Els. 7th Wizard Els took one step after another, walking toward Merlin leisurely. Wisps of icy coldness emerged around him, and the ground crunched under every step he took. From there, thick ice crystals were formed. Your strongest darkness-type spell is useless against me. Die! Els shook his head slightly, after which his eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a push from both his hands, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop to the extreme. Layers of ice crystals appeared in mid-air and the frost quickly sped toward Merlin. The frost of these ice crystals had powerful might, and it was a 6th level spell. Merlin did not dare to use Earth Veil to forcefully resist it. Earth Veil, even with Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, could only compare to a 5th level defensive spell and was unable to hold back a 6th level spell at all. Thus, Merlin could only evade. Flash Wind. Merlin's figure shuttled back and forth incessantly in the narrow space. Flash Wind had great speed as well, and it was easy to dodge 7th Wizard Els' spell. Seamless net, confine. Let's see where you'll hide now. You're a goner. 7th Wizard Els, seeing that Merlin was evading constantly, did not panic, but instead began to constrict his wind-type spell. Its range became more and more narrow, leaving less and less space for Merlin to dodge. When the wind-type binding spell had finished constricting, along with the pincer attack of a few spells, Merlin would have nowhere to hide no matter how fast Flash Wind was. Die, die, die. Wizard Els' eyes widened and glared, turning a faint blood red as he appeared extremely worked up. The wind-type spell encircling Merlin began to constrict at an even greater pace. In a flash, Merlin was trapped in an incomparably narrow space. Merlin's situation had quickly turned into one of imminent doom. Humph! Els, if you think you can kill me like this, you've underestimated me. Merlin drew in a deep breath and decided in an instant. He had no way of retreat, hence he could only use everything he had in this fight. He still had his greatest power. If he succeeded, it would be enough to greatly injure or even kill 7th Wizard Els. Kill! Like an arrow fired from a bow, Merlin's entire being flew toward Els in a flash with an astonishing force. However, Els was not concerned as he knew that Merlin was fighting to the death. Still, he had a 6th level defensive spell, and an Earth-type spell appeared before him instantly, protecting him securely. He did not think that Merlin would be able to break through his 6th level spell. After casting his Earth-type spell, Els raised a hand toward the incoming Merlin. A blast of icy air flew out. This was a 6th level spell too, which would immediately freeze Merlin into ice crystals. Nonetheless, Merlin did not evade this time but dashed face first into the chill. Very well, you're asking for it. Els saw that Merlin was still rushing forward recklessly and his heart filled with glee. Condensed fire, kill. Merlin stretched out both hands. With a quick flash of firelight, a few balls of white flames the size of fists appeared in his hands. Go! Merlin pushed forward slightly as his eyes glinted sharply. The few balls of flames quickly flew into the icy air. Hiss! 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 In normal conditions, when the flames met the icy air, the ice crystals should turn to water and extinguish the flames, especially since this was a 6th level spell of Wizard Els. However, not only were Merlin's flames unextinguished, but they swelled up in force instead and began burning the surrounding air. The few balls of flames quickly merged together, and their speed increased a few times over as they sped toward Els. 7th Wizard Els narrowed his eyes slightly. The moment the balls of white flames had appeared, he was instantly on his guard, sensing danger. Wizard Els' mind power had reached the peak of the 7th level. Mind power was something intangible, and other than stabilizing spell models and casting spells, it had miraculous functions, one of which was to assess the level of danger. It was through this that Wizard Els perceived that these balls of flames were not ordinary. Nonetheless, even if he had sensed the danger, Wizard Els had no way of evading because the balls of flames were far too quick. Moreover, Merlin was too close to him. The flames sped toward him in the blink of an eye, colliding heavily with the defensive spell on the surface of his body. Wizard Els was now glad that he had cast a defensive spell earlier. Otherwise, he would have fallen for Merlin's trick. Merlin, is this really the last of your careful scheming? It's only. Before Wizard Els could finish speaking, he noticed in horror that the defensive spell covering him had begun to vibrate violently. Moreover, the small balls of flames abruptly exploded with incomparable strength. The flames spread along the surface and quickly turned into a wide-ranging and furious fire, engulfing him as it began to burn turbulently. Boom! In an instant, Els' figure was submerged in the white blaze. Who? A breeze passed by, and the white flames gradually began to die out. Merlin's face was slightly pale and drained of blood. Earlier, he had encountered a situation of utmost danger. If Els had not been so careless, it would be hard to tell who would ultimately die. My capabilities are still inadequate. Merlin grumbled softly. He had initially thought that by constructing the 3rd level spell Condensed Fire, in addition to Fiery Collapse as well as Darkness Vortex enhanced by Darkness Heart, his powers could be considered rather formidable. However, Els' appearance had alerted Merlin. If his opponent had mind power that was strong enough and was unafraid of his darkness-type spells, then his other techniques were not even worth mentioning. Even though he might be able to explode with the peak strength of a 6th level spell, being equipped with Fiery Collapse combined with the 3rd level spell Condensed Fire, Merlin himself had no way of defending against 6th level spells. At best, he could only rely upon Flash Wind and dodge constantly. If he encountered a binding spell, his Flash Wind would be ineffective. He was only able to kill Els this time by a fluke. Furthermore, Els was merely the 7th wizard. Above him, there was still the 6th, the 5th, and so on, wizards who were more powerful. This time, he had taken advantage of Els' carelessness. Next time, he would not be so lucky. Looks like it's time to construct an Earth-type spell as soon as possible. Otherwise, things aren't going to be good. Merlin glanced at the ground where Wizard Els had been burned by the flames. There was only a ring left. Merlin grabbed the ring and kept it immediately without taking a closer look. Who dares to cast spells in the Imperial City? As this was the city center, law enforcement guards hurried over soon enough. Although these law enforcement guards comprised of elemental swordsmen, no spellcaster would dare scoff at these guards. This was because these law enforcement guards represented the entirety of the Black Moon royal family. Chapter 335, Tense Situation. Chapter 335, Tense Situation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These law enforcement guards with black armors had a strong murderous breath on them. They walked straight to Merlin and ordered coldly, "Come with us." Merlin frowned, but he was unmoved. These law enforcement guards sneered at him and immediately pointed to the sky. With a calm voice, they said, "We know you're a spellcaster, but the runic magic circle in the Imperial City doesn't differentiate who you are. So Wizard, I believe you're aware of the power of the runic magic circle. So, if we find someone who dares to resist and cast spells in the Imperial City, I'm sure you're very clear what's going to happen." Runic magic circle. Merlin lifted his head to have a look. Indeed, there was actually a huge runic magic circle covering the entire sky. This runic magic circle was light white in color and somewhat translucent. It would be easily missed if not looked at carefully. Moreover, Merlin also felt a terrifying force from the runic magic circle. If it descended upon him, there was no way he would be able to resist it. Let alone him, even a 7th level spellcaster could not resist it. This runic magic circle was centered around the Black Moon Tower and spread in all directions. If he intended to destroy the runic magic circle, he must first destroy the Black Moon Tower. Merlin regained his focus and looked at these law enforcement guards. Thus, he took out a decree from his ring directly and proclaimed calmly, "I'm a spellcaster from the 8th Prince's Manor." Spellcaster from the 8th Prince's Manor? Moments earlier, the law enforcement guards had treated Merlin as if they were a world above him and were virtually fearless. Yet, at the sound of the 8th Prince, their expressions changed slightly. They had clearly started hesitating. The law enforcement guards were directly affiliated with and controlled by the royal family. Therefore, within the Imperial City, these law enforcement guards would not fear even the most powerful spellcasters or aristocrats. However, if it involved members of the royal family, especially the 8th Prince himself, these law enforcement guards would no longer be so emboldened. The reason was that the 8th Prince recently rallied a lot of support and remained a top candidate for the throne. "Captain, we've already inquired clearly. This Sir Wizard was fighting with another Sir Wizard. However, the Sir Wizard who died was not any layman. He was the 7th Wizard under His Royal Highness the 4th Prince." Another member of the law enforcement guard quietly pulled the captain aside and said. The captain of the law enforcement guard looked at Merlin once again. This incident involved the 4th Prince and the 8th Prince, so it was far from his jurisdiction. Hence, he pondered for a moment and returned the decree to Merlin respectfully. He then apologized, "Sorry for disturbing you, Sir Wizard." News of the competition between the 4th Prince and the 8th Prince had already circulated in the Imperial City for a while now. Even His Majesty the King had not taken any action, let alone these law enforcement guards. Everyone knew that the future king was most probably one of either the 8th Prince or the 4th Prince. Merlin did not stay in the street any longer. No one knew for sure whether or not the 4th Prince would send his people here. In his current state, it was already very lucky for him to have killed 7th Wizard Els. He could not afford to face a stronger spellcaster. Therefore, he quickly rushed back to the 8th Prince's manor, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. In the spacious castle hall, the 4th Prince was sitting on the chair, but his fair face reflected a gloomy disposition. A few of the spellcasters around him were holding their tongue and dared not speak. "The 7th Wizard is dead. What do you think we should do now?" The 4th Prince's tone seemed calm, but everyone knew that there was infinite rage hidden behind the calmness. The many wizards present turned to face one another. None of them spoke. After a long moment, the 4th Prince spoke, "Very well. It seems like that naive younger brother of mine has really recruited extraordinary people this time. Even that Merlin alone was capable of killing the 7th Wizard. Oh, I'm afraid his teacher Leo must have an ace up his sleeve." After a moment's hesitation, Wizard Odin looked at the 4th Prince, who indeed did not look too well. He whispered, "Your Royal Highness, we should send people to wait outside the 8th Prince's manor. Once Merlin shows up again, we can seize the opportunity to kill him right away, thus preventing any more trouble in the future. There's no need to do so. In a few days' time, Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan will arrive. During this period, we shouldn't let any new problems crop up. As for the 7th Wizard's death, surely there'll be a chance to avenge it." The 4th Prince shut his eyes gently as he came to a decision. When Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan arrived, they would launch a strike and completely remove the 4th Prince's threats. Merlin bumped into Snake Elder the moment he entered the manor. Snake Elder walked toward him quickly. There was a faint excitement in his voice as he said, "Wizard Merlin, you've done well. You've actually killed 7th Wizard Els. Heh, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince is very happy. He invites Wizard Merlin to go inside and have a chat." Merlin gave a slight nod. In the Imperial City, nothing could escape the 8th Prince's radar. In the Great Hall, besides Snake Elder, there were a few other unfamiliar wizards. Among them were 3 aged wizards. It seemed that even the 8th Prince himself was very respectful to them, so they were certainly not ordinary people. Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has paid a huge price to recruit these 3 wizards, and they're all 7th level spell casters. Only by acquiring these 3 wizards can the 8th Prince slightly counter the 9 core wizards under the 4th Prince. Snake Elder whispered into Merlin's ear as he explained. 7th level wizards, this was the true ultimate strength of the 8th Prince. However, among these 7th level wizards, there did not seem to be one powerful wizard who could take on the entire battlefield on his own. The 4th Prince was in the midst of recruiting 8th level wizards. The 8th Prince knew that he was at a disadvantageous position because he could only depend on these 7th level wizards. It was not surprising that he was so anxious to find Wizard Leo. When Merlin entered the Great Hall, the 3 7th level wizards turned their gaze to Merlin, taking a close look at him. One of the 7th level wizards even had a slight indifferent look. "Ha, Wizard Merlin, I really didn't expect that you could kill 7th Wizard Els." This Els was one of the 9 core wizards under the 4th Prince. They're really powerful and have on several occasions killed a few of my wizards. This time, Wizard Merlin has finally brought me some justice, ha. The 8th Prince seemed extremely excited. The 9 core wizards under the 4th Prince were his very own right-hand men. They were very important and were really powerful. It would be incredibly difficult to kill one of the 9 core wizards. With one dead now, the 8th Prince would naturally be delighted. After a pause, the 8th Prince continued. "Wizard Merlin, be rest assured that the 4th Prince dare not do anything in my manner. You can go and have a good rest, and quietly await the arrival of Wizard Leo." Merlin nodded and gave a slight bow. Then, he turned around and left. After a huge battle with Els, he really needed a good rest and some closure. After Merlin left, the 8th Prince turned his gaze to the 3 7th level wizards next to him and whispered, "My 3 wizards, what do you think of Wizard Merlin?" "Merlin? Not bad. If I'm not mistaken, he's just a 2nd level spell caster. He might have constructed some 3rd level spells, but as a 6 elemental spell caster himself, Merlin shouldn't actually be a 3rd level spell caster yet. However, this isn't important. The crucial thing is that he has some very powerful Pandora demon abilities." An aged wizard with grey hair and wrinkles on his face said with a hoarse voice. The 8th Prince nodded and said, "Pandora demon abilities." Having said that, even if Merlin has more Pandora demon abilities, I'm afraid he still can't match his teacher's Darkness Eye. Upon mentioning Wizard Leo, a hopeful look appeared in the 8th Prince's eyes. The aged wizard with grey hair looked a little hesitant. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he did not. Nonetheless, in the end, he slowly said, "Your Royal Highness, Darkness Eye is indeed powerful, but Darkness Eye is a Pandora demon ability with a curse. No one could cultivate it successfully. Even Leo himself had only cultivated a part of Darkness Eye. Moreover, this Arceus that he had been hunting down for so long was at best only a 7th level spell caster. Besides, the 4th Prince has acquired the support of Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan, 2 8th level wizards. If Leo loses to these 2 8th level wizards, how will you react, Your Royal Highness?" "Lose?" The 8th Prince turned around sharply and looked oddly resolute. "One word at a time," he said, "winner takes all. If the 4th Prince is indeed superior, what else can I do even in the face of death? From the moment I prepared to fight for the throne, I've already made such a preparation." The grey-haired aged wizard nodded gently. He revealed a hint of helplessness and regret in his eyes. He knew that the 8th Prince had harbored all hopes on Leo. It was merely a last resort. The 4th Prince had several great aristocrats secretly supporting him, so he had an endless supply of all kinds of resources and treasures. Indeed, the 8th Prince was at fault in offending the several great aristocrats at the very beginning. Now, in the entire Imperial City, there were almost no great aristocrats who would support the 8th Prince. Since your Royal Highness has made up his mind, then an old one like me can only stay with your Royal Highness' cause until the very end. The grey-haired aged wizard slightly bowed to the 8th prince, expressing his resolution. Then, he turned and left, leaving only the 8th prince alone in the hall, immersed in deep thought. If I hadn't constructed the 3rd-level spell Condensed Fire previously, which was capable of breaking a 6th-level spell, I'm afraid my fate would have turned ill rather than well. Merlin carefully reminisced the battle with elves in the quiet room. In that fierce battle, Merlin's situation was actually very perilous. If it was not for El's carelessness, he would never have been able to kill El so easily. The worst-case scenario would then be a tough fight, and it would be difficult to determine who would come out on top. Moreover, through El's sudden attack this time, Merlin also noticed that it was really not enough for him to only have flash wind, because that alone would not enable him to face all kinds of threats. If the other party had a binding spell, Merlin would then be put in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, it was imperative to construct a 3rd-level Earth-type spell as soon as possible. However, after the construction of Condensed Fire, Merlin's current mind power was insufficient. It was necessary to consume Mokra potions to increase his mind power. Before this, Merlin was worried that it would be very dangerous to take Mokra potion and then fall into a deep sleep in this unfamiliar place. However, the situation was tense, and conflicts may arise between the 4th prince and the 8th prince at any time. Hence, he could not worry too much now. From his ring, Merlin took out a Mokra potion. He took a deep breath, then gulped it down directly. After a moment, the Mokra potion began exerting its effect. Merlin also gradually fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 336, Successive Arrival. Chapter 336, Successive Arrival. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After taking the Mokra potion, Merlin would fall into a deep slumber for at least 3 days. When Merlin slowly came to, his first action was to check on his mind power. He could feel the surge of power all over his body, especially his mind power, which had indeed grown by a huge margin. Merlin had experienced the effect of Mokra potion before. This time, it was his 12th dose of the potion, but the effect of the potion still had not weakened. By taking another 2 or 3 more Mokra potions, his mind power would be enough to support the construction of a 3rd-level spell. Is somebody there? Merlin was too busy checking the growth of his mind power after he had awakened that he did not realize when there was another person in the room. Swoosh! Merlin immediately cast Earth Veil, shielding his entire body. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around the room. There was a person sitting quietly not far away from the place where Merlin was sleeping. After seeing that Merlin had awoken, the mysterious man slowly turned around and asked calmly, "Are you awake?" "Teacher Leo?" Merlin was astonished. The mysterious man in his room was actually Wizard Leo. It also seemed that Wizard Leo had been there for a long time. Seemingly noticing Merlin's astonishment, Wizard Leo stood up and said slowly, "I've only arrived at the Imperial City yesterday. I found that you were in a deep sleep, so I stayed here to help guard you." After a pause, Wizard Leo's expression suddenly became serious. He said slowly, "Merlin, what you took must be the potion Wizard Hall had given you to increase your mind power. I've heard about his potion too. I figured that after his many years of experiments, this potion must be effective to a certain degree too. One concern, however, was that you have to fall into a deep sleep after taking the potion, and this is very dangerous. Whatever the reason, you should never take such a risk in an unfamiliar place like this." Wizard Leo had already guessed that Merlin was taking the potion given by Wizard Hall. After all, Wizard Hall's every move in the tower was scrutinized by Wizard Leo. Naturally, Merlin knew of the danger too. Fortunately, the stranger in the room that he noticed earlier was Wizard Leo. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives came in stealthily, Merlin's fate would have boded ill rather than well. Thinking of this, Merlin could not help but feel a little scared. He could only give a nod and replied, "I won't take such risks in the future. Thank you, Teacher Leo, for safeguarding me." "Right, Teacher Leo, have you agreed to the terms laid out by the 8th Prince?" Merlin figured that Wizard Leo's visit this time was to obtain the Tear of God from the hands of the 8th Prince. However, the 8th Prince would not easily give it away. Yet, the 8th prince also needed Wizard Leo's help to defeat his biggest threat, the 4th prince. Wizard Leo nodded and said, "I've already agreed on the 8th prince's terms. I'll be staying in the Imperial City for a while to help His Royal Highness the 8th prince deal with the 4th prince's threat." It seemed that the Tear of God was really important for Wizard Leo. Otherwise, Wizard Leo would not have agreed with the terms set by the 8th prince. Merlin did not follow up on the function of the Tear of God. After all, this involved the secret of Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. "All right, Merlin. If you want to continue taking the potion, it's fine with me. I'll be in another house in the courtyard. No one should be able to bother you." After Wizard Leo had finished speaking, he pushed the door open and went to another house in the yard. Deep down, Merlin was secretly grateful too. He really needed to continue taking at least 2 more Mokra potions to increase his mind power and construct a 3rd-level Earth-type spell. With Wizard Leo's protection, Merlin was no longer afraid of the dangers he would encounter during his sleep. Hence, Merlin felt relaxed as he continued taking the Mokra potion. "Your Royal Highness, Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan have arrived." In the spacious hall, 9th Wizard Odin reported respectfully to the 4th prince. The 4th prince's expression abruptly changed. He then smiled and said, "Good. Hurry and invite the 2 wizards in." Soon, Wizard Odin led 2 spellcasters in from outside the manor. They each had a large cloak over their heads and wore blue wizard robes. After the 2 spellcasters arrived in the hall, they gently took off the wide cloak on their heads. TSSS. When the 4th prince saw the faces of the 2 spellcasters, he could not help but inhale sharply. So much for being well-informed and a self-proclaimed calm person. The face that was originally full of smiles had now stiffened. The 2 spellcasters had sallow faces. There was also a layer of white dander on their faces, which was constantly peeling and looked especially disgusting. In addition, there were dense yellow meat bags with the size of rice grains. These small meat bags would crack from time to time, oozing yellow liquid. In face of such ugly and horrible looks, the 4th prince's face flinched. Still, he resisted the churning of his stomach as he smiled and said, "Welcome to my manor." "Heh heh." The chunkier spellcaster looked at the 4th prince and smiled. "Your Royal Highness the 4th prince, the 2 of us didn't journey 1,000 miles just to appreciate the prosperity of the Imperial City. Just spit it out, when do you want to do it? We don't want to stay in the Imperial City for too long. The oppressive aura here makes us feel very agitated." This plump wizard raised his head and looked up at the roof. His gaze seemed to have passed through the thick roof aimed towards the sky. The 4th prince naturally knew what he meant. It was the aura of the runic magic circle which was set up with the Black Moon Tower as its center. Any spellcaster who entered the Imperial City would feel that suppressive force. It was as though a devastating power would drop down from above their heads at any time. Therefore, no one would feel comfortable, especially the more powerful spellcasters, as they were unable to withstand the constant feeling of threat. "Wizard Morstan, things have changed this time. Initially, that naive younger brother of mine didn't have any powerful ally by his side. However, I caught wind that my adorable little brother had recently recruited a powerful spellcaster. So, this time, I'm afraid that things would be rather troublesome." The 4th prince said hesitantly. Powerful spellcaster? Heh, tell me more, Your Royal Highness. To be considered powerful by Your Royal Highness, this person must certainly be extraordinary. The chunky wizard Morstan squinted and looked at the 4th prince. The 4th prince nodded with a dignified look. "That's right. This spellcaster is indeed unusual. I believe you 2 wizards should have heard of a certain wizard Leo from the Dark Magic region?" "Leo?" "That Leo from Dark Magic region who has Darkness Eye. The one who hunted down the 7th-level spellcaster, Arceus relentlessly." An indescribable expression suddenly flashed across Wizard Morstan's squinted eyes. "Yes, that foolish little brother of mine was able to recruit the services of Wizard Leo." Hearing that it was Wizard Leo, the plump Wizard Morstan began to laugh instead. Their faces were even filled with excitement. "Ha ha, this Leo possesses Darkness Eye. TSK, this is no ordinary Pandora demon ability. How could a mere 6th-level spellcaster like him harness the true power of Darkness Eye? Your Royal Highness the Fourth Prince, hurry up and arrange things as quickly as possible. This time, even you wouldn't stop us from dealing with Leo. The two wizards started showing an interest in Wizard Leo's darkness eye. They did not even try to conceal the greedy looks on their faces. However, this was precisely the Fourth Prince's motive. There was a smile on his face as he said, since you two can't wait to deal with Leo, then in 10 days' time, His Majesty will call upon the royal family to go on a hunting trip together. This is our chance. 10 days? That's fine too, but I hope that after 10 days, once we kill Leo and help your Royal Highness defeat the Eighth Prince, your Royal Highness will deliver the things that were promised to us earlier. Wizard Morstan looked at the Fourth Prince with a sly smile. The edge of the Fourth Prince's mouth twitched slightly. Facing Wizard Morstan, who showed a hint of threat, he could only forcefully assure them. Don't worry, I've long since prepared the things that I promised you too. Wizard Morstan nodded and led Wizard Tanin, who had not spoken a word throughout, to retire for the evening. The Fourth Prince looked at the departing figures of Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tanin, his eyes gradually revealing a hint of coldness too. 6 days later, when Merlin had awakened from a deep sleep again, he felt a strong gush of mind power. Thus, his face revealed a hint of satisfaction. In the span of 6 days, he took 2 more Mokra potions. From the original 28 portions of potions, only 14 were left now. However, the effect was quite obvious. His mind power had greatly improved. There would not be a problem even if he were to construct another third-level spell. It's time to construct a third-level Earth-type spell. Merlin had continuously consumed the Mokra potions to increase his mind power with the aim of speeding up the construction of a third-level Earth-type spell. This was so that in the upcoming battle between the Eighth Prince and the Fourth Prince, he would be able to protect himself. Next, Merlin took out some of the third-level spells given to him previously by the Eighth Prince. Among them was a third-level Earth-type spell called Perfect Armor. Once cast, a large number of earth elements would form armor on the surface of one's body. It was claimed to have perfect protection. As long as the power of the strike did not exceed a 6th-level spell, it could be maintained for a long time. With the protection of perfect armor, it would basically be impossible for even a powerful 6th-level spell to break through perfect armor. Only a force which completely surpassed a 6th-level spell, otherwise, a force comparable to a 7th-level spell or Pandora demon ability could penetrate perfect armor. It appears that perfect armor couldn't be found even in the dark magic region. Only the Black Moon royal family and very few large spellcasters organizations have this spell. Merlin recalled carefully. Back then, he had also searched for some third-level spells in the resource tower of the dark magic region, but he did not find perfect armor. A spell which even the dark magic region did not have, but was given so freely to Merlin by the Eighth Prince. This had evidently proved the Eighth Prince's sincerity. Matrix, reanalyze the spell model of perfect armor. Merlin took a deep breath and quickly activated the Matrix. With perfect armor, such a powerful third-level Earth-type spell, he had no reason to hesitate further. He began constructing the spell model right away. Chapter 337, Perfect Armor. Chapter 337, Perfect Armor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Currently, there were many spellcasters in the hall of the Eighth Prince's manor. It was seemingly the greatest force that the Eighth Prince could possibly assemble. All these spellcasters looked solemn. They had very dignified expressions. The Eighth Prince gently tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze swept over the many spellcasters present. He then said with a low voice, "My people, I've just got news that 2 spellcasters, Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan, have arrived at the Fourth Prince's manor." Upon hearing this news, some of the spellcasters in the hall showed indescribable expressions on their faces. Apparently, they were familiar with these 2 spellcasters. "I can't believe it's actually those 2 old monsters, Tanin and Morstan. These 2 must be at least 300 years old already. TSK, they've never joined any spellcasters organizations, not even spellcaster clans, living their lives without any kind of attachment. They're ruthless beings. Once, they wiped out 5 spellcaster clans just because of a minor conflict. Spellcaster clans with up to thousands of people all killed. Many spellcasters knew the notorious reputations of the 2 spellcasters. Besides, they were 8th-level wizards. They were powerful, had no attachments, and were utterly cruel. Any general spellcasters' organizations would never seek to recruit these two wizards. It came as a surprise now that the fourth prince had actually managed to recruit them. Noticing the crowd's reaction, the eighth prince's expression sank slightly. He continued. There's worse news. The fourth prince has prepared to strike us in a few days' time, right when His Majesty gathers everyone in the royal family for a hunting trip. Boom! This news was like a booming thunder, stunning the faces of many spellcasters pale. Some of these spellcasters had willingly pledged allegiance to the eighth prince for various perks, while others were forced to serve under him by various means deployed by the eighth prince. Though they all knew that a final showdown between the fourth and the eighth prince was inevitable, they did not expect to see it play out so quickly. However, if you stand in the perspective of the fourth prince, the best time to strike was indeed in a few days' time. Besides the few great core wizards under his command, the fourth prince had acquired two 8th-level spellcasters, Tanin and Morstan too. So currently, it seemed that the fourth prince was close to the peak of his strength. Naturally, he would want to seize this opportunity to battle it out with the eighth prince and to take control of the situation in the imperial city. After all, apart from the eighth prince, his only other competitors for the throne were the ninth prince and the 13th prince, who were both far away from the imperial city. Hence, they would not pose that much of a threat to the fourth prince. Seeing that the many wizards did not utter a single word, the eighth prince's voice became more melancholic. My wizards, what are your thoughts? The fact that the fourth prince had gathered the forces of two 8th-level wizards had made many wizards feel faint despair, as they knew exactly the extent of the eighth prince's forces. After a long moment, there was a wizard who stepped forward and said, Your Royal Highness, no matter what, we must make early preparations. Yes, we really must prepare early. The eighth prince paused and then stood up abruptly. His face revealed a surge of self-confidence. He declared in a loud voice, the fourth prince is already prepared, so how can I not be? Of course, someone will deal with Tanin and Morstan. As for the rest of you, you must go and make the necessary preparations. We cannot afford to have the slightest dependence on luck alone. Go and wait quietly for the ultimate battle in a few days' time. Ultimate battle. Everyone in the room could feel a slight tremble in their hearts. The eighth prince and the fourth prince had competed for so many years, and it was the very first time that such resolute words were used. However, the confident tone of the eighth prince also made some of the spellcasters feel relieved. Since the eighth prince was able to compete with the fourth prince for so many years, would he not be prepared? Perhaps he had long since recruited a powerful spellcaster to deal with Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan. Thus, many spellcasters began to slowly leave the hall, making the necessary preparations, quietly waiting for a possible showdown after a few days. After many spellcasters had left, only 3 7th-level wizards remained, and they all looked at the eighth prince. Your Royal Highness, we've heard that Wizard Leo has arrived. The eighth prince nodded and said, Yes, Wizard Leo has arrived. I'm afraid I've to rely on Wizard Leo with regards to Tanin and Morstan. Hearing that the eighth prince intended to hand over 2 8th-level spellcasters Tanin and Morstan to Wizard Leo, these 3 7th-level spellcasters frowned slightly. A worried look appeared on their faces as Wizard Leo was merely a 6th-level spellcaster. Your Royal Highness, having to deal with 2 8th-level spellcasters, won't this be a difficult task for Wizard Leo? Does your Highness have the confidence? Confidence? The eighth prince looked away and gently shook his head. I don't have any confidence, but at this point, I can only give it a go. Besides Wizard Leo, which one of you is willing to deal with Tanin and Morstan? The 3 7th-level spellcasters were naturally aware of Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan's power. Hence, they all gave a slight shake of their heads. All right, we'll now go look for Wizard Leo and discuss with him about the upcoming battle. Let's go, you'll all follow me to meet Wizard Leo. As soon as the eighth prince finished speaking, he left the hall with the 3 7th-level spellcasters. Merlin's awareness was shaken slightly. Immediately, rich earth elements rushed into his awareness, and a new spell model swiftly started forming, transforming the earth elements into magic power. 3rd-level earth-type spell, Perfect Armor. The construction is finally successful. Merlin let out a long sigh of relief. After taking 2 portions of Mokra potions consecutively, he had indeed increased his mind power. However, the simulation of perfect armor took a long time. At this time, in Merlin's awareness, various colors of lights were twinkling. If it could be seen with the eyes, one would be surprised to find that each of these colorful lights represented a spell model. From 0-level spells to 3rd-level spells, there were already 20 spell models in total. Merlin was a 6-elemental spell caster. 6 0-level spell models, 6 1st-level spell models, and 6 2nd-level spell models, plus the newly constructed 3rd-level spells, a Darkness Vortex, Condensed Fire, and Perfect Armor. Precisely 21 spells. Unknown to many, Merlin had evolved from the newbie wizard back then to the wizard he was now, of whom had constructed 21 spell models. A large number of spell models silently laid in his awareness like building blocks that piled up layer by layer, looking extremely spectacular. In particular, many spell models were still absorbing elements and transforming it into magic power, which was then stored in the spell models. 21 spell models absorbing elements all at once, almost forming a mini elemental storm. However, in the awareness, these elements were absorbed and transformed by various spell models methodically and in an orderly fashion. There were indeed many spell models in his awareness. In the future, there would be 4th-level spells, 5th-level spells, and 6th-level spells, all the way up to 9th-level spells. By that time, the number of spells would be so large that it would be unimaginable. Spell fusion was the specialty of a great wizard. These spells in the awareness could also be merged. Even if a spellcaster had not reached the stages of spell fusion, its difficulty could also be roughly imagined. It was not surprising that there are so few great wizards. Merlin shook his head gently. The level of a great wizard was still too far away from him. Therefore, he immediately threw these thoughts out of his mind. After waiting for a moment, Merlin looked at the spell model of perfect armor in his awareness. It could already be released once or twice, so Merlin quickly cast perfect armor. Merlin had a high expectation of perfect armor. By acquiring perfect armor, he would be provided a great assurance of safety. Perfect armor. A khaki-colored light flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, an armor quickly condensed over the surface of Merlin's body. This armor seemed extremely heavy. It wrapped Merlin's body in entirety. It might be called an armor, but in actuality, it was an illusory light without any dead angles. Attacks from any angle would be blocked by perfect armor. Merlin gently stood up, savoring the power of perfect armor. This perfect armor was originally a 3rd-level spell. Although its defensive power was extremely great, it was difficult for it to be deemed perfect. Nonetheless, no matter how strong a 3rd-level spell was, it still had a limit. However, with the addition of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth that Merlin had cultivated, things would be very different. It could enhance the strength of perfect armor by multiple folds, and also greatly improve its defensive power. Only a force almost beyond that of a 6th-level spell would stand a chance of breaking the defense of perfect armor. In a sense, this perfect armor now was seemingly Merlin's current most powerful move. Any force under the 7th level would have virtually nil chance of hurting him. Of course, if his opponent was a spellcaster who had Pandora Demon ability such as Wizard Leo who had Darkness Eye, it would be futile even if Merlin's perfect armor had the enhancement from Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. After Merlin felt the power of perfect armor, he had a new discovery. It turned out that the magic power consumed by perfect armor was very low. Except for the need to release immense magic power during the beginning stages of casting perfect armor, it would only require little magic power for maintenance. This could also greatly prolong the combat time between spellcasters as it did not involve consuming too much magic power. Now, I dare to face any spellcaster under the 7th level. Merlin was full of confidence. Now that he had completed the construction of perfect armor and guaranteed his own safety, he had just only begun unraveling his true strength. Now, he could truly be deemed a powerful spellcaster. In addition, after he became a 4th-level spellcaster, he was capable of fighting 7th-level spellcasters. Maybe he could be like the legend Nicola, who killed a 7th-level spellcaster while still holding the status of a 4th-level spellcaster. Someone's here. Merlin had already woken up, and his mind power was constantly monitoring the situation outside. He noticed some strangers outside the courtyard. Thereafter, Merlin pushed the door open and saw 4 people walking into the yard. His Royal Highness, the Eighth Prince. Merlin scanned around and recognized that the person walking in front was the Eighth Prince, while the 3 spellcasters behind him were the 3 7th-level spellcasters that Merlin had met before. The Eighth Prince had brought along 3 7th-level spellcasters. Surely, something huge had happened. Chapter 338, Destiny. Chapter 338, Destiny. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Eighth Prince heard the voice and lifted his head. Upon seeing Merlin, he quickly flashed a smile. "Wizard Merlin, you were still sleeping the last time I came." Merlin was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the Eighth Prince had visited before. It was indeed very dangerous when he was in a deep slumber, for he did not know what would happen. The Eighth Prince seemed to have noticed Merlin's surprise as he continued. "Last time, I came here with Wizard Leo." "Right, where's Wizard Leo?" Merlin felt relieved. Nonetheless, he also secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would never take Mokra potions again in an unfamiliar environment, as it was just too risky. This time, he was lucky to have Wizard Leo. He might not be so lucky next time. "Your Royal Highness has come to see Wizard Leo. Please come with me." Merlin glanced at the 3 7th-level spellcasters behind the Eighth Prince. Their expressions were solemn. It seemed that something huge had really happened. Otherwise, the Eighth Prince would not be bringing 3 7th-level spellcasters to seek for Wizard Leo. Thus, after a brief moment, Merlin led the Eighth Prince and his men to Wizard Leo's residence. He called out softly, "Teacher Leo, His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince is here. Come in." There was a swift response from inside the house. Then, Merlin directly pushed the door open and walked in with the Eighth Prince and his men. "Wizard Leo." When they just entered the house, the Eighth Prince saw the ugly and horrible appearance of Wizard Leo, but he kept a straight face. His tone was very respectful instead. "What's the matter, Your Royal Highness?" The vertical bloodshot eye in Wizard Leo's forehead opened slightly. It looked haunting. His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince took a deep breath and then said, "In a few days, His Majesty will gather the royal family for a hunting trip. I've received word that the Fourth Prince will strike on that day." Merlin could not believe that they were actually going to battle so soon, so his heart shuddered slightly. One should not be deceived by the calmness of the Eighth Prince's tone. In fact, this was a key event that would determine the future of the throne. After all, among the royal family members who had the ability to compete for the throne, only the Fourth Prince had such qualifications and forces. Among all, the Fourth Prince and the Eighth Prince stood the best chance. After a long moment, Wizard Leo suddenly spoke, "Who do I need to deal with?" Wizard Leo had already guessed the purpose of the Eighth Prince's trip this time, so he asked directly. The Eighth Prince hesitated for a moment, then said with a heavy tone, "The Fourth Prince recruited 2 8th-level spellcasters, Tannin and Morstan. I hereby request Wizard Leo to help contain these 2 wizards." "What? 2 8th-level spellcasters?" Merlin's expression sunk slightly. He immediately turned his gaze toward Wizard Leo. He knew Wizard Leo's darkness eye was extremely powerful, as he once hunted down and killed one of Osmu's 7th-level wizards, Arceus. Besides, the only price he paid was his arm. Even so, having to deal with 2 8th-level spellcasters was an extremely daunting task. The Eighth Prince fixed his gaze on Wizard Leo. It could be seen that he was extremely nervous. If Wizard Leo did not agree, he would then have zero chance at beating the Fourth Prince in a few days' time. After a long moment, the vertical bloodshot eye in Wizard Leo's forehead shut slowly. Then, Wizard Leo calmly said, "After everything is done, I'll need the Tear of God." There was a look of ecstasy on the Eighth Prince's face, and he laughed. "Ha ha, that's for sure. Apart from the Tear of God, just fire away if Wizard Leo has any other requests. Even if I can't fulfill it now, but when I become king of the Kingdom of Black Moon in the future, I'll do my very best to fulfill it." The Eighth Prince's expression was extremely dignified. This promise of his was also very serious. There were not many who could make him make such a promise. However, Wizard Leo did not ask for anything else. His only purpose of visiting the Imperial City this time was to obtain only the Tear of God. Nothing else could arouse his interest. Merlin was left with his mouth agape, but eventually, he did not say anything. Since Wizard Leo had made up his mind, no one could change his decision. Merlin had a deep understanding of Wizard Leo's personality. Hence, he could only remain silent. In addition, since Wizard Leo had agreed, it meant that he had a certain degree of confidence. Your Royal Highness, with Wizard Leo holding back the two 8th level spellcasters, Tannin and Morstan, our greatest threat will then be dispelled. However, there's still the 9 core wizards under the 4th prince. A thin-looking wizard behind the 8th prince stepped forward and said. When he mentioned the 9 core wizards, he paused and looked at Merlin. He then smiled and said, of course, because Merlin has killed the 4th prince's 7th wizard, now there are only 8 core wizards left. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards are all 7th level spellcasters, so they can be handed over to us 3 old men. Still, the remaining 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th wizards are all 6th level spellcasters, and they are very difficult to deal with. Nobody knew how many times the 9 core wizards of the 4th prince and the wizards of the 8th prince had fought each other, both in secrecy and out in the public. The two sides clearly knew each other very well. It could be claimed that even without Wizard Tannin and Wizard Morstan, the overall strength of the spellcasters under the 4th prince was still stronger than that of the 8th prince. The most powerful among them were the 9 core wizards. The 8th prince frowned too as he said, there are still 5 6th level spellcasters. Plus, they're not ordinary 6th level spellcasters. We still have 4 6th level spellcasters, so we'll barely be able to cope. Yet, there are 2 6th level spellcasters left, of whom would be handled by me personally. Perhaps many people had forgotten that the 8th prince himself was a 6th level spellcaster. In addition, as a member of the royal family, the 8th prince was not an ordinary 6th level spellcaster. His strength was unfathomable, and he even had powerful Pandora demon abilities. Even after Merlin had constructed perfect armor and possessed fiery collapse, he did not dare to say that he could defeat the 8th prince either. Merlin was confident that he could cope with any power under the 7th level, but that was only with regard to spells. If any Pandora demon ability, especially those powerful ones, had attained the 2nd stage, the power that could be released was likely to reach or even surpass 7th level spells. With the foundation of the Black Moon royal family, it was impossible for them to not have such powerful Pandora demon abilities. If the 8th prince had also cultivated such Pandora demon abilities, Merlin's perfect armor would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, if the 8th prince himself came out for battle, much less 2 6th level wizards, even 3 or 4 wizards would not cause him any trouble. Your Royal Highness, your opponent is the 4th prince. If you engage in this battle, who else will deal with the 4th prince? The 7th level wizards behind the 8th prince shook their heads helplessly. The strength of the 8th prince was indeed strong, but the 4th prince was not far behind. Let me take on the 4th and 5th wizards under the 4th prince. When everyone was at their wits' end, Merlin spoke calmly out of the blue. Wizard Merlin, you're going to deal with the 4th and 5th wizards? They're all peak 6th level spellcasters, and they have all kinds of moves. Although they did not cultivate Pandora demon abilities, they're still very difficult to deal with. They're stronger than the 7th wizard. The 8th prince looked at Merlin doubtfully. The hidden message of his words was that he had little faith that Merlin could cope with the 4th and 5th wizards. However, Merlin displayed a confident smile and replied, Your Royal Highness, please be rest assured that I have a sense of propriety. However, once everything's settled, I humbly request Your Royal Highness to quickly arrange for me to enter the royal family's spell library, so I can look at the spells there. Merlin would naturally not take the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the 4th and 5th wizards, these two powerful 6th level spellcasters without any specific reason. His aim was to get into the spell library sooner. The 8th prince pulled a straight face. He then forcefully gritted his teeth, seemingly setting his mind on a decision. He said with a heavy tone, Don't you worry, Wizard Merlin. When we're done, I'll find a way for you to enter the spell library. In order to win the decisive battle against the 4th prince in a few days' time, the 8th prince could not care less. As long as he could increase the chances of winning, he would not be bothered even if he had to pay a huge price. Subsequently, the 8th prince left the courtyard with the 3 wizards. Your Royal Highness, you really believe Wizard Leo can handle Tannin and Morstan? Though they had just left the courtyard, the 7th level wizard behind the 8th prince had already asked impatiently. The 8th prince's footsteps gradually slowed down. He gently shook his head and said, whether or not he can handle them, this is our only choice. Come on, there are only a few days left. We still need to prepare properly so there's no room for any mistake. The 3 7th-level wizards glanced at each other. They could only helplessly follow behind the 8th prince and leave the place. The spring drizzle did not stop. In these few days, gloomy and rainy weather loomed above the imperial city's horizon. There was a moist and sticky feeling in the air, which felt very unpleasant. The streets were still rather slippery. Nevertheless, at the break of dawn, the imperial city started bustling, especially the palace. There was a madding crowd. Many maids and guards appeared to have their hands full. Today was the day of the royal family's annual hunting trip. During this time, all the aristocrats, princes, and princesses of the entire imperial city would go hunting in the forest, also known as Kingswood, not far from the palace. The reason it was so important was that His Majesty the King would come and watch it personally. By the time, if any prince, princess or aristocrat had emerged victorious in the hunting, he or she would be granted a generous reward. Therefore, many aristocrats or princes and princesses had already begun their preparations. Fortunately, today's weather seemed to have turned for the better. The entire imperial city basked in the warm sun. The moisture in the air had disappeared too. Instead, there was a faint sear of heat. Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has called for you. Suddenly, the voice of the guard sounded outside the house. Merlin slowly opened his eyes. In the past few days, he had been using elemental crystal stones to accumulate mind power for the several third-level spells in his awareness. He did it so that he was adequately prepared. Time's up. Merlin could feel his heart twitch. Then, he rose to his feet slowly. When he pushed the door open, there was a guard in silver armor standing outside. Upon seeing Merlin, he greeted him respectfully. Lead the way. Merlin ordered in a composed manner. He knew that the time for the 8th prince and the 4th prince's showdown had arrived. The 2 princes had competed with each other for so many years. Today, the victor would finally be decided. Who would be more worthy of ascending onto the pinnacle of power over the entire kingdom? As a member of the royal family, this was destiny. Chapter 339, The Encounter Eye. Chapter 339, The Encounter Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, there was a storm in the quiet sky. It was so fast that it was beyond comprehension. When it swept through the sky, it even blew the woods below into a mess. Some unfortunate wild beasts were also swept by the gust of wind up into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Boom! Then, the storm landed straight into the forest below, giving off a dull sound. The initially dense Kingswood was immediately smashed by the wind. Out of the blue, a relatively empty field suddenly appeared in the woods. Right in the middle of the open field, a figure gradually emerged from within the smoke and the dust-filled air. This person looked somewhat disorganized as he slowly picked up his feet from the ground. Damn, my mind power had exhausted so surprisingly quick. Gosh, the mind power that I've accumulated for so long ran dry just like that. Damn that Merlin, how dare he demand me to reach the Imperial City within 4 days? 4 days is such a short time that I can only keep using flash wind to speed up my journey. The elemental crystal stones that I've so diligently collected has now been entirely consumed. Wizard Bamu kept on ranting as he walked out of the smoke. His undulating chest moved in a rhythm as he panted for fresh air. A few days ago, he had just received a message from Merlin. It was an order that was directly conveyed via the slave contract demanding that Wizard Bamu must arrive at the Imperial City within 4 days. Wizard Bamu was originally in Wilson Castle, recovering his magic power very leisurely. Ever since he became a slave to Merlin on the ship of Nicola, he had never had a chance to restore his magic power. He had come across the rare opportunity of settling in Wilson Castle, so he naturally would want to focus all his energy on restoring magic power. The comforting environment was just another surplus for him. It never occurred to him that the good days would come to an end so quickly. Even if he was a 7th-level spellcaster, he could not reach the Imperial City within 4 days just by relying on ordinary flying spells alone. Therefore, Wizard Bamu had no choice but to drain his magic power and cast Flash Wind. It was a pity that the magic power that he had accumulated through various means was exhausted in just 1 or 2 days. After his magic power was sapped, Wizard Bamu could only replenish it with elemental crystal stones. During the time when Merlin was not around, he obtained a lot of elemental crystal stones from some roaming wizards near his place by using various ways. However, they were almost completely used up by now. Thus, Wizard Bamu's heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. Still, he did not dare to delay even a little. He had signed a servant contract with Merlin. Hence, if he did not rush to the Imperial City within 4 days, he was very clear how serious the consequences would be. The elemental crystal stones were used up just like that. It's really distressing. Wizard Bamu took out hundreds of elemental crystal stones from his ring with grimace written all over his face. Kachak. Then, Wizard Bamu crushed the elemental crystal stones directly. Shortly after, his body became like a bottomless pit, producing a ferocious suction force. Buzz buzz buzz. This suction force was extremely terrifying, emitting bursts of whistling sounds. The infinite elements in the surrounding woods had been drawn toward him too, gradually forming a massive whirlwind around Wizard Bamu. Snap! With a soft sound, Wizard Bamu stopped absorbing elements. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "I can still travel some distance. My magic power has recovered by half too. Go!" Thereafter, Wizard Bamu's figure ascended into the sky again. His body was then surrounded by a violent storm, shrilling as he flew to the far side. There were many forests in the Imperial City, but the largest one belonged to the royal family. It occupied an area of approximately 1,000 acres with countless rare exotic beasts residing in it. Occasionally, some members of the royal family would go hunting in this piece of woodland. Nevertheless, today's occasion was a special one. It was still early morning, but this forest was already surrounded by numerous guards, 3 troops inside and another 3 outside. All the guards wore solemn expressions and exuded a murderous aura. As a result, city folks did not dare to go near them. Not just the guards, but a spellcaster should also be able to realize that there was an infinite amount of powerful mind power in the forest too. Anyone who was close to Kingswood would be detected by the mind power. There was really nowhere to hide. Such fortified security would naturally only mean that this forest was about to welcome an utmost honorable person, of whom held the highest power of the entire Black Moon Kingdom. The great King Butto 16 was about to arrive at Kingswood. His Majesty had gathered all the aristocrats of the Imperial City and members of the royal family to hunt in this forest. The Kingdom of Black Moon was different from the Kingdom of Light. The royal family of the Kingdom of Light did not hold such great power as they were controlled by the Church of Light, which represented theocracy. Even the heir of the Kingdom of Light required the consent and blessing of the Church of Light to be crowned king. In contrast, the Black Moon royal family held absolute power. Any member of the royal family can become a spellcaster as long as they possessed spellcaster quality. The entire royal family itself was equivalent to a large-scale spellcasters organization with an incredibly rich heritage. They even had several legendary great wizards. Therefore, the king of the Kingdom of Black Moon, in name, was the true supreme ruler of the entire Kingdom of Black Moon. In a certain sense, even those spellcasters organizations would not escape the royal family's rule. Of course, this was only in a nominal sense. Spellcasters organizations were after all, different from the typical city-states. The royal family had no ability to include all spellcasters organizations in the scope of their rule either. Hence, they basically leave spellcasters organizations to their own devices. As long as they do not cause too much trouble and do not violate the fundamental interests of the royal family, the royal family would not pay extra attention to them. Not long after, as time went by, Kingswood gradually became more and more lively. Many aristocrats were on their carriages, their hands holding invitation letters. Once they arrived outside and passed the inspection of the guards, they would proceed to enter Kingswood. Those who were able to receive an invitation from the king were aristocrats who had a certain influence in the Imperial City. Otherwise, they could be powerful spellcasters in the Imperial City. After another period of time, several luxurious carriages drove from the street and slowly stopped outside the forest. Many people alighted from the carriages. At the front of the line was a handsome man with a face that radiated natural dignity, but at the same time, appeared to be a people person. The guards who were originally guarding outside of Kingswood were neither supercilious nor obsequious to any aristocrats and treated them with propriety. However, after seeing the invited guests alighting from the carriages, some of the guards hurried off to welcome them. Among them, the guard leading the line kneeled on the ground and greeted respectfully, "My Honourable Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince." It turned out that the guests who alighted from these carriages were the many spellcasters and guards from the 8th Prince's manor. The 8th Prince gently nodded and said, "Get up, how many people have arrived at Kingswood?" The guards did not dare to conceal as he whispered, "Your Royal Highness, there aren't many people in Kingswood. You're the first member of the royal family to arrive." "Oh. It seems that I'm early, but it's good too. We shall enter first and wait inside." After he finished speaking, the 8th Prince brought his entourage into the forest directly. The guards did not dare to stop him either. Everyone knew that the 8th Prince and the 4th Prince were the most promising candidates to be the next king. Hence, no one would dare to offend them. In the forest, there was exotic flora everywhere, which exuded mesmerizing fragrance. It was a scene of exuberance, much like spring. Yet, none of the 8th Prince's men had the interest to admire the idyllic scenery in the forest. Each of their expression was tense. Even the 8th Prince, who had always been sanguine, looked edgy too, losing his usual poised demeanor. Soon, the 8th Prince had led his entourage into an empty square. Many aristocrats were already seated at the square. After seeing the 8th Prince, the aristocrats stood up and showed their respect to the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince only responded with a courteous nod and did not say anything. He went straight to the square and sat on the first seat on the first row of seats on the left. Then, he closed his eyes and remained still. Those who followed behind the 8th Prince had their own seats too. Nonetheless, only Wizard Leo and the 3 7th-level spellcasters were entitled to their own seats. The others, including Merlin, could only stand nearby. Wizard Leo wore a huge cloak over his head, which made him look inconspicuous and appeared very mysterious. Even Merlin could feel that many people in the square frequently turned their gaze to Wizard Leo, seemingly exchanging whispers about something. Merlin was unmoved by that. Deep down, he was quiet and calm too. Still, he frequently felt Wizard Bamu's location through the slave contract. Earlier, Merlin had used the slave contract to inform Wizard Bamu that he must be at the Imperial City within 4 days. He did that a few days ago at the moment he heard that the 8th Prince would battle it out with the 4th Prince on this very day. With Wizard Bamu, his mysterious new aide, it might just be a decisive factor in the final outcome. However, Prakosh City was a long distance away from the Imperial City. Back then, Merlin, Snake Elder, and the others had traveled on foot for a good whole month to reach the Imperial City. Merlin was not really sure whether Wizard Bamu could arrive on time either. Therefore, Merlin would pay attention to any movement of the slave contract at all times. Once Wizard Bamu arrived at the Imperial City, Merlin would sense it. However strong Teacher Leo's darkness eye is, it would still be very strenuous for him to deal with these 2 8th-level spellcasters. However, with Wizard Bamu, he can perhaps relieve some of Teacher Leo's burden. Merlin's plan was to let Wizard Bamu deal with one of the 2 8th-level wizards, Tanin and Morstan. Doing so would also ease the pressure on Wizard Leo and increase the 8th Prince's odds of winning. Merlin had naturally hoped that the 8th Prince would prevail too, so his wish to enter the royal family's spell library could be fulfilled. As for Wizard Bamu's safety, it was never one of Merlin's worries. He had seen Wizard Bamu cultivate his flash wind until the 3rd stage. With that kind of flash wind, there would be extremely few spellcasters who could kill Wizard Bamu. Even if Wizard Bamu was not good enough, he could still at least restrain one of the 8th-level wizards. This was precisely Merlin's plan anyway. Nevertheless, Wizard Bamu had to be a hidden force. Only by showing up when he was most needed could he possibly present an element of surprise. "The 4th Prince is here." A guard hurried to the 8th Prince's side and whispered. Swoosh! The 8th Prince opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes gleamed with energy, peering at the distance. The entire bustling square turned silent in an instant. Chapter 340, The Encounter 2. Chapter 340, The Encounter 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 4th Prince took a leisurely pace into the square. Unlike the 8th Prince, the 4th Prince had a composed smile on his face. Even when he saw the eighth prince, his expression remained unchanged. Two mysterious wizards with cloaks followed behind the fourth prince. Like Wizard Leo, nobody could make out the appearance of the two mysterious figures either. Nevertheless, to be able to walk behind the fourth prince, and even in front of the 9 core wizards, their identities were already quite obvious. Tannin and Morstan. Merlin muttered under his breath. From the very beginning, his gaze had been placed on the two wizards. As 8th level spellcasters, and rather well-known ones too, they would surely attract attention wherever they went. Swoosh! Suddenly, Merlin felt a burning gaze fixated onto him. Following the path of that gaze, he saw a familiar face in the crowd behind the fourth prince. 9th Wizard Odin? Merlin could feel a cold murderous intent in Odin's gaze. Yet, Merlin did not bother. He turned to look at the fourth prince instead. As the 8th prince's toughest competitor, the fourth prince's appearance looked somewhat similar to him. Nonetheless, the fourth prince seemed slightly more majestic. Though there was always a smile on his face, he was still able to instill fear in those around him. The fourth prince went straight to the first row on the right and sat down on the first chair. He turned his gaze to the 8th prince, just in time to meet his eyes. There was pin-drop silence in the entire square. Everyone turned to look at the fourth prince and the 8th prince. The two of them locked eyes. Although they both had smiles on their faces and seemed calm, everyone present knew that danger lurked beneath the still waters. Neither the fourth prince nor the 8th prince spoke. They only looked at each other quietly. The spellcasters behind them showed their prowess too as their immense mind power scanned the place unscrupulously. At that moment, the entire square was encompassed by various forms of mind power. These spellcasters' mind power were mostly higher than the 7th level, so they were extremely powerful. Once these swept past someone, even a spellcaster would feel like they had no more secrets left on their bodies, as though everything was laid bare for viewing. The atmosphere of both sides was tense, and everybody had readied themselves, all set for the showdown too. Just then, the sound of horseshoes rang outside the forest. It seemed that a large troop had arrived, and there appeared to be a commotion. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice sounded. Then, a group of silver-armored guards quickly entered the square, and they stood in 2 rows. They were followed by a group of spellcasters wearing grey robes. There were about a dozen of them, and they flew directly into the sky, surrounding the entire square. The enormous mind power swept through everyone at the square unbridled. These grey-robed spellcasters had extremely great mind power. The life force on their bodies were very daunting too, as they were all 7th level spellcasters. All of them were spellcasters in charge of protecting the king. There were more than a dozen 7th level spellcasters. This was a number which was nearly equivalent to all the 7th level spellcasters in some spellcasters organizations. However, these were just a part of the king's spellcaster bodyguards. It sufficiently showed the heritage of the Black Moon royal family. It was beyond what the general spellcasters organizations could compare with. King Butto 16, holder of the utmost supreme power of the kingdom of Black Moon, would only slowly emerge once the guards and the spellcasters determined that there was no danger. Clustered around by many maids, King Butto 16 slowly embarked onto the high platform of the square, arriving at a golden throne. Only the king could sit up there. Everyone rose to their feet and bowed slightly to Butto 16. Many of the crowd who only met Butto 16 for the first time were silently scrutinizing the king. Butto 16 seemed to be only in his 40s. His body was slightly plump, and there was a kind smile on his face, which could make people feel very affable. In fact, Butto 16 had inherited the throne at the age of 42. He had been king for 25 years now and was already 67 years old. However, an age less than 70 could only be considered very young for a spellcaster like him. Nonetheless, the most shocking discovery for Merlin was the life force on Butto 16. It seemed that there was no spellcaster life force at all, as though he was just an ordinary person. If there was anything special at all, it was definitely the purple gold crown on his head. It was almost certain that anyone who saw Butto 16 would be mesmerized by this purple gold crown. The purple gold crown exuded a golden radiance. It looked extremely beautiful and seemed to radiate a natural elegance. Anybody would be fascinated by the purple gold crown. The Crown of Kings, one of the most precious alchemy treasures of the legendary Malta Empire royal family. Even a great wizard couldn't break the protection of the Crown of Kings in a short time. Wizard Leo, who had not uttered a single word, suddenly spoke. His voice was extremely low-toned and sluggish. Only a few people who were closest to him could hear it. It's actually an alchemy treasure inherited from the Malta Empire royal family. Merlin's heart trembled. To his surprise, this brilliant-looking purple gold crown actually held such a shocking origin. The period of Malta Empire of 3,600 years ago was also the most glorious era of spellcasters. As the dictators of the entire world, the prosperity of the Malta Empire had naturally been out of this world. Meanwhile, the royal family that controlled the empire had countless treasures. This Crown of Kings could be regarded as one of the most precious treasures in the eyes of the Malta Empire royal family. Hence, it was sensible that it was deemed extremely powerful. Even if Butto 16 was a spellcaster of the lowest level, possessing the Crown of Kings would still enable him to withstand a great wizard's attack. This was the most powerful effect of the Crown of Kings. As a result, the Crown of Kings could only be worn by the kings of the Kingdom of Black Moon. If Butto 16 was abdicated, he must also pass on the Crown of Kings to the next king. The current holder of the Crown of Kings, Butto 16, was also very formidable. Yet, Merlin had no idea why he could not sense the true life force of Butto 16, and how powerful he really was. A strange look appeared in the Eighth Prince's eyes as he looked at the figure of Butto 16, who gradually stepped onto the high platform and sat on the golden throne. There was also some faint excitement in between his expression as he stared at the golden throne on the high platform. He muttered under his breath, "It hasn't been more than 20 years since His Majesty had ascended the throne, but he'd already broken through many ranks. He turned from a 6th-level spellcaster into a 9th-level spellcaster he is now. In addition, he has the Crown of Kings, so even if he has to face a great wizard, he won't be afraid either." This was the heritage of the Black Moon royal family. If a 6th-level spellcaster constructed spells in a step-by-step manner, it would have taken at least several decades or even centuries to gradually become a 9th-level spellcaster. However, if one became king, one's strength would grow really quickly, at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. That was because a king could rely on the unimaginable heritage accumulated in the royal family, coupled with the supreme power of being a king. Hence, it would not be difficult to figure out why the 4th prince, the 8th prince, and the other members of the royal family would compete for the throne. Any one of them who had the slightest ambition would certainly not let go of the opportunity for the treasures that one would have after ascending to the throne. The benefits of becoming a king were so great. Which royal family member would not be tempted? Apart from the 8th prince, the 4th prince, who was opposite him, also looked at Butto 16. He too had a lingering eagerness in his eyes. In about 4 or 5 years, Butto 16 would be abdicated. By that time, the best among the members of the royal family would be chosen to become the new king. "Everyone, please have a seat." After Butto 16 had sat down, he said slowly as he pressed both his hands down slightly. One after another, the crowd on both sides of the square sat down. The 8th prince's expression had returned to his usual calmness. His Royal Highness, the 8th prince. He had just only sat down when a lady donned in palace attire walked out of the garden. She wore a white mopping dress and was surrounded by several maids. After bowing to Butto 16, she went straight to the 8th prince's side. The 8th prince revealed a gentle smile too. "Princess Chine, you're late." This elegant, beautiful woman who beamed with extravagance was a royal princess. Princess Chine sat next to the 8th prince. Thereafter, she looked at the 4th prince opposite her, revealing a dignified expression between her looks. She mumbled, "Your Royal Highness the 8th prince, you have to be wary of the 4th prince today." Princess Chine seemed to be in the 8th prince's camp as she was closer to the 8th prince. In fact, the entire royal family had broken off into several camps. However, there were already several princesses or great aristocrats on the 4th prince's side. While on the 8th prince's side, there was only Princess Chine. It was also evident that the 4th prince's force was much larger than that of the 8th prince's. The royal family members or the great aristocrats would naturally choose the 4th prince, who seemed to be more likely to inherit the throne. As for Princess Chine's kind advice, the 8th prince nodded in response, but he did not really care. He smiled at Princess Chine as he replied, "Don't worry, I've prepared adequately this time." Princess Chine seemed to have understood the 8th prince's arrangement. She turned her head and gave a slight nod to both Leo and Merlin. The annual royal family hunting was not just any simple hunting event. Instead, it was required to have a grand ceremony before the start of hunting. This grand ceremony needed to be presided over by the king personally. The process was very cumbersome, and many spellcasters were bored by it as they began showing drowsy looks. Merlin was no exception. He was not interested in these cumbersome rituals. So, he closed his eyes to rest. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, Merlin noticed that the slave contract he had signed with Wizard Bamu was quivering slightly. Is Bamu here? Merlin was delighted. Although he strictly ordered Wizard Bamu to arrive in 4 days, he was not really sure if he could arrive on time. Now that there was a change to the servant contract, it had obviously sensed Wizard Bamu's arrival. The contract would respond only in the Imperial City or places within a relatively close distance. Thinking of this, Merlin hurriedly stood up and said to the 8th prince, "Your Highness, I need to step out for a moment. There's a private matter that I must attend to." The 8th prince did not inquire further as he waved his hand. "Go, but the hunting grand ceremony is coming to an end, so you need to come back as soon as possible." Merlin nodded. With the slave contract, he was able to find Wizard Bamu easily. It would not take him a long time. Thus, Merlin bid farewell to everyone and turned around, making his way out of the forest. Chapter 341, Battle I. Chapter 341, Battle I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After leaving the forest, Merlin quickly took out the slave contract. Using it, he could easily contact Wizard Banmu. Sensing that Wizard Banmu's location was still quite a distance away, Merlin communicated via the slave contract, "Banmu, come to Kingswood in the Imperial City as fast as you can." Wizard Banmu had just entered the Imperial City when he felt the message emanate from the slave contract. A look of helplessness flashed across his face. He had not wasted a single moment in rushing to the Imperial City, and now before he could even catch his breath, he was again galloping at full speed towards the royal forest. As it was an order from Merlin, Wizard Banmu did not dare disregard it. Moments later, Banmu finally rushed to the fringes of Kingswood. Even from a great distance, he could see Merlin standing outside. "Master!" Wizard Banmu presented himself before Merlin. His face was slightly pale, betraying the tiredness he felt from the arduous journey. Merlin nodded in relief. Banmu had arrived. Seeing that Banmu must have exhausted his magic powers in rushing here, as well as for the sake of the upcoming battle, Merlin reached into his ring and extracted thousands of elemental crystal stones. He handed them to Banmu. "The reason I have summoned you to come to the Imperial City is for something immensely important. After this, there may be a fierce battle, you must quickly replenish your magic powers." "A fierce battle?" Wizard Banmu grimaced and shook his head with an air of helplessness. He had already guessed it in his heart. If Merlin made him rush all the way from Prakosh City to the Imperial City, something big must have happened. Since Merlin had termed it a fierce battle, then Wizard Banmu would not dare to underestimate the situation. He took the elemental crystal stones and nodded deliberately. "Don't worry, Master, I will recover my magic powers as fast as possible." "All right, let's go. You should follow me inside without alerting anyone. Once we enter the Kingswood, you will quietly hide yourself and follow me closely. No one besides me should know of your presence, so in the upcoming battle, you can wield an unexpected edge." There was a flash of sorrow in Wizard Banmu's eyes. He completely understood what Merlin meant. He nodded his head. Seeing that Wizard Banmu had fully understood his intentions, Merlin felt slightly relieved. With Wizard Banmu by his side, he also felt more secure. In addition, the 8th prince's chance of victory had also increased. Merlin entered Kingswood with Wizard Banmu, after which the latter curiously disappeared into the crowd. Wizard Banmu was so skillful that even Merlin could not locate him. If not for the fact that he could still sense Wizard Banmu via the slave contract, Merlin might even wonder whether Wizard Banmu was still inside the forest. "It seems like Banmu's concealment skills are quite advanced. This plan is even more foolproof than I thought." Merlin stopped trying to search for Banmu's physical location and returned to the square. He took his place behind the 8th prince. The 8th prince turned around to give him a slight nod, before resuming his full attention on the grandiose ceremony. The ceremony continued for another 2 to 3 hours before it finally ended. After the ceremony, King Butto 16 slowly stood up and regarded the many princes, princesses, and nobles with affection. Softly, he spoke, "Recently an elk king has appeared in Kingswood. It is very rare. Whoever succeeds in hunting this elk king will be the winner of this hunt." This practice was largely similar to the past annual hunts in Kingswood. At times, victory was determined by the highest number of kills, and at other times, victory was determined by whoever caught a specific creature first. The elk king chosen this time was extremely rare. Even normal elks were uncommon in the kingdom of Black Moon, what more the elk king. Many of the noblemen's sons appeared to be excited to start the hunt. After all, the winner would receive a handsome reward from King Butto 16. The 4th prince and 8th prince, on the other hand, did not move a muscle. Both princes were staring daggers at one another. The measly reward did not mean anything to them. It was not the hunt that they were fighting for. It was the throne. King Butto XVI's gaze suddenly landed on the 4th prince and 8th prince. For just a moment, a complicated expression flashed across his face, but disappeared almost immediately. He waved his hand, "All right, go. Start the hunt." Rumble. Almost everyone stood to their feet and gave a small polite bow to King Butto 16. A few noblemen's sons could no longer rein in their patience and immediately sprinted off into the deeper parts of the royal forest. Princess Chine's expression was grave. Taking one look at the 4th prince, she lowered her voice and whispered to the 8th prince, "Be careful." The 8th prince narrowed his eyes as he watched the 4th prince lead a battalion of men into the deep forest. He took a deep breath. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he smiled back at her, "Don't worry, I'll be back. Let's go." Upon the order of the 8th prince, Wizard Leo, Merlin and numerous other 6th and 7th level spellcasters began to enter the deep forest. Some of the noblemen immediately sensed something amiss. Both the 8th prince and the 4th prince had brought a large battalion of powerful spellcasters deep into Kingswood. There was no way that the mere task of capturing an elk king would require such powerful wizards. The noblemen were all intelligent and vigilant people. Looking at the scene unfolding before them, they immediately had a bad premonition. Those who were more cautious even sent people into the royal forest to retrieve their sons. Perched high above on the throne, King Butto 16 too casted his gaze on the 8th prince and 4th prince's battalions gradually disappearing into the deep forest. A personal aide beside King Butto 16 spotted an inscrutable look on his face. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he whispered, "Your Majesty, the 4th prince and the 8th prince." Before he could finish his sentence, King Butto 16 interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The king's tone was heavy as he said, "This is their destiny. Even back then, I ascended this throne in the exact same way." There was as if a trace of regret in King Butto XVI's demeanor. As a member of the Black Moon royal family, this was their fate. Deep in the royal forest, on a lush green grass-covered slope, colorful butterflies were fluttering about. It was truly a beautiful scenery to behold. Whoosh! Suddenly, a light gust of wind scared away all the butterflies. A group of horse riders gradually emerged on the slope, trampling the lush green grass beneath them. Their presence also brought about the noisy neighs of war horses, disrupting the previously tranquil atmosphere. The horse riders climbed up the slope and stopped. The 8th prince looked around and sneered loudly, "The choice of location is not bad at all. 4th brother, really, you shouldn't have." Following the remark by the 8th prince, a large group of horse riders immediately appeared from behind the slope to face the 8th prince's team. At the front of the riders, leading the men was, of course, the 4th prince, who had been the first to enter the forest. The 4th prince looked calm and unfrazzled. He spurred his horse a few steps forward and looked down towards the 8th prince in a condescending manner. His voice was calm as he spoke, "My dear brother. After so many years, this is the first time you called me 4th brother. TSK. This is a nice place indeed, more than sufficient to be your final resting place." There was a staggering pause before the 4th prince's expression suddenly turned thunderous. Everyone says that you're intelligent, but this time you're an utter fool. If only you had pretended to be sick and stayed out of the hunt, I would not have harmed you. It's too bad that because you acted foolishly, I will have to send you to your grave." The eighth prince did not respond except with an indecipherable look. He spoke up, "Fourth brother, are you truly that confident? What? Do you think you could possibly defeat me? Ha ha, just with that one Leo from the dark magic region? He is only a 6th level spellcaster, my dear brother. You are so naive." The fourth prince's tone was stern as he affixed his gaze on the group of men behind the eighth prince, including the cloak-clad wizard Leo. It seemed that he was well informed about the strengths of the eighth prince's battle camp. The atmosphere between both sides began to tense considerably. Even the bright blue sky appeared to darken, perhaps due to the vibration of elements from the large number of spellcasters. Merlin, on the other hand, was gauging the surroundings. This place was a barren ground in an open area. The only things nearby was a few big trees growing sporadically along the slope. Other than that, there were only bare rocks and lush green grass all around. In such circumstances, Banmu should be further away and it would not be easy to hide, yet Merlin could clearly sense via the slave contract that Wizard Banmu was standing close to him. It seemed that Wizard Banmu had a very unique concealment technique. Even amidst this group of spellcasters, including 2 8th-level wizards, no one had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Even though it was a critical situation with both sides ready to draw their swords and descend into a fierce battle at any time, Merlin had no intention of letting Wizard Banmu appear yet. If Wizard Banmu were to appear, then his appearance should be completely unexpected. In fact, it would be even better if it was strategic enough to sound the sweet gong of victory for their side. Therefore, Banmu must only appear at the most crucial moment. Boom! At this very moment, a deafening noise, like a clap of thunder, rumbled across the sky. It was so loud that everyone's ears began to ring. They looked up in horror. Somehow unbeknownst to them, a giant thunder net had formed in the sky above their heads. The giant thunder net descended from the sky towards them, effectively trapping the eighth prince and all his men underneath it. Threads of lightning flashed threateningly across the giant thunder net, emitting a dangerous vibe. Heh, why waste time spouting nonsense? Kill them! Wizard Morstan said sinisterly, clad in a black cloak. His body was flashing with waves upon waves of endless thunder element. This giant thunder net was an 8th-level spell casted by Morstan. No one would have thought that Morstan would be so bold as to start attacking immediately. Moreover, with just one spell, he managed to trap almost all of the eighth prince's men. In the blink of an eye, the eighth prince's camp found themselves at a great disadvantage. After all, this was an 8th-level spell. It would not be easily countered by ordinary spells. If the giant thunder net fell on top on them, then the eighth prince's camp would suffer huge unrecoverable losses. Countless number of spellcasters would be killed by the lighting and thunder spells before they could even cast a single spell. Wizard Leo. Looking at the giant thunder net in the sky, the eighth prince could not help but change moods, turning his gaze towards Wizard Leo. Chapter 342, Battle 2. Chapter 342, Battle 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. RIP. The black cloak on Wizard Leo's head was instantly ripped into shreds, revealing his heart-wrenching bloodshot eye. At the same time, looking at giant thunder net descending from the sky, the vertical bloodshot eye in Wizard Leo's forehead burst open and shot out an intense blood-red ray. Darkness Eye, disintegrate. The blood-red ray vibrated violently, and like a blood-covered sword, penetrated a hole into giant thunder net. The remaining wisps of lightning and thunder then gradually dissipated into thin air. Merlin narrowed his eyes and fixed his stare firmly on Wizard Leo. He was well aware that the skill displayed by Wizard Leo was the third form of Darkness Eye, which was also the strongest form that could be controlled by Wizard Leo. When Merlin stood off against the flame image on the ship of Nicola, he had used the bracelet which contained the sealed energy of a small portion of Darkness Eye. When Darkness Eye displayed its third form, Disintegrate, only then was he able to defeat the flame image. Therefore, only Merlin knew that the attack cast by Wizard Leo was not as simple and easy as it looked. In fact, it was already one of the strongest attacks by Wizard Leo. Good. Seeing that Wizard Leo could easily counteract Morstan's spell, the 8th prince could not help but exclaim, a trace of smugness displayed on his face. As long as Wizard Leo could contain Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tanin, the 8th prince had a chance of winning the battle. Ha ha! Fourth brother, it seems that the great price you paid to obtain those 2 wizards was for naught. Come on, then. There's no room for compromise in the fight for the throne. This is written in our destinies. The 8th prince's body began to float into the air. Halfway up the sky, he glared challengingly at the 4th prince. The 4th prince bit his lip and said fiercely to Tanin and Morstan, "Wizards, kill Leo as soon as possible." With that, he leaped into the air and soared into the sky for a face-off with the 8th prince. Despite the great distance between them, both princes were emanating a daunting vibe. The 2 royal princes' powers were not at all inferior to some 7th-level spellcasters. Kill! Seeing that the 2 princes had begun to engage in battle, the spellcasters in both camps roared in unison. Each of them cast their attacks, and the melee began. Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan exchanged a look. Similarly, their black cloaks were ripped apart, revealing countenances that were not much better than Wizard Leo's. Wizard Morstan said to Wizard Tanin, "Tanin, you deal with those 7th-level spellcasters under the 8th prince. Leave Leo to me." Wizard Tanin nodded. Without a word, he prepared to fly toward Wizard Leo. Darkness Eye, exterminate. A blood-red ray shone directly toward Wizard Tanin. Even though Wizard Tanin was an 8th-level spellcaster, the reputation of Darkness Eye was too infamous. He did not dare deflect the attack straight on, so he retreated to avoid it. "Eh? You want to control the 2 of us? Now that's digging your own grave. Tanin, ignore the others. Kill Leo first and obtain his Darkness Eye." Seeing that Wizard Leo stopped Wizard Tanin from leaving, Wizard Morstan immediately knew Leo's plan, which was to control both 8th-level spellcasters in order to buy time for the 8th prince and his men. Regardless of Wizard Leo's strength, he was still only a 6th-level spellcaster. Between 6th level and 7th level, laid a significant threshold with fundamental differences. It was only upon achieving the 7th level that a spellcaster would be qualified to be called a higher-order spellcaster. Naturally, Morstan was furious. He no longer paid attention to the others. First and foremost, his priority was to join forces with Wizard Tanin and kill Wizard Leo. Moreover, both wizards were hungrily coveting Darkness Eye wielded by Wizard Leo. Therefore, the 2 8th-level spellcasters unleashed waves upon waves of 8th-level spells. The power of the spells was so terrifying that it disrupted the fluctuation of elements within the vicinity. Several spellcasters who wanted to absorb the elements found that they were unable to do so due to the disruptions from the 8th-level spells unleashed by Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan. The face-off with 2 8th-level spellcasters caused Wizard Leo's expression to turn exceptionally serious. In his forehead, Darkness Eye slowly turned crimson, the color of blood. Slivers of blood-red rays shone through it, almost enveloping Wizard Leo's entire body. It made him look extremely strange, like a glowing bloody blob. In the beginning, the 8th prince and his men were quite worried whether Wizard Leo could control the 2 8th-level wizards Tanin and Morstan. Nevertheless, they later realized that no matter what spells were cast by the 2 8th-level wizards, all of them could be disintegrated by Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. This was the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. After killing Arceus, Wizard Leo gained a deeper understanding of it. Hence, Wizard Leo was now able to continuously release the disintegration power of the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. He was much stronger now compared to when he first killed Arceus. Once they witnessed that Wizard Leo was able to control the 2 8th-level wizards Tanin and Morstan, the spellcasters under the leadership of the 8th prince gained a lot more confidence. A ray of hope sprouted in their hearts, and they were able to fight the battle with much vigor. For a period of time, they managed to equalize the advantage initially wielded by the 4th prince and stabilize the situation. Merlin, die! From the start, 9th Wizard Odin had already eyed Merlin. Once the melee began, he immediately rushed toward Merlin. However, he kept a considerable distance between himself and Merlin, never coming too close. He only cast spells at Merlin from afar. It seemed that Odin was still afraid of Merlin's darkness-type spells, and was fearful of being ensnared in an illusion again. Get lost! Merlin snorted coldly. Without sparing Odin a single look, he cast Flash Wind and flew forward. His targets were the fourth and fifth wizards from the 9 core wizards. The fourth wizard was a silver-haired old man while the fifth wizard was a charming beautiful female wizard. They originally intended to combine their skills together and with their powerful strength, make a clean sweep of the numerous spellcasters led by the 8th prince. This was because besides the 7th level spellcasters, no other spellcasters under the 8th prince could possibly oppose the combined strength of the 4th and 5th wizards. Whoosh! Riding on Flash Wind, Merlin instantly evaded Odin's entanglement. He stopped in front of the 4th and 5th wizards, and declared calmly, "My dear wizards, your opponent is me. Are you the one who killed 7th wizard Els?" The 4th wizard squinted his eyes at him but did not rush to attack. Instead, he gauged Merlin carefully. Merlin's expression was calm. He grinned and answered, "Yes, that's right. The 7th wizard died in my hands. Soon, both of you will end up just like 7th wizard Els." "Nonsense." The beautiful 5th wizard huffed at him coldly before flipping her long blonde hair. Swish swish swish. The 5th wizard's hair suddenly grew at an alarming pace. Each strand of hair was like a tree vine, flying straight at Merlin. Countless strands of hair danced in the sky, almost intertwined into a large web to trap Merlin inside. Alpine beast people? Merlin immediately knew the 5th wizard's identity. She must be one of the Alpine beast people. Otherwise, she would not possess such strange powers. The 5th wizard's hair strands could be soft or hard as she intended. Merlin could sense its intimidating power. If the hair got too close to him, maybe even 5th level defensive spells and robe would not be able to block it. Moreover, not only had the 5th wizard started attacking, but the 4th wizard too had transformed himself into a ball of fire. Then, the fiery flames roared up and further transformed into a huge 4 to 5 meter wall of fire, crackling furiously as it moved in Merlin's direction. These were all 6th level spells with such a terrifying show of power. "Merlin, die!" Behind Merlin, the voice of 9th wizard Odin rang once again. His speed was not as fast as Merlin's Flash Wind, but he managed to catch up right at this moment. His face portrayed a sly expression as he waved his hands. Ice crystals began to condense rapidly into a single icy arrow, heading directly toward Merlin. 9th wizard Odin hated Merlin with all his heart. Initially, the 8th prince had planned for 4 6th level spellcasters to control other wizards besides the 4th and 5th wizards. However, Odin's sight was so steadfastly fixed on Merlin that the other spellcasters were unable to catch up to him. They were too late to stop Odin from sneaking up to Merlin from behind. At that moment, Merlin's situation became precariously dangerous. The 4th, 5th and 9th wizards were not only 6th level spellcasters but they were also immensely powerful. All 3 wizards were casting their strongest spells at Merlin. A flash of anger flashed across Merlin's eyes. It was obvious that this was not the first time that the 4th and 5th wizards have worked together. Their combination was undeniably admirable, with the 5th wizard binding the target while the 4th wizard unleashed his strongest attack. Of course, not forgetting also 9th wizard Odin's stealth attack from behind. Facing such a dangerous situation, Merlin took a deep breath. Just as he had predicted, Flash Wind had no effect on binding spells regardless of its speed. Fortunately, this time, Merlin had constructed perfect armor, which was also fused with Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. He estimated that any spell below 7th level, as long as there was no Pandora demon ability, would not be able to penetrate the defense of perfect armor. Nevertheless, it was only Merlin's guess. Right now, it was the best time to test perfect armor. Perfect armor. Merlin's body was swiftly covered with a rich arca light. The light then speedily molded into a gigantic armor, covering Merlin's entire body. He looked like an arca giant. Boom! There was a huge impact. The 4th wizard's flames, like a raging sun, had enveloped Merlin entirely and was burning furiously. Almost simultaneously, 9th wizard Odin's icy arrow, which packed a mighty penetrating power, also stabbed mercilessly on Merlin's perfect armor. As for the 5th wizard's hair strands, they bounded Merlin and immediately tightened further. The hair strands also sprouted many sharp spikes that were exceptionally hard, all of which were mercilessly lodged into Merlin's perfect armor. In an instant, perfect armor was subjected to 3 fierce attacks by 6th level spells. Hum. At that moment, everyone could clearly see an incomparable arca light ray emerge from within the flames and into the sky. The next moment, the light ray expanded in the sky into a gigantic armor measuring tens of meters tall. Within the armor, a black-robed figure was vaguely visible. Chapter 343, Battle 3. Chapter 343, Battle 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the air, the huge arca armor was like a giant stretched out in the sky, its body still burning with blazing flames. However, the menacing flames could only burn on the surface of the huge armor. It was extremely difficult to harm the figure inside the armor, and downright impossible to melt down the armor. This was after all perfect armor which had been fused with Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. It was able to withstand any 6th level spell's attacks. Thus, with the protection of perfect armor, Merlin could not be harmed by the 4th wizard's attack. Moreover, a distinctive trait of perfect armor was its maintenance, which only required a very negligible amount of magic power. Even though it was continuously consuming magic power, Merlin did not fear anyone. Crack! 9th Wizard Odin's icy arrow landed on perfect armor, but all it did was cause perfect armor to vibrate slightly. Following that, the icy arrow shattered into pieces. It did not stand a chance against perfect armor. TSSS. The 4th wizard mumbled under his breath as he gazed at the gigantic armor in the sky. Perfect armor. I can't believe that the 8th prince gave all the royal spells to Merlin. Perfect armor can be considered the strongest defensive spell among 3rd level spells. The 4th wizard had followed the 4th prince for many years and had heard of many rumors surrounding the royal spells. Naturally, he had heard of the famous perfect armor. Although it was merely a 3rd level spell, once paired with an enhancing casting tool, its magic powers would be boosted tremendously. That was the reason why it was called perfect. The reason it earned such a big reputation for itself was precisely due to the uniqueness of perfect armor. Its defense was all-round and had almost no flaws or loopholes. No matter how strong the defense of perfect armor supposedly is, it shouldn't have been resistant enough to withstand a combined attack from the 3 of us. The 5th wizard retracted her long hair and grumbled gloomily. The 4th wizard took a long, hard look at Merlin, who was suspended in mid-air. He growled, Pandora demon ability. It's a demon ability that can be fused into spells. So, you're saying that Merlin possesses a Pandora demon ability that can be fused into spells? The 5th wizard was stunned momentarily, followed by an involuntary flash of surprised thrill on her face. For an average spellcaster, it might be the first time they had heard about Pandora demon ability, and definitely would not know the vast differences between the various Pandora demon abilities. The 5th wizard was a 6th level spellcaster who had had a wide exposure to the world. Therefore naturally, she was well aware that among Pandora demon abilities, any Pandora demon ability that could be fused into spells was extremely rare and precious. It was not surprising that the 5th wizard was sorely tempted when she discovered that Merlin possessed a Pandora demon ability that could be fused into spells. However, before the 4th and 5th wizard could launch another attack, the situation changed dramatically. Merlin, who was high up in the sky, discharged a brilliant flash. The blazing flames that were encapsulating him suddenly disappeared without a trace. They were completely absorbed by his body. With the suppression of the flame maxim, these blazing flames would not cause any harm to Merlin. On the contrary, they would be rapidly converted into magic power. Without the restraint of the flame maxim, Merlin promptly turned around to glare directly at 9th Wizard Odin behind him. Odin, last time you didn't die, but this time, you won't be as lucky. Merlin declared. Once again, flames appeared on his body. Only this time, it was the white flames of fiery collapse. Condensed fire. Small fireballs began appearing one after another. These were highly compressed fireballs which contained terrifying powers. It was the spell Merlin had constructed recently, a 3rd level fire-type spell which was much more powerful than his Sea of Purgatory fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of small fireballs flew at breaking speed from every direction. 9th Wizard Odin could not avoid them and could only cast a defensive spell to protect his body. Nevertheless, Wizard Odin was extremely confident as his greatest forte was defensive spells. Back then, Merlin had used a darkness-type spell to temporarily entrap Odin in an illusion but still failed to kill him. It was evident to Odin that his defensive spells were sufficiently unique. However, Merlin was no longer the same person as he was back then. Kai kai kai. A few small fireballs hit Odin's body successively. They did not give a very strong impact, nor did they seem to cause any harm to Odin. Soon enough though, the small fireballs began to grow aggressively. It was as if they were stuck onto his body. The flames swelled up and quickly spread across Odin's body, turning it into a mighty blazing flame, encapsulating Odin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fourth wizard, fifth wizard, help me. The angry flames had already engulfed Odin. This time, his luck had run out. Merlin's third-level spells, a fiery collapse and condensed fire, were already a match for the strongest sixth-level spells, thus it was easy to break Odin's defensive spells. Trapped within the formidable fire of fiery collapse, it was a matter of time before he would be burned to ashes. This isn't good. Quickly, save Odin. The fourth wizard's face turned grave as he shouted. The surrounding temperature immediately fell. Layers of ice crystals started forming all the way from the ground to mid-air, quickly spreading toward Wizard Odin to freeze the white flames on his body. HMPH. It's too late. Merlin's heart ticked, and the fiery collapse burned even stronger. The white flames burned all the way into the air, wrapping around the ice crystals and melting them into droplets of water, dripping onto the ground. In those few short moments, there was no longer any sound from Wizard Odin. Upon closer inspection, there was no longer any trace of life. Odin is dead? Both the fourth and fifth wizards' expressions were extremely grim. No matter what, Odin was a sixth-level spell caster. Right now, however, he was killed in an instant by a single spell from Merlin. This was a feat that even the two of them could not hope to achieve. As such, when they turned their gazes back to Merlin again, their faces were grim. They no longer behaved carelessly. Instead, they joined forces with one another. With one wave of his hand, Merlin reclaimed the flames of fiery collapse. On its way back, a ring also fell into his palm. It was Wizard Odin's ring. Odin had already turned into ashes, so only the solid ring was left behind to be acquired by Merlin. Merlin was also in slight disbelief. Before coming to the Imperial City, he could only have a face-off with Odin in a cautious manner. Now, on the other hand, he could easily kill Odin with a snap of his fingers. The improvement between the two occurrences was so quick that it was almost dreamlike. It was quite hard for him to believe that it was real. Nevertheless, he glanced at the strength-filled armor on his body, and his heart was filled with pride. This was true power. Even when under siege of 3 sixth-level spellcasters, he had come out unscathed. Anything less than a 7th-level spell, as long as it was not a Pandora demon ability, could no longer threaten him. Fifth wizard, reveal your true form. I'll also use my strongest skill. Otherwise, it may be dangerous for us today. The silver-haired fourth wizard looked at Merlin warily, his expression turned grave. The legendary Darkness Eye is indeed powerful. On the other side, Wizards Morstan and Tanin had surrounded Wizard Leo from the front and back in mid-air. These two 8th-level wizards should not have been lightly regarded by anyone. Yet, Wizard Leo appeared uncannily calm, almost as if he was unaware of the gravity of the situation that he was in. In the earlier battle, Wizards Morstan and Tanin had discovered that no matter how powerful or bizarre the spells were, they would still be broken by Wizard Leo using the third form of Darkness Eye. Legend had it that Darkness Eye possessed 7 forms. The fact that merely the third form was already so powerful not only failed to deter Wizards Morstan and Tanin, but instead made them even more determined to obtain Darkness Eye. There were no other spellcasters in the vicinity of the battle between Wizard Leo and Wizards Morstan and Tanin. All the spellcasters had drawn their distance from them as the battle between these 3 wizards was no longer a battle that could be interfered by an average spellcaster. Just the mere aftershocks of an 8th-level spell might easily render a 6th-level spellcaster helpless, causing irreversible damage and perhaps even death. Moreover, Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye should not be underestimated as well. If anyone was touched even by a sliver of the blood-red ray, their entire body would immediately rot and decay. It would be an extremely ugly death. Therefore, everyone kept their distance far away from Wizard Leo and his opponents, in fear of being accidentally struck by the fallout of their battle. Tannin, don't hold back any longer. Use your Pandora Demon ability. Ha ha. We'll see if his Darkness Eye is enough to defeat both our Pandora Demon abilities. A devious grin suddenly flashed across Wizard Morstan's face. The next moment, his body exhibited a white water veil. The white water veil was flowing continuously, it was a sight to behold. Water-type spells? Wizard Leo watched the strange white water veil which had appeared on both Wizards Tannin and Morstan's bodies. It was a very rare water-type spell. Water-type spells were neither good for general attacks nor for defense, and even its binding capabilities were not very strong. It was considered one of the naturally weaker type of element. Therefore, most spellcasters would not create water-type spells. Nevertheless, water-type spells also possessed some special characteristics. Some water-type spells were able to treat injuries. In fact, many water-type spells had healing properties. It was just that most spellcasters came prepared with potions, therefore the healing properties of water-type spells were not a priority. Coupled with the fact that its attacking powers, defensive powers, and binding powers were all somewhat lacking, naturally, there were few who were interested in creating water-type spells. It was unexpected that Wizards Tannin and Morstan had not only created water-type spells, but also cultivated water-type Pandora Demon abilities. That white layer of water veil was also the ultimate skill of both Wizards Morstan and Tannin. Wizard Leo frowned. The bloody eye in his forehead twitched slightly, and a blood-red ray flew directly toward Wizard Morstan. Darkness Eye, disintegrate. It was the same third form of Darkness Eye that was difficult to block even by 8th level spells. Previously, Wizard Morstan would have evaded it completely or continuously cast a series of defensive spells to fend off its attacks. This time, however, Wizard Morstan stayed in place, allowing the blood-red ray of Darkness Eye to engulf his body. Chapter 344, Battle 4. Chapter 344, Battle 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The third form of Darkness Eye that even the flame image on the ship of Nicola could not fend against was not something that could be overlooked. Naturally, it would not be something that could be blocked by mere 7th level spellcasters. Even 8th level spellcasters might not be able to resist the third form of Darkness Eye if they only used normal spells. Previously, Wizard Leo and the two 8th level wizards Morstan and Tannin had battled for a very long time. The fact that neither side had prevailed already spoke volumes of the power of Darkness Eye. Right now, however, the blood-red ray from Darkness Eye was shining directly on Wizards Morstan's water veil. Layers of ripples bubbled rapidly across the white layer and proceeded to smoothen out just as quick. The originally unbreakable and invincible third form of Darkness Eye was now unable to break this fragile-looking protection of the water veil. Seeing that the white water veil was still undisturbed, Morstan's face showed a smug smile. He exclaimed loudly, "Heh, Leo, bet you didn't see that coming. You may have Pandora Demon abilities, but did you think that we didn't have them as well? Although not as powerful as your Darkness Eye, our Pandora Demon abilities have the powerful ability to be fused with spells. In addition, when we were constructing our 7th level spells, we had already cultivated the 3rd level Pandora Demon ability. Your Darkness Eye has only achieved its 3rd form, it can't break our defense." Wizards Morstan and Tannin both possessed the 3rd level Pandora Demon ability that could be fused into spells. Even though this Pandora Demon ability was a water type, once cultivated to the 3rd level, its prowess would be unrivaled. Moreover, both had used 8th level spells with startling defensive power. Just by using the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, it was impossible to overcome their defense. It was not surprising that despite Tannin and Morstan's unmatched cruelty and having once upon a time destroyed a few spellcasters' families, they had managed to survive hundreds of years until now. They had a trump card up their sleeves. Once Morstan finished speaking, he revealed a greedy look on his face. He stared daggers at Leo, obviously coveting Leo's Darkness Eye. "Leo, if we get your Darkness Eye, coupled with our Pandora Demon abilities, we'll be completely unstoppable." Morstan was thoroughly aware of the power of Darkness Eye. It was apparent just by looking at Wizard Leo. He was merely a 6th level wizard, but with the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, he was able to fight on an equal footing with two 8th level wizards. Until now, neither side had prevailed against the other. If Darkness Eye was to be cultivated to the 4th or 5th form, it was yet unknown how much more terrifying the power would be. Perhaps the power of Darkness Eye was limited to the same level of Wizard Leo and could not be cultivated into more advanced forms. As 8th level wizards, Tannin and Morstan obviously still hoped to cultivate Darkness Eye to its 4th and 5th forms, and maybe even more advanced forms beyond that. Seeing that Tannin and Morstan were inching closer, no longer afraid of Darkness Eye, Wizard Leo finally said, "Even if you obtained the knowledge of cultivating Darkness Eye, it would be of no use. In order to cultivate Darkness Eye, you need to construct Darkness-type spells." Darkness-type spells? Who said we didn't construct Darkness-type spells? A sinister grin appeared on the corners of Wizard Morstan's mouth. Following that, traces of darkness element began to fluctuate subtly around his body. The changes on Wizard Morstan's body caught Wizard Leo by surprise. Before this, Morstan had already demonstrated Wind-type, Water-type, and Fire-type spells. With the addition of Darkness-type spells, it meant that Morstan was a 4-elemental spell caster. "I see, so you've even constructed Darkness-type spells. You hid it very well." Wizard Leo's face revealed a sneer. Tannin and Morstan were both well known for their ruthlessness. As a 6th-level spell caster in the dark magic region, Wizard Leo was of course, well informed about most matters. However, he had not expected that these infamous spell casters had concealed Darkness-type spells and these powerful Pandora demon abilities. Heh. We have so many enemies. If we don't conceal some of our abilities and keep a trump card, how do you think we'd be able to survive this long? You, on the other hand, are a mere 6th-level spell caster. Yet you hunted down Arceus for thousands of miles and killed him, and now you're interfering in the royal family's matters. TSK. Do you think that you could have a clean sweep just with that one Darkness Eye? Tannin, attack! Suddenly, Morstan roared loudly. His speed doubled, and his body entwined with the Wind-type element as he rushed toward Wizard Leo. In addition, menacing-looking flames started appearing on his body as well. The same was true for Wizard Tannin. His entire body was like a flame giant, rushing toward Wizard Leo from behind. Surrounded by the powerful fluctuations of fire elements, Wizard Leo descended into real danger. Rip! There was a sound of cloth tearing. The 5th wizard's robes were ripped into shreds, revealing a milky white body underneath. However, the naked body of the 5th wizard had become the least enticing to anyone. This was because almost immediately after stripping, her milky white skin began sprouting numerous black spikes throughout her body. At the same time, her initially slender figure also started ballooning up beyond recognition. She looked extremely ugly. Not too long afterward, the 5th wizard revealed her true form. It was different from Snake Elder and the others. Her true form was especially curious. It was a giant black hedgehog. Seeing that the 5th wizard had revealed her true form, the 4th wizard also inhaled deeply and pulled out a black bracelet from his ring. Underneath the sunlight, the black bracelet radiated a shiny glimmer. The 4th wizard caressed the bracelet gently. There was a trace of reluctance in his expression. He mumbled softly, "I thought I would never use this black obsidian bracelet, but who knew that I have to use it so soon?" The 4th wizard gritted his teeth and fire elements began to fluctuate around his body. "Let it burn." Following the words of the 4th wizard, flames began to burn everywhere around them. The black bracelet seemed to emit some mysterious fluctuations. The next moment, the flames began to burn much more ferociously. Even Merlin's expression waned slightly. He could sense that the 4th wizard's spell powers suddenly increased, becoming much stronger. In fact, the potency of the flames was no less than his fiery collapse. It had reached the peak capabilities of a 6th-level spell. That black bracelet can enhance the power of spells, so it must be an enhancing casting tool. I didn't expect that the 4th wizard had such a precious enhancing casting tool with him. Merlin no longer dared to underestimate any of the spellcasters. Even though the 4th wizard was a roaming wizard, it was not easy for a roaming wizard to become a 6th-level spellcaster. He must have had some treasures hidden away at the bottom of his trunk. The 4th wizard's hidden treasure, or his last trump card, was apparently that black bracelet. It was indeed an extremely rare and precious enhancing casting tool. Crack! As the flames burned stronger and stronger, small cracks began to appear on the black bracelet in the fourth wizard's hands. In the end, it snapped apart. There were many types of enhancing casting tools. Since they were extremely rare and precious, they were very difficult to make. As a result, most of them could only be used once and would be destroyed after. The black bracelet in the fourth wizard's hands was obviously a one-time use enhancing casting tool. It could only be used once before it was rendered useless. Merlin felt the temperature of the surrounding flames increasing significantly. In addition, the fifth wizard had revealed her true form. Despite possessing perfect armor, Merlin had no desire to face both of them head-on. Therefore, he prepared himself to cast Flash Wind to retreat temporarily. Nevertheless, it seemed that the fourth wizard had already predicted his move. With a single wave of his hand, a sixth-level binding spell appeared, trapping Merlin inside a narrow space. Whiz! Initially, Merlin could have used Fiery Collapse to defeat this binding spell, but it was too late. Once he was bound, the fifth wizard took the opportunity to rapidly roll her body into a gigantic ball, completely covered in sharp, hard spikes. She rose into the air, whizzing straight toward Merlin. This was the fifth wizard's true form, which was also her most powerful form. Using the spikes on her body, she had killed countless powerful spellcasters, including sixth-level spellcasters like herself. Moreover, the fourth and fifth wizards were obviously in perfect synchrony with one another. Leveraging on the exact moment that Merlin was bound, they both launched their strongest attack. It was quite scary to have two ultimate sixth-level spellcasters working together. Merlin took a deep breath. He no longer had time to break the binding. He could only face it head-on. Fine, let's see if you can break my perfect armor. Merlin's eyes also showed a trace of seriousness. Right now, he had no choice. Moreover, he had confidence in perfect armor. As long as the spell did not exceed the power of a sixth-level spellcaster, perfect armor should be able to withstand it. Thud. The fifth wizard's true form, the giant hedgehog, packed with terrifying powers, smashed brutally against Merlin's perfect armor. For a moment, Merlin's perfect armor began to change rapidly, its arca light flashing intermittently as if it was going to be broken at any time. However, with Merlin's crazy injection of magic power, his perfect armor stabilized once again. It didn't break. The fifth wizard was a little taken aback. This was already her strongest power. Usually, once she revealed her true form, no matter how strong the opponents were, they would not be able to resist her attack. Boom! Immediately after the fifth wizard's attack was the fourth wizard's enhanced fire-type spell. With the assistance of the enhancing casting tool, it had achieved the peak powers of a sixth-level spell, no lesser than Merlin's Fiery Collapse. Even the fifth wizard, who was a considerable distance away, could feel the extreme heat emanating from the flames. She could not stand it anymore and retreated a few steps. Fifth wizard, don't lose focus. Continue to attack. The fourth wizard looked at the motionless fifth wizard and said with a severe expression. The fifth wizard nodded her head. She could sense that despite the powerful flames blazing wildly, Merlin's life force was still present among the flames. This showed that Merlin was still holding on and was not dead yet. Whiz whiz whiz. The fifth wizard shot black spikes from her body using a special method. Like a rain of arrows spanning all the way from the ground to the sky, they flew straight toward Merlin, who was trapped in the flames. Chapter 345, Leo Explodes Eye. Chapter 345, Leo Explodes Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thud thud thud. A countless number of spikes flew toward Merlin just like raindrops. However, once they entered the flame, the arrows seemed to hit a hard, protective cover. The indestructible spikes were either broken directly or flew back in the opposite direction. Fire? Enhancing casting tools are indeed strong, but unfortunately, you shouldn't use fire-type spells. A nonchalant voice rang. Subsequently, the flames that were on Merlin's body burned bigger and started to flash rapidly. Then, like a powerful suction, all the flames were sucked into his body. Hum hum hum. No matter how strong the flames were, they could be suppressed by the flame maxim. Moreover, it would instantly be converted into magic power. As the burning flames on Merlin slowly subsided, the pale white flames reappeared and regained its momentum. These fire-type spells did not belong to the fourth wizard, but to Merlin. How could this be possible? My spell, through the enhancing casting tool, must have achieved the peak power of a 6th level or even a 7th level spell. How could you be completely unscathed? The fourth wizard's expression was slightly pale. The enhancing casting tool was his trump card, it was rarely used. He had managed to obtain a few one-time use enhancing casting tools before this. Each use was reserved for the most dire of moments and would successfully avert the crisis by annihilating even the strongest of his enemies. This time was the first that the fourth wizard had used the enhancing casting tool but did not manage to vanquish his opponent. Swish! At this very moment, the fifth wizard transformed into a giant hedgehog once again. Then, she turned into a whirlwind and swept directly into Merlin. The force that was contained within the attack was clearly tremendous. Boom! The fifth wizard's true form slammed into Merlin mercilessly. This attempt, however, was not as smooth sailing as the last few attempts. When the fifth wizard's true form met Merlin's perfect armor, the pale white flames started burning wilder and extended themselves toward the fifth wizard's form. These pale white flames were all part of the terrifying fiery collapse. It was partly the fifth wizard's fault for being too complacent. She was not like the fourth wizard, who understood these flames perfectly. It was only when the pale white flames started burning on her body that she realized it. However, it was too late. The pale white flames of fiery collapse traveled down the spikes on her body rapidly, and in an instant, covered the entire giant hedgehog. Suddenly, the fifth wizard who was engulfed in the flames cried out a series of chilling shrieks. The power of fiery collapse was not one that could be withstood by anyone. Even though the fifth wizard was of the alpine beast people and had a more resilient body, it was impossible to withstand the burning power of fiery collapse. Let's go! When the fourth wizard saw that the fifth wizard was engulfed by the pale white flames, his expression shifted. Right now, both 6th level wizards had used their trump cards and could not prevail over Merlin. On the contrary, it looked like the fifth wizard herself would die in Merlin's hands. The fourth wizard was a spellcaster who had lived for hundreds of years. Naturally, he was very alert and prepared to leave immediately. Swish! Just as the fourth wizard's figure started to move, a gust of wind element fluctuation flashed. Merlin's figure was already right in front of the fourth wizard. Leaving already? Too late. After absorbing a large amount of fire element from the fourth wizard and converting it into magic power with the help of the flame maxim, Merlin was overflowing with unimaginable levels of magic power. Boom boom boom. Balls of condensed fire exploded in an instant, turning the sky into a sea of fire. Even the fourth wizard could not endure these endless waves of fiery collapse. The 6th level defensive spells that he had employed in that moment was rapidly consuming his magic power. It was only a matter of time. Merlin was not the least in a hurry. He had flash wind, so he was not afraid of the fourth wizard escaping. Compared to the fifth wizard, the fourth wizard was undeniably more difficult to defeat. The fourth wizard's 6th level defensive spells were indeed quite powerful. In addition to the defensive robes he wore, even Merlin did not have the ability to easily vanquish the fourth wizard. Nevertheless, with unlimited magic power, Merlin might be able to exhaust the fourth wizard to death. Thus, that was his battle strategy, which was to continue exhausting the fourth wizard's magic power. Once the fourth wizard's magic power ran out, he would be killed. Although the fourth wizard had already discerned Merlin's plans, he had no choice but to endure it bitterly. Merlin saw that the situation was completely under control, so he shifted his attention to other parts of the battlefield. At this moment in the forest, there were several ongoing battles. Especially the remarkable battle between the 8th prince and the 4th prince. There were various types of top-level spells as well as an exchange of Pandora demon abilities. The aftershocks of their battle had already leveled the forest around them. As members of the royal family, particularly outstanding members who were in line for the throne, the 4th and 8th princes both possessed mighty abilities. With the added bonus of the royal family's resources, both their abilities were no less, or perhaps even more powerful, than those 7th-level spell casters. Presently, however, the 4th prince and the 8th prince were equally matched. Neither of them was prevailing over the other. Merlin shifted his gaze to the rest of the battle. On top of the hill where lush green grass was flourishing, there were stone debris flying and whirlwind twirling around. Occasional clouds of smog and dust filled the air. It was full of various chaotic elements. Merlin squinted his eyes and used a great amount of mind power to direct his vision toward the battle of chaotic elements. Through his mind power, Merlin could see the situation among the chaos clearly. It turned out that this was the battle between 3 7th-level spellcasters. The 3 7th-level spellcasters under the 8th Prince were all top-notch spellcasters. On the other hand, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd wizards under the 4th Prince, too, were very powerful. Among them, the 3rd wizard was also of the Alpine Beast people and could transform into a giant striped tiger. The tiger was extremely ferocious, and his roar could cause mental damage as well as spell failure. He was perhaps one of the top most powerful Alpine Beast people. There were extremely few people who would be able to match the powers of an advanced 7th-level Alpine Beast people. Such Alpine Beast people was also terrifying to behold, as once they revealed their true forms, their powers were astounding. Presently, the 3 7th-level spellcasters under the 8th Prince looked like they were on a lesser edge. However, it seemed that they were yet to play their trump cards, so there was still a chance. It was not easy to defeat a 7th-level spellcaster unless one possessed actual crushing strength. Otherwise, it was a battle of endurance. The battle between these 7th-level spellcasters would not relent for a while, so Merlin shifted his gaze again, this time landing on Wizard Leo. Suddenly, Merlin narrowed his eyes. He saw that Wizard Leo's darkness eye seemed to have no effect on Wizard Morstan and Tannin. These 2 8th-level spellcasters had finally shown their trump cards, and apparently, they possessed extremely powerful defensive Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells. Wizard Leo's only crutch was Darkness Eye. If even Wizard Leo's 3rd form of Darkness Eye could not harm Wizards Morstan and Tannin, then Wizard Leo was naturally in a bad place. At this moment, Merlin did not hesitate at all. Through the slave contract, he commanded Wizard Bamu. Bamu, act now. If Wizard Leo dies, you'll accompany him to his grave. B****. Wizard Bamu's face could not help but turn dark. Wizard Leo's current situation was extremely precarious. Not only was he surrounded by 2 8th-level spellcasters with Pandora demon abilities, but his Darkness Eye was also ineffective against them. It could be said that danger was waiting outside his door. Now, he would have to battle with not only 2 8th-level wizards, but 2 8th-level wizards with Pandora demon abilities. If it was before this, Wizard Bamu definitely would not have interfered in such a dangerous situation. Right now, however, he was Merlin's slave and had no way to defy his orders. If something actually happened to Wizard Leo, based on Bamu's understanding of Merlin, there was definitely hell to pay. Thinking along those lines, despite the great reluctance in his heart, Bamu had no choice but to act. Whoosh! No one noticed that a slight breeze flew by. In fact, there was no fluctuation of elements, just a gentle breeze. At this moment, Morstan was emitting a murderous vibe, his full concentration set on trapping Wizard Leo. Behind him, Wizard Tannin too was guarding him carefully. Leo was completely trapped. Hey. Leo, die. Boom. An earth-shattering spell exploded. The 2 8th-level spellcasters did not hold back at all. The level of power from the spells was simply heaven-moving and earth-shattering. A unique fluctuation spread in all directions within the vicinity. Crack crack. All the trees and rocks that were hit by the fluctuation were instantly pulverized into powder. Even a few spellcasters who had not escaped in time turned into a bloody mist. This was the effect of 8th-level spells. If a powerful 8th-level spellcaster released a wide-range attacking spell, even a bustling city with a population of hundreds of thousands could be turned into ashes in an instant. Teacher Leo. Merlin's gaze was locked on the powdered dust caused by that horrifying spell. This level of spell power was no longer one that he could interfere in. Despite his confidence in both Bamu and Leo, he could not help but worry about them. Would Bamu and Leo be able to overcome such a powerful spell? Please don't die. Merlin prayed desperately in his heart. Within the dark magic region, the person that Merlin was closest to and most grateful toward was unquestionably Wizard Leo. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to him. Oh right, the slave contract. Merlin was so overly worried that he almost forgot about the slave contract. Through the slave contract, he could detect Wizard Bamu's condition. Hence, Merlin quickly took out the slave contract. Through the slave contract, he could clearly feel the exuberant life force of Wizard Bamu. Bamu isn't dead. What about Teacher Leo? Merlin's heart leaped in joy. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the sky in a distance, where Wizard Leo's figure had been swallowed by the earth-shattering spell. Chapter 346, Leo Explodes 2. Chapter 346, Leo Explodes 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Cough. Cough. That was dangerous. I was almost done for. Amidst dust and smoke, the voice of Wizard Bamu rang out. Amazingly, beside him stood Wizard Leo without a single scratch on his body. He was completely uninjured by the powerful spell released by the two 8th-level spellcasters, Wizards Morstan and Tanin. Upon seeing an unknown spellcaster appear in the battlefield, and had gotten involved directly in the battle between the 8th-level spellcasters, many spellcasters on the ground had begun to pay attention. However, the spell which was released was so powerful that no one could see clearly what had happened. Naturally, they also did not know how Wizard Leo had escaped. Only Wizard Morstan and Tanin with their sullen faces knew how Wizard Leo had escaped. It was all because of the unknown spellcaster who had appeared beside Leo. Morstan narrowed his eyes. He could distinctly sense that the life force on Wizard Bamu belonged to a 7th-level spellcaster. However, the spell that he used to save Leo was incredible beyond comprehension. His speed was inconceivably fast. It was not a level that a 7th-level spell could achieve. Pandora Demon Ability, it must be Pandora Demon Ability. Moreover, it's an extremely strong Wind-type Pandora Demon Ability. Wizard Morstan's face darkened. If his opponent was just Leo alone, he was not afraid. After all, Leo was no longer able to escape his doom. Regardless of how powerful Darkness Eye was, it had failed to break through their defensive Pandora Demon abilities. Now, on the other hand, with another 7th-level spellcaster with Wind-type Pandora Demon ability, the battle would be vastly different than before. If they were unable to fight back, they could now escape. Moreover, based on the power demonstrated by Wizard Bamu earlier, his speed was inconceivably fast. Even a 9th-level spellcaster might have problems stopping Wizard Bamu. Who are you? Morstan asked with a sullen tone. Through the 4th Prince's intelligence, Morstan had grasped almost all information about the slightly more powerful spellcasters under the 8th Prince. However, he did not have any impression of this unknown spellcaster. Phew! Wizard Bamu exhaled a long breath of relief. Seeing that Wizard Leo was unscathed, he chuckled. Thank heavens you're safe, Wizard Leo. Otherwise, my master wouldn't have spared me. Wizard Leo's blood-red vertical eye opened slightly to scan Wizard Bamu, seemingly doubtful of him. Wizard Bamu hurriedly explained, Wizard Leo, my master is Wizard Merlin. It's a long story about how that happened, but maybe we should think about how to deal with those two 8th-level spellcasters first. Wizard Bamu shifted his gaze toward Wizard Morstan and Tanin. Sure enough, the two 8th-level spellcasters were coming toward them again, intending to trap both of them together. Countless thoughts flashed by Wizard Leo's mind. His darkness eye could not only see through any disguise or illusion, but it could also gauge a spellcaster's ability. Wizard Leo saw that Wizard Bamu was a 7th-level spellcaster and had even constructed an 8th-level spell. A spellcaster of his level would usually be a core wizard in any organization, and yet Bamu was Merlin's slave. What was a slave? It was someone who had signed the most unfair slave contract, where his life and death were fully controlled by his master. Regardless of a 4th, 5th or 6th-level spellcaster, no one would sign a contract like that. Wizard Leo knew that most probably this was a prize that Merlin had found during his trip to the Kerdmansler Islands. Many strange encounters must have occurred for a powerful wizard like Bamu to agree to become his slave. Following Wizard Bamu's gaze, Wizard Leo also saw the approaching Wizards Morstan and Tanin. These two 8th-level spellcasters with 3rd-level defensive Pandora Demon abilities were very powerful. Just a moment ago, they had caused Wizard Leo to be trapped in an extremely dangerous situation. Even with Wizard Bamu's help, all they could do was escape near death. Naturally, Morstan and Tanin would not give up. Hence, Wizard Bamu and Wizard Leo had only two choices. Either they use Wizard Bamu's flash wind to escape or they engage Wizards Morstan and Tanin in another big battle. Nevertheless, it was not so easy to escape. Even though Wizard Bamu's flash wind was unmistakably faster than Wizard Morstan and Tanin, if they continued the pursuit, then they would still have to fight them in the end. Wizard Leo, what should we do now? If you want to escape, then we have to prepare now. However, I don't know if we can outrun these two 8th level spellcasters. Eventually, it'll boil down to whose magic power gets exhausted first. If you want to fight, I can help you control one of them. Wizard Bamu said through clenched teeth. Controlling one of these two was already pushing his limits. Before this, Wizard Bamu would not have easily volunteered to fight an 8th level spellcaster. Right now, however, he no longer had a choice. It would be difficult for Leo to defeat the two 8th level spellcasters, Wizards Morstan and Tanin, just by himself. Escape? If I escape this time, then I won't have another chance to become a 7th level spellcaster. Wizard Leo raised his head and looked up in the sky. Within the two empty eye sockets, there seemed to be a hint of a glowing black light which was extremely strange looking. He had been stuck at the 6th level for too long. Cultivating darkness was not a smooth sailing journey, and Wizard Leo had paid a huge price. One of the costs rendered his chances of becoming a 7th level spellcaster to near impossible. It had become almost like an unattainable fantasy to him. This time, the Tear of God in the 8th Prince's hand renewed his hopes of becoming a 7th level spellcaster again. If he missed this opportunity, he was afraid that it would be difficult to come by again. Whoosh! Wizard Morstan attacked again. It was the same menacing flames. The raging flames burned with unrivaled viciousness. Wizard Bamu gritted his teeth firmly. Strong flames began appearing on his body. His flames appeared to be even more intimidating as the tiny spaces in between the flames were burned into distortion. Wizard Morstan's flames was an 8th level spell. They were constructed using Morstan's own understanding of flames. Starting from 7th level onward, there were no clear distinctions of levels for spells. It all depended on the spellcaster himself and the depth of his understanding toward the spells he derived. For example, a spellcaster with a deeper understanding of flames would be able to derive more powerful fire-type spells. Hiss hiss hiss. Wizard Morstan's flames and Wizard Bamu's flames were intertwined with each other, engaged in a fierce competition. Both spells were 8th level spells. These flames was also the only 8th level spell constructed by Wizard Bamu. Soon, Wizard Morstan's expression flickered. Looking at the competition between the two 8th level flame spells, it was obvious that Wizard Bamu's flames were superior. They had obviously suppressed Morstan's flames. How is this possible? Wizard Morstan was shocked to the core. His understanding of flames was the best among all his other spells. Yet his 8th level spell was weaker than Wizard Bamu's flames. The two flames were still intertwined, but Wizard Bamu's flames would quickly suppress and devour Wizard Morstan's, then transform into bigger and more vicious flames. Ironically, from Wizard Bamu's flames, Wizard Morstan could see a kind of fascination which greatly deepened his understanding of fire. It was much better than what he could achieve just by researching in the dark on his own. Thus, it was not surprising that some powerful spellcasters continuously challenged other same-level wizards. They were trying to gain a deeper understanding of spells through their battles in order to construct more powerful spells. While Wizard Morstan was astonished by the flames, Wizard Bamu was quite indifferent to it. He had absolute confidence in his 8th level fire-type spell. When he was imprisoned in the flame prison on the ship of Nicola, Wizard Bamu had suffered the mother of all suffering. The flames in the flame prison contained some maxim powers. It was precisely during his suffering in this horrible flame prison, however, that Wizard Bamu's understanding of flames grew leaps and bounds. With that understanding, he was able to construct a brand new 8th level flame spell. Moreover, it was with the help of this brand new 8th level flame spell that Wizard Bamu managed to hang on for hundreds of years in the flame prison. It was then that Merlin managed to pass the 3 levels, obtain the flame maxim, seize the ship of Nicola, and release him from the flame prison. Therefore, Wizard Bamu had absolute confidence in fire-type spells. It was also proven that with this 8th level spell, Wizard Bamu was able to counter the power of another 8th level spell. Of course, an 8th level wizard would not be so easily defeated, nor would he only have one 8th level spell. Once his fire-type spell was almost completely suppressed by Wizard Bamu, streams of water elements began to fluctuate on Wizard Morstan's body. Morstan and Tanin had both constructed water-type spells. Therefore, when Wizard Bamu's flames encountered their water-type spells, especially fused with Pandora Demon ability, it was rendered useless. It could no longer pose a threat to Wizard Morstan. Damn it! Wizard Leo, their Pandora Demon abilities have been fused into their spells. It's too strong, we can barely cause them any harm. Let's use my Flash Wind to escape temporarily. In his heart, Wizard Bamu wanted to gauge his powers. He was actually curious to find out if he could compete against an 8th level wizard. Nevertheless, this time, Morstan and Tanin were both extremely powerful. With the inclusion of Pandora Demon abilities, Wizard Bamu could not gain an upper hand. The order that Merlin gave him was to ensure Wizard Leo's safety. Therefore, he thought about retreating. By using Flash Wind, Morstan and Tanin would not be able to defeat them at least for a moment. Swoosh! Wizard Bamu turned his head but found that Wizard Leo was no longer there. Wizard Leo did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Instead, he was charging headfirst at Wizard Morstan. Wizard Leo's expression was undeniably firm, especially the blood-red vertical eye in his forehead. It was stretched open to the limit that even the faint glimmer of light deep inside could almost be seen. Chapter 347, The Fourth Form, Control. Chapter 347, The Fourth Form, Control. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Darkness Eye, Control. Wizard Leo growled softly. In his forehead, the blood-red glow of Darkness Eye had faded into a dim flicker. It appeared monstrous and hideous. As for Wizard Leo himself, he was trembling slightly and his face was incomparably pale. He looked as if he was holding on through sheer determination. This meant that activating this attack of Darkness Eye was something even Wizard Leo could not bear. Darkness Eye had 7 forms, the first 3 were Delude, Exterminate, and Disintegrate. This time, Wizard Leo had activated Control, which was clearly the 4th form. The 4th form? Merlin's eyes sharpened slightly. He witnessed the changes occurring in Wizard Leo and knew that this was Wizard Leo's trump card, the 4th form of Darkness Eye. It turned out that Wizard Leo had cultivated the 4th form of Darkness Eye. It was just that with Wizard Leo's current strength, activating the 4th form of Darkness Eye appeared to take an unprecedented toll on him. He could not even maintain it for long. If he used it for just a moment too long, Wizard Leo would suffer grievous harm that would be difficult to recover from. Wizard Bamu could only stare dazedly at the beams of dim light in Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. As a spellcaster from several hundred years ago, one with a certain degree of knowledge about Darkness Eye, Wizard Bamu knew very well what the 4th form of Darkness Eye entailed. How can there still be someone who could cultivate the 4th form of Darkness Eye? Wizard Bamu mumbled softly. Presently, the target of Wizard Leo's 4th form of Darkness Eye was Wizard Morstan. The flames around him had been extinguished completely, and there was not a single trace of elemental fluctuation. The beams of dim, black light were like a cage, sealing Morstan within. In the dim light, Wizard Morstan could not sense any elemental fluctuations as if he had been stripped off his spells. A smile stretched across the corner of Wizard Leo's mouth, although anyone could see that the smile was forceful. Wizard Leo's current situation was not much better than Wizard Morstan's. His face was drained, and his lips fresh red as if they were about to bleed. His cheeks were sunken like he was just skin and bones, causing his forehead to protrude. In particular, in the middle of his forehead, Darkness Eye bulged with a mixture of crimson and dim light as if it was about to pop out. Wizard Leo was in a disastrous situation. It was evident that he had to pay a hefty price to forcibly activate the 4th form of Darkness Eye. The 4th form of Darkness Eye, Control. What it controls are the elements. How could any of you understand the greatness of Darkness Eye? Wizard Leo was laughing coldly. Following that, Wizard Morstan could distinctly feel that the water veil around him was gradually breaking up. Even with the fusion of Pandora Demon ability, it was completely useless. The water element quickly dispersed. This was due to Wizard Leo's usage of Darkness Eye, for his control of water element was even stronger than Wizard Morstan's control. Therefore, Wizard Leo could easily disperse Morstan's water veil. A defensive spell of unparalleled strength, which was able to block the attack from the third form of Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye, was easily erased by Wizard Leo just like that. Furthermore, in the face of the fourth form of Darkness Eye, it was futile to try casting any spells, for Wizard Leo was in control of all elements. Perhaps only those powerful 9th level wizards or great wizards, by relying on their tremendous mastery of the elements, could counter the control of elements exerted by the fourth form of Darkness Eye. The water veil surrounding Wizard Morstan was dispelled immediately. Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye had stripped away the water element. Therefore, Wizard Bamu grabbed this rare and hard-won opportunity to quickly cast his 8th level fire-type spell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wizard Bamu's flames began to burn vigorously, becoming increasingly powerful. Wizard Morstan had no defensive spells left. Even if he wanted to cast it again, all elements had been removed by Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. He could not squeeze out any spells at all. At this point, a terrified expression had washed over Wizard Morstan's face, and he roared, "Tannin, save me! Leo won't be able to maintain the fourth form of Darkness Eye for very long." There was still Wizard Tannin. In fact, Wizard Morstan's reminder was unnecessary. Wizard Tannin had already made his move, and his first response was to cast a binding spell. Darkness Eye, Control. Wizard Leo pointed lightly with one finger. Instantly, his entire body seemed to dry up, and he appeared incomparably withered. His life force was also rapidly diminishing. At the same time, Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead flourished in its might, and a high-pitched whine even rang out faintly. Presently, Merlin felt that Darkness Eye seemed to have come alive, and was largely different from its previous listless appearance. Based on Wizard Leo's appearance, Merlin was afraid that he had paid a huge price this time in order to exhibit the fourth form of Darkness Eye twice in a row. With Darkness Eye in control of all elements, Wizard Tannin was unable to cast any spells. Even if he cast one, the elements would be controlled instantly by Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye, and the spell would be dispelled straight away. Hence, Wizard Bamu seized this chance to attack. The flames around him split into two and raged toward Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tannin. This was Wizard Bamu's strongest power. His 8th level fire-type spell had persevered back when he was in the flame prison. It was no longer an ordinary 8th level spell and could be considered a spell that was marked by the Maxim's power. A spell like this did not need to use much power in dealing with two 8th level spellcasters who had no defensive spells at all. The robes they were wearing were burned to ashes immediately, and their anguished screeches could be heard from the blaze. Tannin and Morstan, two 8th level spellcasters who had run amok for centuries, had now died at the hands of Wizard Leo. In other words, they could not have killed these two powerful 8th level spellcasters without Wizard Leo. It's a shame that their rings were reduced to ashes. Otherwise, we could have gotten the treasures that these two had plundered over the years. Wizard Bamu saw that Morstan and Tannin had been turned to ashes, and spoke somewhat regretfully. His 8th level spell had been too powerful that even the sturdy spatial rings were unable to withstand it. Thus, as it eliminated Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tannin, it destroyed the spatial rings as well. Ha ha, Tannin and Morstan are dead. Fourth Wizard, can you still escape? Merlin could now turn away and check on the rest of the battlefield. The first thing he saw was that Morstan and Tannin were both burned to ashes by Bamu's flames, and he could not help but cry out. The fourth prince had been relying upon Wizards Tannin and Morstan. It was because of these powerful 8th level spellcasters that the fourth prince had thought that victory was in his grasp. However, now that Tannin and Morstan were both dead, it was over. Many spellcasters who were initially following the fourth prince began to hesitate, and some even retreated stealthily. There's no hope left. I didn't think that Darkness Eye of the Legends would be so strong. Wizard Leo has really proven himself to be the powerful spellcaster who could hunt down a genius of Osmu. The fourth prince is defeated, and it's a crushing defeat at that. There's no chance for a recovery. With Wizard Leo around, no one can contend against his Darkness Eye. In addition, there's that mysterious and formidable 7th level spellcaster. The 8th level spell he created could even overcome Wizard Morstan's 8th level spell. Who else under the fourth prince could ward them off? All is lost for the fourth prince. We'd better leave first. Initially, the fourth prince was still at an advantage in general, but after the deaths of Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tanin, these spellcasters had no fight left in them anymore. They each cast their spells and escaped while they could. These spellcasters had sided with the fourth prince in order to receive certain benefits. Now that they saw the fourth prince had no hope of triumph, these not-so-loyal spellcasters would naturally not throw away their lives in vain. "Master, let me help you." Wizard Bamu saw that Merlin was still fighting to the end with the fourth wizard, and appeared beside Merlin in a flash. He instantly conjured a sea of fire, and after compressing the flames, shot them ferociously toward the fourth wizard. Perhaps Wizard Bamu was somewhat disadvantaged when he was handling Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan, but it was a piece of cake to kill a 6th-level spellcaster like the fourth wizard. The flames engulfed the fourth wizard. Before he could even cry out, the fourth wizard who had spent so long battling Merlin was reduced to ashes. Merlin swept his gaze across the battlefield. The 8th Prince's forces seemed to be unstoppable. Many spellcasters began to strike back as if with no regard for their lives, and the balance of victory shifted in favor of the 8th Prince. Moreover, they still had Wizard Bamu. "Bamu, get rid of the strongest spellcasters under the 4th Prince one by one." Merlin commanded Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu relied upon Flash Wind and the 8th-level Fire-type spell, and undoubtedly became one of the key factors influencing the outcome of this war. Furthermore, since Wizard Tanin and Morstan were both dead, there was no one in the 4th Prince's camp who could defend against Wizard Bamu. Swish! Merlin did not continue picking another opponent but instead flew to Wizard Leo's side. "Teacher Leo, are you all right?" Merlin gently supported Leo. Although they had Bamu who was like a one-man army, the one who actually turned the tide of the battle and ensured victory was Wizard Leo. If it was not for Wizard Leo's 4th form of Darkness Eye and immediate termination of Wizard Tanin and Morstan's spell, which was fused with Pandora Demon ability, there would have been no one who could hold back these two powerful wizards. Nevertheless, even Merlin could see that Wizard Leo had paid much too great a price for unleashing the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Currently, Wizard Leo seemed to have deteriorated by a decade in an instant, and even his life force appeared feeble. What made Merlin even more alarmed was that Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead was emanating an active life force. Darkness Eye seemed to have come alive from its lifeless stillness in an instant. Chapter 349, Fulfilling a Promise Eye. Chapter 349, Fulfilling a Promise Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was rumored that Darkness Eye had 7 forms, created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard Oflas, and had an inconceivable and mysterious power. Presently, Wizard Leo had already displayed 4 forms of Darkness Eye: Delude, Exterminate, Disintegrate, and Control. The 4th form controlled the elements including the spells cast by Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tanin, 2 8th-level spellcasters, overcoming those spells in an instant. The great power of Darkness Eye was displayed before everyone. However, very few people knew that Darkness Eye was a cursed power. Besides Wizard Bamu who had mentioned that before, even the 8th Prince had said it. Darkness Eye was a cursed power to anyone who cultivated it, other than the great legend of darkness, Wizard Oflas himself. There was not a single spellcaster who had cultivated it successfully, as most had died a violent death due to all sorts of mishaps. Merlin also knew of the rumors that Darkness Eye was a cursed power, so after perceiving the changes of Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead, he had immediately shifted his guard. "Merlin, give me Darkness-type elemental crystal stones. I need a colossal number of those stones, as many as you have." Wizard Leo's current situation was not a favorable one. His entire body looked like a wizened corpse, which was terrifying. Merlin immediately sought all the Darkness-type elemental crystal stones in his ring and handed them to Wizard Leo. These Darkness-type elemental crystal stones each turned into a black mist. There seemed to be a whirlpool within Wizard Leo's body, frantically gobbling up all these elemental crystal stones. As Wizard Leo was frantically consuming the Darkness-type elemental crystal stones, his Darkness Eye in his forehead bulged outward as if it wanted to break free from Wizard Leo's forehead. Seal! Wizard Leo's eyes opened and his hands flickered with intense darkness elemental fluctuations, following which he slammed his palms upon his forehead. Bursts of dazzling crimson and black light instantly distorted and weaved around each other. Only after a long moment did Wizard Leo gradually release his hands. In his forehead, Darkness Eye had calmed down for now, but Wizard Leo seemed to have aged by many years, and his energy levels were far from what they were when he first arrived in the Imperial City. It was to an extent where his terrifying appearance, resembling a dried corpse, would make anyone shudder at his sight. Wizard Leo shook his head slightly, saying in a soft, self-mocking tone, "Ah, accursed power. I was nearly unable to subdue it earlier. For the Tear of God, a bit of risk is worth it." Wizard Leo's eyes lighted up at the thought of the Tear of God. His display of the fourth form of Darkness Eye this time around had cost him more than when he had fought against Arceus. At that time, Wizard Leo had sacrificed an arm. This time, although he did not seem injured, in truth, Wizard Leo had suffered a greater loss. Ordinary folks would never know what price Wizard Leo ultimately had to pay in order to unleash the fourth form of Darkness Eye. However, Wizard Leo was willing to make such a big sacrifice for the sake of the Tear of God. As long as the Tear of God truly served its purpose, allowing him to alleviate the defects of cultivating Darkness Eye and become a 7th level spellcaster, then that would be his biggest reward. No matter what the price was, it would be worth it. Swoosh! Wizard Leo stood up abruptly. His body frame, as withered as a skeleton, was only shrouded by a thin robe. Wizard Leo had ended up like this because of the price he paid for forcibly activating the fourth form of Darkness Eye. The situation of the current battlefield had undergone a fundamental shift. Many spellcasters under the Fourth Prince's command had either escaped or were killed. Overall, there were only a scattered few who were still resisting. This was even more so with Wizard Bamu constantly wiping out their opponents. Anywhere that Wizard Bamu arrived at, there were no spellcasters or forces that could defend against him. Flames were raging everywhere. Other than the two 8th level spellcasters, Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tanin, the most powerful ones under the Fourth Prince were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Wizard. However, at the moment they were nowhere to be seen. Bamu! Merlin used the slave contract to summon Wizard Bamu. "Master!" Wizard Bamu glanced at Merlin and called out respectfully. "Where are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards under the Fourth Prince's command?" These 3 wizards were 7th level spellcasters, and Merlin did not see their bodies lying around anywhere. Therefore, Merlin had asked as 7th level spellcasters were rather remarkable and would be valued by any spellcaster's organization. Upon hearing this, Bamu could only smile bitterly. "Master, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards were rather shrewd. Before I could get to them, they had already fled." "They fled?" Merlin was somewhat startled. Nonetheless, after some thoughts, it seemed reasonable. 3 7th level spellcasters would form a formidable force, but once they faced Wizard Leo and Bamu, it would not be enough. The Fourth Prince had lost beyond hope. It would be utter idiocy to die here for the Fourth Prince. It's just as well that they've fled. It saves us lots of trouble. Let's go, there's only the Fourth Prince left. Merlin saw that most of the spellcasters under the 8th Prince had begun gathering, silently watching the battle between the 4th Prince and the 8th Prince from a distance. Although the 2 princes were merely 6th level spellcasters, they had already constructed the strongest spells of the royal family and cultivated Pandora demon abilities. Therefore, the might of their battle was in no way inferior to 7th level spellcasters, and most spellcasters would not dare approach. Only Wizard Bamu, Wizard Leo, and those 3 7th level spellcasters could go slightly nearer. As for Merlin, he used Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, to cast perfect armor, and could just about stand with Wizard Leo and the rest. Countless pairs of eyes watched the Fourth Prince, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to his situation as his body flickered with an icy force. The 8th Prince, on the other hand, had a whistling gale in addition to a devastating blaze and appeared awe-inspiring as well. Presently, the 2 princes were evenly matched, and neither could outsmart the other. It was obvious that they were familiar with the spells and Pandora demon abilities that the other one had constructed and cultivated. As they battled, they each saw through each other's powers. Therefore, other than causing a huge commotion, in reality, neither prince was really injured. "Fourth brother, you've lost." The 8th Prince stood in mid-air. He knew the situation of the battlefield like the back of his hand. Wizard Leo had unleashed his extraordinary might, defeating Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tanin in one blow. This was key to turning the tide of the entire battle. From that moment on, the fourth prince was doomed to lose. The fourth prince swept his gaze quickly across the battlefield. He could not see any of the spellcasters under his command. There were those who had fled and those who had been killed. It had been a favorable situation, yet now things had descended to such a stage. Before he had set off on this journey, the fourth prince had never thought that it would end like this. "You're right, I've lost. This is the fate of us descendants of the royal family. Ha ha." The fourth prince began to laugh like a maniac. The struggle for the throne was ruthless. It was just like when But-16 had ascended the throne. Who knew how much royal blood was on his hands? Flames began to flare up ferociously on the fourth prince. In the soaring flames, the laughter of the fourth prince rang out across the forest, and even seemed to reach the square. "Is that the fourth prince?" But-16 suddenly raised his head and looked off in a certain direction, his face filled with complicated emotions. The raging blaze crackled as it incinerated the fourth prince. The eighth prince looked on with a complex expression at the fourth prince, who was submerged in flames. This was the fate of descendants of the royal family. The moment he had chosen to fight for the throne, he had already made this decision. Only he was now the victor. The eighth prince. "The fourth prince is dead, and it's time for your royal highness to fulfill the promise." Suddenly, Wizard Leo spoke in a raspy voice. Wizard Leo seemed to have turned into a bag of bones. The hoarser his voice became, the more piercing it was. The eighth prince's face shifted slightly, but thereafter, he broke out into a smile. "Of course. Our great victory this time around is all thanks to Wizard Leo's mighty display of power, defeating Morstan and Tanin. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the one reduced to ashes in the flames would have been me." The eighth prince eyed the ashes that the fourth prince had become. He knew very well that the forces of the fourth prince initially had the upper hand, but the final outcome was the eighth prince's victory. A crucial factor of this reversal of fortune was Wizard Leo's sudden explosion of power. Darkness Eye was a special Pandora demon ability of the legends. As expected, it was a strange, mysterious, and inscrutable power. Not even the eighth prince, who had an understanding of Darkness Eye, had thought that it would be so powerful. The eighth prince was even somewhat tempted by Darkness Eye. However, upon looking at Wizard Leo's current ugly appearance, which was neither a man nor a ghost, the eighth prince shook his head. Admittedly, Darkness Eye was powerful, but it was ultimately a cursed power. Any spellcaster who cultivated Darkness Eye would not end up well. The exception to this was the Legend of Darkness, the great wizard Ophlas, who had created Darkness Eye. Therefore, even if the eighth prince was tempted by the might of Darkness Eye, he would not cultivate it. The resources of the royal family were deep and extensive. It was not like there were no special Pandora demon abilities that were comparable to Darkness Eye. However, the eighth prince was presently just a prince and had no access to the deepest secrets of the royal family. Only when he became king and held that position of power would he be able to acquire the full legacy of the royal family. This is the tear of God. The eighth prince drew in a deep breath and took out the tear of God. To other people, the tear of God would be a pretty ornament at best, but to Wizard Leo, who suffered from defects caused by the cultivation of Darkness Eye, it was a priceless treasure. Wizard Leo immediately extended a withered arm and grasped the tear of God. He swept his mind power across it and quickly placed it in his ring. The eighth prince said in a low voice, "Let's go. We're on a hunt now. Let's see if we can find that Elk King." Having defeated his main opponent in the struggle for the throne, the eighth prince was a step closer to his goal. Therefore, his smile appeared particularly carefree, and his laughter reverberated through the forest for a long time. Chapter 350, Fulfilling a Promise 2. Chapter 350, Fulfilling a Promise 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the royal forest, the hunting had ended. King But-16, sitting high on his throne, looked down at the crowd of aristocrats, and slowly said, "Marquis Wilsen." A middle-aged aristocrat immediately came forward from the crowd, bowing slightly toward But-16. "Your Honorable Majesty, Wilsen is here." "Very well, Marquis Wilsen. You've killed the Elk King. According to the rules, you've achieved victory, and naturally, you must be rewarded. I hear that you have 2 sons, and one of them will be unable to inherit your title. In that case, I bestow upon your second son the non-hereditary title of Viscount. Butto 16 immediately granted him the title of Viscount. This was no mere label. The aristocrats of the Kingdom of Black Moon possessed tremendous privileges, and almost every aristocrat had a corresponding territory. This possession of territory was at the root of the aristocracy. A Viscount, even if a non-hereditary title, meant a rather large fief. To the Wilsen clan, this was incredible news. Thus, Marquis Wilsen was overjoyed to hear this, and said gratefully to Butto 16, "I thank your Majesty's generosity." There were many who envied Wilsen. He was merely lucky enough to kill the Elk King and did not contribute much to the kingdom, yet he received an aristocratic title. Huh? Where's His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince? That's right. I've seen His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince leading some people in a majestic manner into the forest. Surely they are all right? Some of the uninformed people, upon discovering that there was no trace of the Fourth Prince, began discussing in low voices. Butto 16 furrowed his brow slightly and looked toward the Eighth Prince. He inquired slowly, "The Eighth Prince, have you seen the Fourth Prince?" The Eighth Prince's expression remained the same as he looked deep into the eyes of Butto 16. Following that, he replied calmly, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince encountered some ferocious beasts in the forest, and in a moment of carelessness, lost his footing. He fell off his horse, and died." There were so many far-fetched flaws in this story. The Fourth Prince was a splendid 6th-level spellcaster and was surrounded by so many powerful spellcasters. How could he have fallen to his death from his horse due to a mere encounter with a wild beast? However, even with such a reply full of loopholes, Butto 16 nodded his head slowly, and let out a long sigh. "Guards! Search for the body of the Fourth Prince, and bury him in the royal mausoleum." With that, Butto 16 left Kingswood under the protection of many guards and spellcasters. As he passed by the Eighth Prince, a complicated light flashed in his eyes. The Eighth Prince looked at Butto XVI's departing figure, and mumbled, "Back then, Father had eliminated the other princes one by one and finally ascended the throne. This is the fate of us descendants of the royal family, a fate we can never escape." There was also blood on Butto XVI's hands. In the beginning, he had gone through a similar process. Of course, he would understand that the outcome of the battle between the Fourth Prince and the Eighth Prince had been determined. Although he was the king of the Kingdom of Black Moon and had great power, Butto 16 had no authority in the matter of selecting his successor, and could not even intervene. This was because the ones who determined the final candidate for the throne were the group of elders of the royal family, made up of the strongest individuals throughout generations of the royal family. They were the ones who decided on the candidate together, and not even Butto 16 could interfere. Thus, even if the Eighth Prince and the Fourth Prince, and the subsequent 9th and 13th Princes, and so on, wanted to kill each other, Butto XVI's hands were tied. He could only pay them no mind, and let the chips fall where they might, silently waiting out his final 5 years on the throne. In the Great Hall of the Eighth Prince's manor, 2 rows of seats were filled with spellcasters. On the right, Wizard Leo was at the head, after which sat Merlin, Wizard Bamu, and other spellcasters. This seating was not by accident, and it was not just anyone who could take these seats. Merlin and Wizard Leo were able to sit near the front naturally because the Eighth Prince had determined their capabilities and ranking. Everyone, the Fourth Prince is dead. In the entire Imperial City, there are no more members of the royal family who pose a threat to me. This time, I have to thank Wizard Leo in particular. I believe that everyone has witnessed that if it wasn't for Wizard Leo's mighty display of power which salvaged our desperate situation, I'm afraid we would have been in grave danger. The Eighth Prince directed his gaze at Wizard Leo. Although Wizard Leo now appeared to be just skin and bones, no spellcaster dared to look down on him. Even Morstan and Tanin, these 2 8th-level spellcasters of impressive reputation, were dead. Although it was not Wizard Leo who killed them, he was the main reason for their deaths. It was because of Wizard Bamu that we were able to avoid having too many casualties. Many spellcasters were saved by Wizard Bamu's appearance. Wizard Bamu is Wizard Merlin's aide, therefore, we couldn't have achieved our great victory today without Wizard Bamu and Wizard Merlin. A strange light flickered in the Eighth Prince's eye. He had been somewhat surprised that Merlin had a 7th-level spellcaster as his aide. Furthermore, this 7th-level spellcaster appeared rather extraordinary. He had constructed an 8th level spell, and thus had the chance of becoming an 8th level wizard. A 7th level spell caster with the possibility of becoming an 8th level spell caster. Wizards of such spell caster quality were usually at the high-level core of spellcasters' organizations. However, Bamu was willing to be Merlin's aide and followed Merlin. This also made Merlin seem to be full of mystery. Following that, the 8th prince rewarded each spellcaster. The 8th prince's overwhelming victory this time around would result in these spellcasters benefiting even more in the future. Nonetheless, Merlin and Leo did not publicly receive any such rewards. For Leo, he had already acquired the Tear of God, and he required nothing else. As for Merlin's reward, the 8th prince would need to spend some time to fulfill it. Wizard Merlin, we're still gathering the potion materials you need, and will likely still require some time. The 8th prince smiled as he spoke. After defeating his mortal enemy, the 4th prince, the 8th prince had recovered his confidence and emanated a subtle dignity. Merlin shook his head and replied calmly, "It doesn't matter if the potion materials arrive late, but as for the royal spell library." As soon as Merlin mentioned the royal spell library, the 8th prince frowned. This matter would be difficult to carry out, but since he had promised Merlin from the start, he would need to carry it out no matter how difficult it was. Thus, the 8th prince gritted his teeth. "Be rest assured, Wizard Merlin, I'll surely gain you entry into the spell library. There's no time to lose, let's go and try now. Wizard Merlin, please follow me." Merlin felt a rush of glee and stood up to take his leave. In a rare instance, Wizard Leo advised him, "That's right, Merlin. The collection in the spell library of the royal family is even more extensive than what we have in the dark magic region. You must seize this chance. I'll try using the Tear of God in the manner to resolve my own afflictions, so I might need a while." Following that, Wizard Leo got up and left the hall right away, heading toward the anechoic chamber the 8th prince had prepared for him. If Wizard Leo could level up to a 7th level spellcaster, I shall become even more powerful. The 8th prince looked at Wizard Leo's departing figure and was filled with satisfaction. Wizard Leo was currently already so powerful. If he could break through and become a 7th level spellcaster, would he not be even stronger? Although the 4th prince had been defeated, it did not mean that the 8th prince could rest easy. There were still the 9th prince and the 13th prince. They had not given up on the idea of fighting for the throne, and a battle sometime in the future was inevitable. Therefore, the stronger Wizard Leo was, the more of an advantage the 8th prince would have. He too hoped that Wizard Leo would be successful in using the Tear of God to alleviate his ailments. "I hope Teacher Leo would be able to successfully heal his afflictions." Merlin silently wished Wizard Leo well. He had never cultivated Darkness Eye, and did not know what flaw it was in its cultivation that resulted in Wizard Leo being unable to become a 7th level spell caster until now. Now, he saw that Wizard Leo looked somewhat excited since he had the Tear of God. There should be a slight hope that he could level up to a 7th level spell caster. "Wizard Merlin, let's go as well." The 8th prince brought Merlin away from the manor. They boarded a magnificent horse carriage and gradually made their way toward the palace. On the horse carriage, Merlin and the 8th prince exchanged a few simple words. Those potion materials were not an issue for the 8th prince to fulfill his promise. On the contrary, the difficult part was the spell library. After all, the spell library was only open to members of the royal family, so only the 8th prince could enter. If he wanted to bring in an outsider, he would need the approval of the king. For something like this, even if the 8th prince went and beseeched Butto 16, it was likely that he would not receive the approval. "8th prince, how are you going to gain me entry into the spell library?" Merlin could not help but ask. He did not think that it would be so difficult to enter the spell library, and that one would need the permission of Butto 16 to bring in outsiders. "Don't worry about that. All that matters is I'll fulfill my promise." The 8th prince gave Merlin a profound look. He had learned that Merlin was able to face the 4th and 5th wizard by himself. Furthermore, Merlin had Wizard Bamu as his aide, who was a wizard at the peak of the 7th level, and was able to take on 8th level wizards. With this kind of power, Merlin would naturally ascend quickly in rank in the eyes of the 8th prince and become second only to Wizard Leo. Therefore, although it was difficult to enter the spell library and any other members of the royal family would be at their wits' end, to the 8th prince, it was more achievable. It was just that if he really wanted to let Merlin enter the spell library, he would have to use up that one promise. The eighth prince was still evaluating if Merlin was worth such a promise. Merlin himself has powerful capabilities. In addition to Bamu and his relationship with Wizard Leo, countless thoughts flashed across the eighth prince's mind. Soon enough, he had decided. With Merlin's current strength, in addition to his connection to Wizard Leo, he could, in fact, be considered the strongest force on the eighth prince's side. Merlin's importance was self-evident. Therefore, even if he had to sacrifice that promise, it was worth it to gain Merlin an entry into the spell library. Chapter 351, The Spell Library. Chapter 351, The Spell Library. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The spell library of the royal family was hidden in the depths of the palace. Being at the heart of the imperial city, it was natural that the palace would be heavily guarded. The elemental swordsmen outside were merely the external security. In reality, the moment Merlin stepped into the palace, he had a feeling that he was in the midst of intense potential danger. There were sure to be many powerful spellcasters within the palace who monitored the every movement of anyone who entered the palace. The fact that Merlin could feel the danger meant his mind power was considered decent. Particularly its acuity was much better than most spellcasters of the same level. The eighth prince wore a calm and unperturbed expression and was clearly very familiar with the palace. The many guards that they had encountered bowed respectfully toward the eighth prince. Merlin followed closely behind the eighth prince, passing through floors of corridors, and turned around many hidden places. Even Merlin had somewhat lost his sense of direction. What powerful mind power! Merlin suddenly felt a burst of mind power which was unparalleled in intensity, enclosing down upon them as it swept across him and the eighth prince. Merlin had practically no secrets left to speak of. This mind power had reached the stage of the 9th level, and there was even a certain amount of difference from Wizard Bamu's mind power. It was because Merlin himself had often felt Wizard Bamu's mind power, so he was able to sense the general level of this mind power. The level of mind power for most spellcasters was the same level as the spells that they had constructed. Only a small percentage of them, like Merlin or Wizard Bamu, had incomparably strong mind power, for one reason or another. This only applied to a minority of spellcasters. Now that this burst of 9th level mind power had appeared, if it was not mind power which was particularly powerful for its level, it indicated that there was a mighty 9th level spellcaster here. Seeing that Merlin had turned alert, the eighth prince shook his head, then called out hoarsely, "Wizard Foss, I'm the eighth prince. Please open the spell library." Merlin frowned. There was only an empty space here, save for pure black cast bronze statues situated at both ends. The details of the statues were rather exquisite, and the carvings were lifelike. Rumble. Suddenly, a crack materialized between these two wondrous pure black bronze statues and widened rapidly as if it was parting the space itself. Furthermore, lines of mysterious runes emerged on the bronze statues. Even Merlin had not noticed that there were mysterious runes engraved on the bronze statues. The eighth prince took 2 steps back and turned to Merlin, breaking into a smile. The royal family has a deep and extensive legacy, everyone knows that. As the most important wealth of the royal family, it's natural that the spell library is well hidden. There's a 9th level spellcaster guarding inside throughout the year. Without him to open the runic magic circle as well as numerous other mechanisms, even a great wizard can forget about trying to force his way into the spell library within a short time. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Between the 2 black bronze statues, there was a long, deep-reaching flight of stone stairs. It turned out that the spell library was here. Indeed, it was well hidden. That colossal mind power that he had felt earlier must be the 9th level spellcaster who was guarding the spell library. Let's go. The eighth prince led Merlin straight down the flight of stairs. In the pitch-dark passage of the stone stairs, the air was filled with a musty odor. People must often pass by here. Clap, clap, clap. The eighth prince clapped his hands lightly. Instantly, a flicker of firelight appeared in the darkness. Following that, flames materialized on the 2 walls flanking the stone stairs, lighting up the pitch-black passage. Merlin could distinctly feel that this passage was heading downward. The weather outside was rather parched, but deep in the underground was a chill that could cut to the bone. Finally, they reached the end of the stone stairs. There, they found two large brass doors, on which there was an imprint of a palm. This palm imprint looked peculiar. Moreover, lines of mysterious runes protected the large brass doors. Breaking down the doors using brute force would be rather unrealistic. No matter whether it was Merlin or the Eighth Prince, they would not be able to do that now. Still, the Eighth Prince appeared to have done this routinely. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed into the imprint on the large brass doors. Following that, the mysterious runes on the door gradually brightened with white light, and the large brass doors began to slowly open. Creak! The large brass doors opened, revealing a large, elegant hall which was decorated lavishly. The four walls of the large hall were inlaid with marble that shone like mirrors, and the floor was made of layers of gilded rock. Above the hall, there were a few enormous, transparent hanging lamps made of velurium. In these lamps, there were precious pearls the size of fists. The pearls glowed with a bright and gentle radiance, lighting up the spotless hall as if it was daylight. There was no need for firelight at all. Even Merlin himself was speechless upon seeing such a sumptuous large hall. Regardless of whether it was the gilded floor or the marble as sleek as a mirror or the precious pearls in the hanging lamps made of velurium, these were all priceless. Any one of the pearls in the lamps used for illumination would be an invaluable treasure outside which would be worth a handsome sum. The Black Moon royal family had always claimed that their heritage dated back to 3,600 years ago, and they descended from the Malta Empire royal family. For now, one could put aside the question of whether the Black Moon royal family was just making themselves look good. Just the amount of resources they had was enough to prove that the royal family should not be underestimated, for they would be a match for any large-sized spellcaster's organization. The Eighth Prince stared at the lavish hall, and a zealous light flashed across his eyes. As a member of the royal family, he had come to the spell library countless times, but each time he would still be stunned. However, not even a prince could enter the spell library at will and would need the permission of Butto 16. Only the king of the Kingdom of Black Moon could visit the spell library as he pleased. In the Kingdom of Black Moon, there were many places that were as important as the spell library which only the king could visit. The Eighth Prince's thirst for power mostly arose from his visits to luxurious spaces like the spell library, which evoked the desire and ambition deep in his heart. One day, I shall possess everything of the royal family. The Eighth Prince mumbled softly. Following that, he raised his head suddenly and drew in a deep breath. Then, he yelled, "Wizard Foss, show yourself!" Whoosh! As soon as the Eighth Prince spoke, a gust of black wind appeared in the air. Merlin could not even sense when the black wind had appeared. Thereafter, the black wind dissipated, revealing a purple-haired old man who stood tall and straight in healthy spirits. The purple-haired old man swept his gaze casually across Merlin and the Eighth Prince, then began to say slowly, "Your Royal Highness the Eighth Prince, it doesn't matter if you come to the spell library, but this spellcaster behind you, he has no royal blood and isn't a member of the royal family. Has my lord forgotten the rules?" Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up the purple-haired old man who had just appeared. So, he was the guardian wizard of the spell library, the powerful 9th-level spellcaster Wizard Foss. The spell library was an important place for the royal family and was guarded by a powerful 9th-level spellcaster of the royal family, who would not let any outsider enter. Although Merlin had not entered the actual spell library, the Eighth Prince had already breached the rules by bringing Merlin to where the spell library was. Nevertheless, the Eighth Prince seemed unconcerned and gazed steadily at the purple-haired old man. Suddenly, he said, "Wizard Foss, do you still remember you owe my mother a promise?" At the mention of the Eighth Prince's mother, Wizard Foss's face shifted slightly, following which he seemed extremely uncomfortable. He could only nod powerlessly. "Of course, I remember the kindness of the Queen Consort. That promise I made her is still as valid now. However, Eighth Prince, you must remember that this promise only works once." A smile tugged at the corner of the Eighth Prince's mouth. "Once is enough. You wouldn't be willing to kill the fourth prince for me, so I'll use this promise for Wizard Merlin. I'd like to let Wizard Merlin enter the spell library. He'll get one day and can look through any spell he likes, just like us members of the royal family. Wizard Foss, what do you say?" Only then did the situation dawn upon Merlin. It was not surprising that the Eighth Prince had made the vow so solemnly. In fact, non-members of the royal family were not allowed to enter the spell library, But the spellcaster guarding the spell library owed the 8th prince's mother a promise. This was the reason the 8th prince was so confident. Wizard Foss hesitated for a moment, following which he glanced at Merlin before saying slowly, "My lord, a day's time is far too long. I can grant you 8 hours at most, and upon seeing the spells inside, he mustn't pass it on to anyone else. A contract must be signed." The 8th prince frowned. What could one do in 8 hours? Selecting the spells alone would take a few hours, to say nothing of having to memorize those complicated spells, as he was not able to bring them out. However, just as he was about to further negotiate with Wizard Foss, Merlin stepped forward beside him. "My utmost gratitude to Wizard Foss. 8 hours will be enough." Seeing that Merlin had agreed, the 8th prince nodded. "Very well, 8 hours it is. Wizard Merlin, go ahead and sign the contract. I'll wait here outside for those 8 hours, and you won't have to worry about anything during this period." Now that the 8th prince had just defeated the 4th prince, he had great influence among the many members of the royal family in the imperial city. Anyone would know that the 8th prince was the one who was most likely to ascend the throne. With the 8th prince outside the spell library, even if some other member of the royal family came, the 8th prince could stop them. No one would dare to cross him. Moreover, they had the support of Wizard Foss, who was the guardian wizard. Merlin's safety was absolutely secured. "My gratitude to your Royal Highness the 8th prince for his trouble." Merlin bowed slightly toward the 8th prince, following which he took a deep breath and followed behind Wizard Foss, entering the spell library before them. Bam! The large doors of the spell library shut tight. There was no one who could spy on what was happening inside. Chapter 352, Deriving a New Spell. Chapter 352, Deriving a New Spell. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin wandered around the spell library of the royal family. Even though he had seen the mountains of volumes of spells inside the resource tower, the sight before him still astounded him. Volumes and volumes of books were piled upon the rows of vermilion bookshelves. They were also tagged clearly: 0-level spells, 1st-level spells, 2nd-level spells, 3rd-level spells, 4th-level spells, 5th-level spells, and 6th-level spells. These spells were further divided into wind type, fire type, water type, thunder type, ice type, earth type, darkness type, and so on. It could be said that the types of spells were incomparably comprehensive, and there was a great number of them too. Merlin picked out one of the darkness type spells at random. Darkness type spells were hard to come by. Even when he was in the resource tower of the dark magic region, the number of darkness type spells could be counted on one's hand, and the spells were not that powerful. Merlin's darkness type spells were obtained strategically by Wizard Leo from Abyss Fort. However, the darkness type spell that Merlin now picked up casually was the spell that Merlin had painstakingly searched for in Abyss Fort, the 4th-level spell Darkness Nightmare. Darkness Nightmare was a 4th-level spell, known to be the pinnacle of hallucinating spells. Merlin's current mind power was still a long way from being able to construct Darkness Nightmare, so naturally, he had not constructed it. Nevertheless, Merlin also possessed the spell model of Darkness Nightmare. Therefore, Merlin compared the spell model of Darkness Nightmare from Abyss Fort to the one from the spell library. He found that the two spell models were more or less the same, which meant that the darkness-type spells in the spell library of the royal family were genuine, and they even had a more complete selection of darkness-type spells than Abyss Fort. It wasn't surprising that they're compared to a large spellcasters organization. The resources of the royal family is inconceivably extensive. Merlin murmured in a low voice. What a large number of spells! He estimated that there were more than 10,000 spells or even more. This would be of enormous help in populating the database of the Matrix. Select the spells at your own pace. Remember, you can only be here for 8 hours. Once the time is up, I'll come and get you. Wizard Foss reminded Merlin, following which he hid in the darkness in a flash. Nonetheless, Merlin did not get the feeling that he was being watched, as if Wizard Foss was not concerned about Merlin stealing a spell. Merlin heaved a small sigh. Of course, he would not steal a spell because he did not need to do something like that. He planned on using the Matrix, employing every spell here to populate its database. In other words, he was going to duplicate the entire centuries-old collection of the spell library of the royal family. Matrix, prepare to scan all the spells in the books. Beep, task received. Begin scanning. Please be patient. The Matrix began its scanning. Not even a great wizard would be able to find out about the Matrix. Therefore, Wizard Foss would not be able to discover the Matrix even if he used his mind power to spy on Merlin. Scanning such a tremendous number of books would require some time. Thus, Merlin began to wait patiently, occasionally flipping through some spells at random, acting as if he was looking for a spell. Although Wizard Foss was not spying on him with mind power, Merlin knew that there was surely another more hidden method that would allow Wizard Foss to monitor his every move. This was, in fact, true. Presently, Merlin's every movement was known to Wizard Foss. His task was to guard the entire collection of the spell library. As the 8th prince had brought up the queen consort's kindness toward him in the past, Wizard Foss had reluctantly agreed to let Merlin enter the spell library. However, if Merlin really dared to steal a spell from the spell library, he would show no mercy. From the looks of it, Wizard Foss saw that Merlin was well behaved, only looking through the spell models. Perhaps he was memorizing the complicated spell models, but he did not try to steal a spell. Humph, how deep is the collection of the spell library? How vast? The higher the level of a spell, the more difficult it would be to memorize the spell model. This Merlin is futilely trying to memorize 5th level and 6th level spells. What a waste of time and opportunity. With a 1 in a million chance like this, and only 8 hours, he might get something out of it if he commits to memorizing some 4th level spells. However, since he's biting off more than he can chew, his success will be limited. Wizard Foss saw that Merlin had begun looking at the 5th level and 6th level spells and thought that it was because Merlin was biting off more than he could chew, wasting his time and opportunity. After all, it was common knowledge for spellcasters that if one's mind power had not broken through to a similar level, one would be unable to simulate more advanced spells, and it would take a great effort just to memorize it alone. Merlin currently only possessed 4th level mind power. So naturally, if he wanted to memorize those 5th level and 6th level spell models, it would be an arduous and useless task. Wizard Foss mistook this as Merlin biting off more than he could chew. However, in reality, Merlin was only putting on a show, looking through the spell models at random. He did not need to strain his mind power to memorize those complicated spell models at all. With the Matrix scanning every spell in the spell library, he could look through them at his leisure after he had gone out. Wizard Foss misunderstood Merlin's intentions and paid him less attention. He also did not disturb Merlin at all. He hoped for the 8 hours to pass by as quickly as possible so that Merlin could be sent away, preventing any unnecessary trouble. After all, Wizard Foss was breaking the rules. If this was discovered by the elders of the royal family, Wizard Foss would be heavily punished even though he was an elder himself. Beep, scan completed. There are 35,489 spells in total. Should this all be stored in the database? In just 1 hour, the Matrix had finished scanning all the spells of the spell library. Still, the number of spells had dumbfounded Merlin for a moment. There were over 30,000 spells. Merlin was somewhat taken aback. Initially, there were only 200 or so spells in the Matrix. According to his deductions and estimations, 1,000 spells or more should be enough to derive a new spell. However, now he had no less than over 30,000 spells to populate the database. Did this mean that he would be able to derive a new spell right away? As he thought of this, Merlin's heartbeat sped up involuntarily. Matrix, begin data integration process and derive a new 4th level spell. Merlin drew in a deep breath and forced himself to calm his restless emotions, then gave the Matrix this command. Beep, processing data integration. Derivation of new 4th level spell in progress. Beep, command error. Please input command in detail and bind with mind power. The command voice of the Matrix rang out suddenly. Merlin's second attempt at processing data integration was still unsuccessful. Command error? I need to bind with mind power? Merlin furrowed his brow. The Matrix was merely an ordinary quantum calculator, and was a product of the pinnacle of science development in his previous life when there was no such thing as mind power. Nonetheless, the Matrix now requested the binding of mind power, which might mean that the Matrix had undergone a change when it had crossed over with Merlin back then. The Matrix was now no longer just a simple calculator. Although he did not know what had happened to the matrix, Merlin knew that if he did not follow the steps of the matrix, he would never be able to derive a new spell. Therefore, Merlin responded softly, "Bind mind power." Beep, binding of mind power successful. Please input task. With the spells in the database as a foundation, derive a new 4th level spell. After a pause, Merlin felt that something was not right. After he thought about it, he realized that the scope of 4th level spells was far too wide. Even if the matrix had outstanding operational abilities, this command was too vague. In addition, it would need to derive based on over 30,000 spells. The amount of calculation required would be astonishing. Therefore, Merlin corrected himself and went on. With the spells in the database as a foundation, derive a new 4th level fire-type spell. Beep, task received. Analysis is in progress. After having done all this, Merlin began to wait nervously. Without realizing it, several hours had passed since he entered the spell library. Whether or not he could derive a new spell was of utmost importance to Merlin. During the most glorious age of spellcasters, a few truly prodigious spellcasters were even able to construct their own spells alone from the 4th level onward. Merlin naturally was not gifted in spell construction. He was able to achieve what he had today thanks to the matrix. Therefore, the matrix was the foundation of his success. In the past, the matrix only derived the stability, compatibility, power, and other aspects that made up a relatively decent and well-rounded spell model. This was in fact already a huge benefit which pleased Merlin greatly. His present success was inseparable from the assistance of the matrix. However, the matrix seemed to have undergone some form of change now. It was no longer just for simple calculation and analysis of spell models. Merlin also wanted to use it to derive new spells. For this goal, Merlin had made numerous sacrifices and had gone to great lengths to obtain this chance to enter the spell library, collecting over 30,000 spells for the matrix. This resulted in over 30,000 reference points, enough for the matrix to continue its data integration process. This was all conjecture on Merlin's part, which was to say he was just simply estimating whether or not the matrix could derive new spells. If for now, there were no examples of success. 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. The time slipped by quickly. Without realizing it, Merlin had been in the spell library for over 7 hours. There was not much time left in the 8 hours set by Wizard Foss. Wizard Foss had even begun focusing his attention on Merlin, silently waiting for the end of the time limit. Whoosh! The space before Merlin's eyes flashed suddenly. Wizard Foss appeared without warning, mysteriously popping up before Merlin once more. "Your time is up. You should leave." Wizard Foss fixed his cold gaze upon Merlin. Disappointment washed over Merlin's face as he mumbled, "It didn't work. Or was my idea too simplistic, to derive a new spell?" With a bitter smile, Merlin stood up slowly, and followed behind Wizard Foss, traveling once more through that mysterious and deep-reaching passage of stone stairs. Beep, data integration process successful. The detached mechanical female voice rang out once again in Merlin's head. However, this time Merlin trembled all over, an irrepressible expression of glee instantly appeared on his face. Chapter 353, The Matrix and the Flame Maximi. Chapter 353, The Matrix and the Flame Maximi. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin followed close behind Wizard Foss through the cold stone staircase. The mechanical female voice of the Matrix kept reverberating in his mind. Beep, data integration process is successful. A total of 239 fire-type 4th level spells are derived. Data incomplete, please continue to collect data and populate the database. The Matrix had actually derived more than 200 fire-type 4th level spells. Although more than 30,000 spells were populated into the database, the Matrix still felt that the data was incomplete, hence that surprised Merlin. This amount of data that had been accumulated over the centuries was comparable to that of a large spellcaster's organization. Yet, it still was not enough to populate the database of the Matrix. It seems that I still have to continue searching for spells whenever I have the chance and populate the database. If there was one person most familiar with the Matrix, it had to be Merlin. Although the data in the database was not really complete, but complete was only a relative term. If it had indeed been completed, the spells derived from the matrix would surely be very terrifying, with almost no obvious weaknesses. Even though the database was still not complete, the spells derived were still very powerful. Merlin immediately exported more than 200 spells derived from the matrix. He wanted to see what was so unique about them. In the end, the only problem with the new spells that he had derived was compatibility. When Merlin looked at all the spell models, he suddenly realized that all spell models actually had more than 90% compatibility. Some of the spells had even reached 100% compatibility. That was really hard to imagine. Even for spells from the same origin, if they were to be constructed in the awareness, it would still be impossible to reach 100% compatibility. 100% compatibility could only be achieved by self-derivation and construction, by matching with one's own mind power, previously constructed spell models, and so on. Merlin vaguely understood why the matrix needed to bind mind power previously. It was so that the spells could be derived according to his mind power, so that there would be higher compatibility. These 4th-level fire-type spells were mostly offensive spells. Of course, there were some spells which were binding-type or had other effects. Nevertheless, after the matrix followed Merlin and warped into this current world, some changes seemed to have occurred. When it derived spells, it would construct a brand new spell based on Merlin's previously constructed spells. In fact, when it came to constructing new spells, this was also the most common method used by 7th-level spellcasters. If the previously constructed spells were basically violent offensive spells, the new spells must be derived in a similar manner too. Only then would it be easier to derive new spells, of which would have increased its compatibility. That was precisely what the matrix had done. It combined spells that Merlin had previously constructed, including the 0th-level spell Fireball, the 1st-level spell Furious Flame, the 2nd-level spell Sea of Purgatory Fire, and the 3rd-level spell Condensed Fire. These 4 spells were all fire-type spells that were extremely violent, had immense attacking power, and were absolutely explosive. Therefore, the total sum of more than 200 new spells derived from the matrix this time was also equipped with violent characteristics, and exceptionally strong attacking power. A 4th-level spell was a qualitative improvement from a 3rd-level spell. Its power would be increased by multitudes, and it would also be much stronger in every aspect. A 4th-level spell could also fuse with the 2nd stage of a Pandora demon ability as well. Merlin had a concern now. If he were to derive new 4th-level spells using the matrix, could he still cultivate his previous Pandora demon abilities up to the 2nd stage? That was Merlin's concern, but now he had no way of testing it either. He could only wait until he became a 3rd-level spellcaster in the future. Nonetheless, he could still experiment by constructing a 4th-level spell. Still, even if he could not integrate Pandora demon abilities, Merlin could not give up the 4th-level spells which were derived either. After all, constructing a new spell that would suit oneself best was the highest goal of all spellcasters. Before becoming a great wizard, spell models were of vital importance. As for self-derived spells, one need not worry about their stability and compatibility, as they were surely the most suited spells for that particular spellcaster. In the deep stone-cold staircase, Merlin felt a surge of turbulent emotions. Perhaps, even he himself did not realize what it meant to be able to derive and construct a new spell, while still at the stage of a 4th-level spellcaster. Even in the most glorious era of spellcasters, those who could independently derive and construct new spells while at the stage of a 4th-level spellcaster level were the most outstanding, freakish, and genius spellcasters. Moreover, their ultimate achievements later in life were almost impossible to imagine. Numerous thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. However, a ray of bright light slowly emerged in front of him. He had reached the end of the stone staircase. Merlin hurriedly shut down the matrix. He still lacked the ability to construct 4th-level spells, so he could only temporarily store those derived fire-type 4th-level spells in the matrix. Swish swish. Both Merlin and Wizard Foss emerged from the stone staircase. The 8th prince had been waiting outside the stone staircase all along. When Merlin came out, a smile etched on the 8th prince's face as he quickly came to greet him. He asked softly, "Wizard Merlin, how is it? Did you find anything useful in the royal family's spell library?" Merlin had already calmed the excitement in his heart earlier. Thus, he replied in a calm manner, the royal family spell library has a rich heritage indeed. The number of spells inside is beyond imagination. Plus, there's a myriad of varieties. It has definitely exceeded what the dark magic region has to offer. What dark magic region? Our royal family spell library could even rival those of the large spellcasters organizations. Wizard Foss, who was standing beside them, said in a dissatisfied attitude when he heard Merlin comparing the royal family spell library with that of the dark magic region. Merlin did not mind. He only shrugged it off with a smile. Although Wizard Foss's words were very rude, it was the truth. The dark magic region, which was high up and beyond grasp in the eyes of roaming wizards, was merely a small spellcasters organization. Even the most powerful spellcaster in the dark magic region was only a 9th level spellcaster. Meanwhile, in the Black Moon royal family, any random spellcaster who was tasked to guard the spell library had turned out to be a 9th level spellcaster. There was really no place for comparison between the two. The 8th Prince quickly diffused the matter by saying, "Wizard Foss, you can't put it that way. When the dark magic region was at their prime back at the time, they were actual contenders to those large spellcasters organizations." Hearing what the 8th Prince said, Wizard Foss did not continue to argue. Merlin knew this period in history. Indeed, the dark magic region had their golden days. During their most glorious time, they had indeed shown quality to compete and was comparable to large spellcasters organizations. They had great wizards who personally served there, and they produced endless high-tier spellcasters too. Still, that was a matter of centuries ago. At that time, Great Wizard Fidel, the founder of the dark magic region, was still around. It was the reason why they had such power. The 8th Prince did not ask Merlin what spells he chose in the spell library either. Everyone needed some secrets, and the 8th Prince knew this too well. He too had some personal experiences at concealing information. Just as Merlin was ready to depart with the 8th Prince, he was stopped by Wizard Foss. Wizard Foss took out a contract paper from his ring and said coldly, "Sign this contract. You shall never pass the spells in the royal family spell library to others." Wizard Foss had long been ready. Although he had broken the vow once because of the promise to the Queen Consort by letting Merlin enter the spell library, his duty was to guard the royal spell library after all. The main purpose was to prevent the spells from spreading to the outside world. Members of the royal family would naturally not need to sign a contract. Such individuals like the 8th Prince had already passed many royal spells to the people outside. This time, Merlin played a very important role in the big battle against the 4th Prince. In fact, Perfect Armor, a spell which was a vital game-changer in the battle, was actually a spell that belonged to the royal family. Yet, it was passed to Merlin by the 8th Prince. Nevertheless, when Merlin had entered the spell library, he had more or less memorized some spells. Wizard Foss would naturally not take another risk and let Merlin pass the spell outside. Hence, he had to sign a contract. Fortunately, Merlin had already agreed to sign a contract before entering the spell library, so there was no hesitation on his part. It was only a procedure to make sure that he would not spread the royal spells to the outside world. He had used the matrix to integrate the data of many royal spells and had derived numerous new spells, but those were not subjected to any restrictions. Those brand new spells could be handled by Merlin in any way he wanted. It was until a point where with the integration of the matrix, Merlin could continue getting all kinds of new spells limitlessly. By that time, Merlin would no longer be in any need to worry about spells in his quest of turning the Wilson clan into a powerful spellcaster clan. The inheritance of spells was not exactly that simple. It was the most basic form of inheritance for a spellcaster's organization. Like Sterling House, even though they had a great wizard at their service for almost a century already, they still had not collected as many spells. The incomplete collection of spells also became an obstacle which prevented them from becoming a spellcaster's organization. They could only painstakingly keep themselves running by relying on Great Wizard Sterling, with his own fame and influence as their only source of support. Merlin had the matrix and more than 30,000 spells from the Black Moon royal family spell library. By processing them through data integration, endless new spells of various types could be derived. These would come in an enormous number, and there would be a complete array too. Almost single-handedly, Merlin had possessed a heritage of spells which was almost similar to that of a large spellcaster's organization. As long as adequate time was given, it would not be a problem at all for the Wilson clan to slowly expand and develop to greater heights. At that time, they could even become like those scarcely seen top spellcaster clans, where the strength and heritage of one spellcaster clan alone could rival those powerful spellcasters' organizations. Before long, Merlin signed the contract with Wizard Foss. A trace of Merlin's magic power was deposited into the contract paper too. The contract would now effectively exert its constraining effect on Merlin. "All right, 8th Prince, you can all leave now. Please go back and tell the Queen Consort that Foss is grateful for her help, but Foss is now the guardian wizard of the spell library, and he no longer owes anyone any promises." Wizard Foss's tone was disrespectful. With a flap of his robe sleeve, he vanished mysteriously. The stone-cold staircase disappeared along with him, leaving only the two vivid black bronze statues on the ground. The 8th Prince took a deep breath. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. This time, he had used up a promise from Wizard Foss, which could be considered as a huge price. "Wizard Merlin, let's leave as well." Subsequently, the 8th Prince brought Merlin with him and quickly left the palace. Chapter 354, The Matrix and the Flame Maxim 2. Chapter 354, The Matrix and the Flame Maxim 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Back in the 8th Prince's manor, Wizard Leo could no longer wait for his spiritual retreat. He would use the Tear of God to eliminate his own defects, so it would take some time before he could come out again. Merlin had recently used the Matrix to derive many new spells, so there were many details that he had to scrutinize too. Hence, he bid farewell to the 8th Prince and returned to the quiet courtyard. Since the Matrix can derive 4th-level fire-type spells, can it derive 5th-level or 6th-level spells too? Merlin was already quite impatient. He wondered what could be so unique about the 5th-level and 6th-level spells derived from the Matrix. Thus, Merlin immediately activated the Matrix and commanded it, "Matrix, based on the database, derive a new fire-type 5th-level spell." Beep, task established. Starting to derive fire-type 5th-level spells, please wait. The emotionless mechanical female voice made Merlin feel very affable. However, just when he was waiting silently as usual, there was a skyrocketing change in his awareness. Boom! In Merlin's awareness, the Flame Maxim tumbled violently. The Flame Maxim, which was originally the size of a palm, was rapidly shrinking. Initially, it was also possible to activate the ship of Nicola several times using the Flame Maxim, but now, the Flame Maxim had disappeared inexplicably, which instantly evoked fear in Merlin. What happened? How can the Flame Maxim disappear all of a sudden? The Flame Maxim had completely vanished without any apparent reason. Even Merlin did not know why. Even if he found out now, he could do nothing about it. All he could do was to watch the Flame Maxim continue to diminish and disappear. Beep, if the Matrix continues deriving fire-type 5th-level spells, mysterious energy will be absorbed. Do you wish to continue? Mysterious energy? It was the first time that Merlin heard that the Matrix needed to absorb energy. The Matrix was merely a calculator, though it might have undergone some unusual changes after it had followed Merlin to this strange world. It had acquired the ability to bind mind power, and now, it could even absorb mysterious energy. There was a vast difference between deriving a 5th-level fire-type spell and reanalyzing an existing 5th-level spell. It involved an enormous amount of calculations, so even if it consumed some energy, Merlin could understand. However, when Merlin carefully checked the energy used by the Matrix, the look on his face changed instantaneously. He hastily ordered the Matrix, "Stop deriving the fire-type 5th-level spell immediately." "Abort task?" "Abort." Merlin replied with no hesitation. Beep, task aborted. The sound of the Matrix seemed to be reverberating in his mind. Merlin only recovered his senses after a long moment. His expression became extremely concerned. Merlin found that the mysterious energy absorbed by the Matrix was actually the Flame Maxim. The Flame Maxim was a power that could only be wielded by great legends, as it was above any other power. Only by comprehending the essence of the elements and seeing through their nature could a person condense a maxim. If those great wizards were outstanding in a certain field and wanted to improve further, they must fully understand elements and condense maxims. Only then would they become legendary spell casters. The flame maxim in Merlin's awareness was left by the great legend Nicola on the ship of Nicola. It was not condensed by Merlin and had always been in his awareness. Besides being able to suppress fire-type spell models and help Merlin resolve the threat of some powerful fire-type spells, it really had no other role. Merlin was incapable of mobilizing the power of Flame Maxim. Only when combined with the ship of Nicola could it command unparalleled power. Nonetheless, Merlin never thought that the Matrix could absorb the power of Flame Maxim. Besides, it began absorbing when he was deriving 4th-level fire-type spells instead of 5th-level spells. Merlin did not notice it because the power absorbed from the Flame Maxim when deriving 4th-level spells was not too obvious. However, a huge amount of Flame Maxim was required to derive 5th-level spells. This was the factor that triggered the change of the Flame Maxim in his awareness, which led Merlin to the discovery that the Matrix was able to absorb the Flame Maxim. Merlin also did not know the reason behind this change to the Matrix either because now, both the Matrix and the Flame Maxim had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. If it was the previous Matrix, it would not absorb any energy at all, and it was even more unlikely for it to absorb the Flame Maxim. Perhaps warping into this world with Merlin had caused some major changes in the Matrix. The Flame Maxim was extremely important to Merlin. Even if he could not use it now, just by having it in his awareness, it had helped Merlin nullify many powerful fire-type spell attacks thrown at him. Moreover, Merlin's fiery collapse relied on the Flame Maxim to be integrated into the spell. Seeing that Merlin had already derived a new fire-type 4th-level spell, fiery collapse could also be evolved into the 2nd stage. If there was a problem at the time and he was without the suppression of the Flame Maxim, it could end up being life-threatening. Therefore, he could not by any chance completely exhaust the Flame Maxim now. Hence, without any hesitation, Merlin stopped the Matrix from absorbing the Flame Maxim to derive 5th-level spells. After all, Merlin was not sure how much power would be consumed from the Flame Maxim for the derivation of 5th-level spells. If the entire Flame Maxim was drained, the derivation would not succeed either. Then, would that not be a complete waste of effort? 1. It turns out that spells derived from processing the data integrated into the Matrix require power consumption of the Flame Maxim. 5th-level spells already require immense power, then what about 6th-level spells or even 7th-level spells which I don't have any reference to? Merlin did not dare to imagine any more. Initially, he thought that as long as he collected all kinds of spells and populated the database, he could use the Matrix to derive new spells, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Perhaps some changes had happened to the Matrix as it crossed over to this world, so it was able to derive brand new spells, but at the cost of absorbing power from the Flame Maxim. In short, the Matrix was no longer the superquantum calculator that Merlin was familiar with in his past life. If it were not for Merlin, and even if other people had populated the database, they would not be able to derive new spells either. Merlin had also gone through many trials and tribulations to obtain this one and only Flame Maxim from the ship of Nicola. If the power of this Flame Maxim was exhausted, it would then be near impossible to derive new spells in the future. Thus, besides continuing to collect spells, he needed to search for other Maxims. Nevertheless, how precious was the power of a Maxim? Even great wizards would eagerly scramble for it. Even in the most brilliant era of spellcasters, there were scarcely spellcasters who could condense Maxims. Therefore, it was even rarer for someone to leave a Maxim behind. Swoosh! Suddenly, Merlin took out a thick book from his ring. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the first volume of the never-ending book that Merlin had gotten back then. There were 3 volumes of the never-ending book. The first and second volumes contained a number of spells from 1st to 3rd level and 4th to 6th level respectively. Meanwhile, the 3rd volume of the never-ending book contained some cultivation methods for Pandora demon abilities. Merlin had the first volume of the never-ending book, so he unearthed the secrets of the never-ending book. As long as he could collect all 3 volumes of the never-ending book, he could obtain a Maxim sealed by the wizard who left the never-ending book behind. That was to say that currently, Merlin was attempting to get hold of the whereabouts of a Maxim. If there was a chance to get this Maxim in the future, he could once again derive some brand new spells by depending on the Matrix. Phew! At the thought of that, Merlin slowly sighed in relief. Obtaining the power of a Maxim might be incredibly difficult, but compared to a helpless situation where there was no clue at all, he at least had an idea how to. Wizard Merlin. Right at this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Merlin's heart moved and he immediately opened the door. He recognized the voice of his visitor. It was the 8th Prince. Your Royal Highness, the 8th Prince. Merlin pushed open the door and saw that it was precisely the 8th Prince who was standing outside. The 8th Prince wore a luxurious costume. Perhaps it was because he got rid of his fierce competitor, the 4th Prince, so he now looked more majestic. He had a faint shadow of Butto 16 whom Merlin first saw back then. Wizard Merlin, I've now collected almost all the potion materials that I've promised you. I've sent people to check all the shops in the entire Imperial City, and this is what I've received. I've even run a search in the royal family's vault, and have finally found these potions materials. Subsequently, the 8th Prince handed over a ring in his hand. Sorry for the trouble, Your Highness. Merlin did not refuse the offer either, and he immediately took the ring from the 8th Prince's palm. This was one of the terms that the 8th Prince had promised Merlin, which was to try his best to gather Mokra potion materials. Merlin had previously exchanged 100 portions of the potion materials from the resource tower of the dark magic region. That amount was already quite huge, but when he saw the potion materials in the ring given by the 8th Prince this time, he could not help but inhale sharply. He was utterly shocked. The ring was filled with Mokra potion materials. It was fair to say that it was an overwhelming amount. Merlin counted roughly and estimated that there was at least 1,000 Mokra potion materials. There's surprisingly this many potion materials. I may not get to enter the spell library again, but getting so many Mokra potion materials alone meant that even if I have to pay a bigger price, it's still worth it. Merlin could not contain his excitement. He had also slightly underestimated the prosperity of the Imperial City and the 8th Prince's capability. As the capital of the Kingdom of Black Moon, almost all the major chambers of commerce would set up branches here, so it would naturally not be short of all kinds of potion materials. With the 8th Prince's influence, all the major shops were searched and reaped of the materials. Hence, the number of potion materials obtained in the end was naturally very impressive. Ha ha, I'm happy as long as Wizard Merlin is content. The 8th Prince burst out in laughter. Thereafter, he got up and left Merlin's courtyard with his guards. T. Chapter 355, Level Up, 3rd Level Spellcaster. Chapter 355, Level Up, 3rd Level Spellcaster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If there's a 30% success rate for these thousands of Mokra potion materials, there'll be at least 300 Mokra potions. Merlin was also utterly shocked by this number. 300 Mokra potions was almost 10 times more than the number of Mokra potions that he had successfully prepared last time. Phew! After a long moment, Merlin gradually calmed down. With so many Mokra potion materials, he would not have to worry about the growth of his mind power in the distant future. Currently, Merlin's mind power had not reached the peak of the 4th level, but he was not far behind. While there were still 14 Mokra potions from his earlier batch, it was enough to boost Merlin's mind power to the 5th level. Wizard Leo was still in the Tear of God's spiritual retreat, in an effort to eliminate the defects caused by Darkness Eye. He would not be leaving the Imperial City anytime soon. This would be the best time for Merlin to take the Mokra potions. Bamu! Merlin used the contract paper to summon Wizard Bamu. Swoosh! Bamu was in the 8th Prince's manor when he felt Merlin's call, so he quickly appeared in the courtyard. Master, is there anything I can do for you? Bamu stole a glance at Merlin and asked humbly. Bamu, I'm going to consume potions, so I need you to guard around and don't let anyone disturb me. Merlin learned his lesson from the previous time. When taking Mokra potions and falling into a deep slumber, there must be someone on guard. Now that Wizard Bamu had arrived at the Imperial City, he was naturally the most suitable candidate for the job. Master, please be rest assured that no one will bother you. Bamu and Merlin had signed a slave contract, so Bamu's life and death was in the hands of Merlin. Naturally, it meant that he must protect Merlin with all his heart and soul. Merlin was very reassured by Wizard Bamu, so he nodded and closed the door. Then, he began making some preparations before consuming the Mokra potions. After consuming a Mokra potion, the most dangerous aspect was falling into a deep sleep. Every time a Mokra potion was consumed, one would have to sleep for at least 3 days. However, it was not Merlin's first time consuming a Mokra potion. Thus, with minimal effort, he consumed the Mokra potion and fell into a deep sleep. His mind power was growing rapidly too, and the effectiveness of the Mokra potion was taking effect. When Merlin woke up 3 days later, he briefly reviewed his mind power and took another Mokra potion immediately. There was no stopping at all. 1 potion, 2 potions, 3 potions. In the blink of an eye, more than a month's time had passed. Merlin was originally left with 14 Mokra potions, but he had consumed them continuously for more than a month, so now, there were only 2 potions left. Presently, Merlin's mind power had already reached the peak of the 4th level. Yet, he still could not break through to the 5th level. This was also a quantitative accumulation. In Merlin's quest to improve and achieve a breakthrough in his mind power, it had always been a wild process of accumulation and forced improvements. This method was the most secure, but the mind power required was much larger. If it was a general spell caster, having such mind power in addition to time, a successful breakthrough would be in the works. However, for Merlin, he was unable to attain a breakthrough by any means. It was precisely due to the lack of time that his mind power could not transform as fast. The only thing that Merlin was missing was time. Since his mind power had not undergone a breakthrough, it meant that further accumulation was still necessary. Looking at the remaining 2 potions, Merlin decided that it was better to just simply take them all. Consumption of 2 Mokra potions in a single sitting was an act that Merlin only dared to do after consuming many Mokra potions. Otherwise, the pain alone would make any typical spell caster lose his sanity. In addition, Merlin's act of directly taking 2 Mokra potions would even prolong the time of being in a deep slumber. Still, it was different from the 6 days of sleep that Merlin had anticipated. This time, Merlin had actually slept for 10 days. Merlin had only slowly woken up after 10 full days. The moment he woke up, he had already noticed the changes in his mind power. Breakthrough? Merlin felt that everything in front of his very eyes seemed to have become more subtle. His mind power extended infinitely, almost covering the entire manor in an instant. 5th level mind power was 10 times stronger than 4th level mind power. It was not surprising that it took Merlin so many Mokra potions before he could barely break through. There's finally a breakthrough. I should be constructing all my 3rd level spells next so I can become a 3rd level spell caster. Merlin's mind power had broken through to the 5th level, and now it was sufficient to construct all 3rd level spells. However, he needed to understand some of the recent changes that had occurred in the Imperial City before he began the construction of 3rd level spells. Bamu! Merlin called out to Wizard Bamu. Master, is there any order for me? Wizard Bamu opened the door. He had only given Merlin a brief look, but he could already feel the changes in Merlin's body. Knowing that Merlin had taken the potions for some time, he must have achieved a breakthrough. Bamu, how's Teacher Leo? Merlin was most concerned about Wizard Leo's situation now. Wizard Leo had taken Tear of God in an effort to dispel some of the shortcomings caused by the cultivation of Darkness Eye, so he could successfully level up to become a 7th level spell caster. If Wizard Leo could become a 7th level spell caster, it would be great news for both the Dark Magic region and the 8th Prince, and even Merlin. Wizard Bamu hesitated for a moment, and he whispered, Master, Wizard Leo hasn't come out yet. There's also no movement from him. The defects of Darkness Eye aren't easy to resolve. Even with the Tear of God, it'd still take a very long time. Merlin frowned. It had been almost 2 months now. Surprisingly, there was still no news from Wizard Leo yet. Besides, hearing Wizard Bamu's tone, he did not seem to be quite optimistic with regard to Wizard Leo. Hence, Merlin's gaze froze slightly, and he said in a low voice, Bamu, to be honest, what do you think about Teacher Leo having the Tear of God? Is it capable of resolving the defects of Darkness Eye? Merlin knew that Wizard Bamu had a certain understanding about Darkness Eye. Wizard Bamu took a deep breath, but he had to answer Merlin anyway. Master, Darkness Eye is a cursed power. The Tear of God may be precious, but there's still a limited amount of it from the Church of Light. In the past, some people have gotten it before, but after so many years, I've not heard of anyone who could cultivate darkness eye to its fullest. Although Bamu did not directly answer Merlin's question, the meaning of his words was already clear. Merlin could not help but frown. Even he did not expect that darkness eye was so much of a nuisance, that even Tear of God could not resolve its defects. In addition, Bamu was not optimistic about Wizard Leo's situation. However, Merlin could not be of much help in this matter anyway. He could only wait quietly, hoping that there would be good news. All right, you continue guarding outside. Inform me right away if you have news about Teacher Leo. Almost immediately, Wizard Bamu silently left the place again, leaving only Merlin in the room. Merlin took out a thread-bound book from the ring. It contained many third-level spells. These were some of the spells that the 8th Prince gave to Merlin previously, spells that only the royal family could construct. These spells were actually stored in the database of the Matrix too. Merlin had compared them and found that they were exactly the same. It showed that the 8th Prince had indeed given his all and really retrieved all the royal spells in a bid to win Merlin's support. Merlin flipped through the spells in the book, then put it back into the ring and started pondering. Now, in Merlin's awareness, 3 third-level spells had been constructed: Condensed Fire, Darkness Vortex, and Perfect Armor. He still needed to construct the remaining 3 elements: Ice-type, Wind-type and Thunder-type third-level spells. Only then, he could become a third-level spell caster. Merlin's mind power was already enough to support 6 third-level spells, but now, he was facing another dilemma at the choice of spells. The data integration of the Matrix had been able to derive a new spell. Since 4th-level spells could be derived, then 3rd-level spells could surely be derived too. Therefore, Merlin had 2 choices now: to choose the newly constructed and derived 3rd-level spells or to use the ready-made 3rd-level spell. Using derived spells naturally had many benefits such as increased spell power, higher compatibility, and so on. The benefits were indeed many, but the Matrix would need to consume power from the Flame Maxim when deriving spells. Right now, Merlin was most lacking of power from the Flame Maxim. There was only a small amount of Flame Maxim left. If it was consumed too much, it would be very difficult to derive a second 4th-level spell in the future. For 3rd-level spells, even if I use derived spells, the power may be increased a little, but it'll not make much of a difference. Only constructed spells of the 4th level show a qualitative difference. Why bother consuming the precious Flame Maxim now just to increase a small amount of spell power and compatibility? Countless thoughts swirled around in Merlin's mind. He was also carefully thinking about it. The more he organized his mind and thought about it carefully, the more he felt that he should not waste the power of the Flame Maxim to derive 3rd-level spells. Merlin would need to construct a 4th-level spell in the future. Now that the power of the Flame Maxim was too low, and if there was not any left, how would he be able to derive a 4th-level spell? If he could not derive 4th-level spells, he would lose much more than he would gain. After all, 4th-level spells were the real qualitative change. The overall power of the spell would be greatly improved. After a long moment of careful consideration, Merlin finally made the call. Instead of using the precious Flame Maxim to derive 3rd-level spells, he decided that he would use the royal spells given by the 8th Prince to construct the remaining spells. He had already made up his mind, so the question left now was which spell to choose. This was much easier. Merlin had carefully filtered them and selected the 3rd-level Wind-type spell Shadow Gust, 3rd-level Thunder-type spell Infinite Thunder, and 3rd-level Ice-type spell Frozen Space. Whether it was Shadow Gust, Infinite Thunder, or Frozen Space, they were all spells that were extended from the basis of secondary spells. These spells were actually of the same origin. This would be an advantage too, as there was higher compatibility between each of them. With that, the spell models could be more stable in the awareness too. In the future, when Merlin would derive brand new 4th-level spells using the Matrix, he should also choose spells with almost 100% compatibility based on these spells. When he leveled up into a great wizard in the future, it would be easier to fuse spell models together only if spells with higher compatibility were chosen. Many spellcasters had already considered the possibility of becoming a great wizard in the early days when they construct low-level spells, such as 1st-level, 2nd-level, and 3rd-level spells. Otherwise, even if they had more outstanding talent, their quest to become great wizards would not be a bed of roses, much less condensing maxims and becoming legends. Even though Merlin did not deliberately control the compatibility of his spells, by relying on the matrix, his spells still had higher compatibility than those genius spell casters. After selecting the spells, Merlin immediately started the matrix. He began to analyze the spells step by step, proceeding to choose the best spell model, and then simulating them into his awareness. A process like this was extremely easy for Merlin. For the next few days, Merlin had been constructing spells. The moment the last spell, Frozen Space, was simulated into his awareness, Merlin felt his entire body tremble. It seemed that all the spell models had reached an equilibrium point. That wonderful feeling had clearly let Merlin know that he was already a third-level spell caster. Chapter 356, Hidden Danger I. Chapter 356, Hidden Danger I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin slowly opened his eyes. He was officially a third-level spell caster now. If he took a step further and became a fourth-level spell caster, he could build a tower by himself in the dark magic region. Back then, Clyde, the genius of dark magic region, was only a third-level spell caster when he betrayed the dark magic region. At present, as a six-elemental spell caster, Merlin had constructed Condensed Fire, Darkness Vortex, Perfect Armor, Shadow Gust, Infinite Thunder, and Frozen Space. All six of these spells were third-level spells. Originally, with Merlin's status as a six-elemental spell caster, nobody of the same wizardry level and without any Pandora demon abilities would be worthy to be his opponent. Merlin was not afraid of even a leap-level challenge. However, spellcasters did not only rely on normal spells in combat. There were also Pandora demon abilities, runic magic circles, casting tools, and so forth. At present, Merlin relied mainly on the enhancement of Pandora demon abilities, which could increase the power of spells by multitudes. With that, he could become comparable to a sixth-level spell caster. With Merlin's current strength, which was apparently below the seventh level, few people had been able to threaten him. Of course, it was only on the condition that his opponent did not have a powerful Pandora demon ability or a powerful runic magic circle. If that someone was like Wizard Leo who had the terrifying Darkness Eye, then even if Merlin's current strength were to be greatly improved, it would still be a sure fact that he would not be Wizard Leo's opponent. If Pandora demon abilities aren't integrated into the spells, my six elemental spells could obviously not keep up with the speed of my improvement in strength. Merlin was very clear that his current opponent was no longer a third-, fourth-, or fifth-level spell caster, but a sixth-level or an even more powerful seventh-level spell caster. In face of such a powerful opponent, his third-level spells Frozen Space and Infinite Thunder would actually be of no use and would not help Merlin much. After all, these two spells did not have powerful Pandora demon abilities. Although Merlin had Glacial Finger, it could not be integrated into Ice-type spells. Merlin had secretly made up his mind that even if he became a fourth-level spell caster, he would not continue cultivating Glacial Finger. He would find another Ice-type Pandora demon ability instead. As for Thunder-type spells, there was not even a Pandora demon ability, so it would not be of much help to Merlin's strength now. Of course, as a six-elemental spell caster, even if there were no Pandora demon abilities, as long as one could become a great wizard, spells could be fused with each other thereafter. Once spells as many as 6 elements were merged, the power unleashed would be far greater than those 3-, 4-, and 5 elemental spell casters. Therefore, even in the most glorious era of spellcasters, 6 elemental spellcasters would still be an absolute genius without having to cultivate any Pandora demon ability. As long as one could persist until the level of great wizardry, one could immediately crush great wizards of the same level and become a top spellcaster. However, it was currently the declining era of spellcasters. Let alone great wizards, even 7th-level spellcasters were unusually rare. Even those spellcasters who were most optimistic about Merlin dared not have extravagant hopes regarding Merlin's wish of becoming a great wizard. Therefore, to become a top-notch spellcaster, Merlin had to become a great wizard step by step, and then combine spells of 6 elements. There was no feasibility at all for that to happen to Merlin in a short period of time. It seems that I have to hurry to find Ice-type and Thunder-type Pandora demon abilities that could be integrated into spells. As long as the spells of all 6 elements have Pandora demon abilities that could be integrated into spells, my strength will surely be improved drastically. Merlin's plan was to continue looking for Ice-type and Thunder-type Pandora demon abilities that could be integrated into spells. This was not whimsical at all. In Merlin's plan, he already had two ways of obtaining Ice-type and Thunder-type Pandora demon abilities. The first way was that he could exchange some Pandora demon abilities with the dark magic region. However, everybody had a certain degree of selfishness in them, just like Wizard Leo back then, who did not pass on Darkness Eye to the dark magic region. Merlin also wanted to keep some of his own secrets, so unless it was a last resort, Merlin would not want to exchange with the dark magic region either. In addition, most Pandora demon abilities of the dark magic region had only two stages or two forms. Hence, they were not exactly that powerful. Merlin also intended to find more powerful Pandora demon abilities. The other way was to find the third volume of the Never-Ending Book. Rumor had it that the third volume of the Never-Ending Book recorded some powerful Pandora demon abilities. Previously, Merlin had already found some clues regarding the second and third volumes of the Never-Ending Book in its first volume. Among which, the second volume of the Never-Ending Book was hidden on one of the beaches of the Death Sea, and the third volume of the Never-Ending Book was hidden in the rock cavern. The Death Sea was not so bad. It might be very dangerous, but at least he had heard of it before. As long as he surveyed around carefully, it should not be difficult to locate. On the contrary, in the case of the rock cavern, Merlin had never even heard of it. Fortunately, Merlin did not desperately need Ice-type and Thunder-type Pandora demon abilities. He was still far from becoming a fourth-level spellcaster now. At the very least, his mind power was not enough to construct a fourth-level spell. After all, a fourth-level spell was a qualitative upgrade, so the mind power required was also very huge. Moreover, Merlin's current strength was enough to cope with most threats. In days to come, he could just spend more time inquiring about the Death Sea and the rock cavern. Creak! Merlin pushed the door open. Wizard Bamu felt the movement and immediately appeared in front of Merlin. "Bamu, how's Teacher Leo?" Wizard Bamu shook his head gently. There's still no movement from Wizard Leo. On the other hand, the 8th Prince came to look for Master recently, but I turned him away. Merlin frowned. It was not because of the 8th Prince, but because of Wizard Leo. It had been such a long time. Even if he needed to use the Tear of God to eliminate the defects in his body, he would still not require such a long time. Could there be any problems? Right when Merlin was worrying about that, suddenly, there was intense darkness-type elemental fluctuations in the entire manor as though the entire sky had darkened out of the blue. Merlin's expression changed abruptly. He fiercely turned his head toward the northwest of the manor. He had darkness heart, so he was most sensitive to darkness-type elements. Thus, he was able to detect the anomaly in the first place. Such dramatic darkness fluctuations made Merlin shudder with fear. There was no one except Wizard Leo who could cause such a big disruption in the 8th Prince's manor. It's bad. Maybe something has happened to Teacher Leo. Bamu, investigate it with me. After he finished speaking, Merlin immediately marched toward Wizard Leo's courtyard with Wizard Bamu. Wizard Leo's courtyard was more secluded, but when Merlin and Wizard Bamu arrived, there was already a crowd standing outside the courtyard. Most of them were some spellcasters and guards. On the innermost part of the crowd, protected by many spellcasters and bodyguards, was the owner of the manor, the 8th Prince. Merlin arrived outside the courtyard and was not blocked by anyone. Now, the entire manor had known that the 8th Prince held Wizard Leo and Merlin in high regard. Therefore, Merlin's status was admirable too. After seeing that Merlin had arrived, the 8th Prince said with a dignified look, "Wizard Merlin, good that you've come. Quick, tell me, what's going on? Is Wizard Leo constructing a 7th level spell or is he cultivating Darkness Eye?" Merlin bowed slightly at the 8th Prince, then shifted his gaze to the courtyard in front. This courtyard was inhabited by Wizard Leo. Yet, the courtyard was already shrouded in thick darkness elements now. In the sky above the courtyard, there was a huge black vortex which was spinning wildly and forming a strong gust of wind. Although it was a vortex, when the darkness elements continued to condense, the vortex gradually became compact. If looked closely, it resembled a giant eye. Such a huge phenomenon was certainly not caused by the construction of a 7th level spell. As for whether or not it was the cultivation of Darkness Eye, Merlin was not really sure. After all, his understanding of Darkness Eye was perhaps even equal to that of the 8th prince. Bamu, is this because Teacher Leo is cultivating Darkness Eye? Merlin might not know much about Darkness Eye, but Wizard Bamu had a certain understanding about it, so he asked Wizard Bamu. Oh. Wizard Bamu has some understanding regarding Darkness Eye? The 8th prince turned to look at Wizard Bamu again. He also valued Wizard Bamu highly. Although he was Merlin's entourage wizard, he was a powerful 7th-level spellcaster after all. Such a spellcaster would not be ignored in any faction. Bamu also transfixed his stare at the giant eye above the courtyard. He only glanced at the 8th prince after a long moment and immediately said, "You've overcomplimented me, Your Royal Highness. Who could really understand Darkness Eye? I only have some simple knowledge with regard to Darkness Eye. Based on my understanding, Wizard Leo isn't exactly cultivating Darkness Eye. Instead, I think that he's only beginning to eliminate the defects of Darkness Eye using the Tear of God." He had just only begun using the Tear of God to eliminate the defects of Darkness Eye. Merlin still had some doubts. After all, Wizard Leo had been in the courtyard for 2 months. Bamu continued. "Wizard Merlin, you should soon feel the life force of the Tear of God. We can wait a little longer. It's now an extremely critical moment for Wizard Leo. Any disturbance will put Wizard Leo in jeopardy." Having said that, Wizard Bamu's expression also became solemn. Merlin once again turned his gaze to the sky. The giant eye, which was condensed by countless darkness elements, looked like it was scrutinizing everybody. It looked really creepy, sending cold shivers down everyone's spines. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, numerous darkness elements began to ascend into the sky. To everybody's shock, a ray of white light had appeared in the pitch-black darkness elements. Merlin's eyes glimpsed. As soon as this white light appeared, it quickly expanded and exuded a sacred and bright life force. Merlin could not be more familiar with this life force. While he was in Blackwater City back then, this was precisely the life force which was exuded by the shrine of the Church of Light. Perhaps, as Master Bamu had said, Wizard Leo had begun using the Tear of God. Chapter 357, Hidden Danger 2. Chapter 357, Hidden Danger 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The life force of the light in the sky had gotten richer and thicker as though they were about to overcome the darkness elements in the sky. The 8th prince abruptly turned around and whispered to the 3 7th-level spellcasters, "My 3 wizards, please lead the other spellcasters to guard the entrance of the courtyard. Don't let anyone else enter." The 3 7th-level spellcasters also knew that it was currently the most crucial moment for Wizard Leo. Hence, they immediately stationed wizards outside and guarded the courtyard tightly. Seeing the 8th prince's arrangement, Merlin faintly nodded too. Then, he continued to look at that ray of white light in the sky. The white light and the darkness elements in the sky were constantly intertwined, but the white light seemed to have taken the upper hand. It looked like the darkness elements were about to be dispelled anytime soon. Wizard Bamu seemed to understand Darkness Eye quite well. As long as the white light prevailed and could dispel the darkness elements, it would mean that Wizard Leo had successfully eliminated the defects of Darkness Eye. Looking at the current situation, things were heading for the better. Boom! Suddenly, the white light in the sky started tumbling and spread rapidly. It was violently erupting, swiftly covering the entire plateau of darkness elements. Joy appeared on Wizard Bamu's face as he said in a hurry, "Wizard Leo has braced himself and is ready to use the Tear of God to completely eliminate the defects of Darkness Eye." The current situation was extremely beneficial to Wizard Leo. The white light suddenly erupted, dispelling almost all of the darkness elements. Now, it only needed to disperse the remaining bit of darkness elements in order to eliminate the defects of Darkness Eye. However, just when the crowd had sighed in relief, the white light began to flicker. At the same time, the thick darkness elements gathered again, especially from the courtyard, where it exuded immense darkness elements. These darkness elements once again condensed into a giant eye, but this giant eye was not just black anymore as it now had a faint radiance of blood. It looked very similar to Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead. The changes that occurred in the sky made everyone feel at a loss. Although no one knew what was going on, Everyone could feel that this was not a good sign because the life force of Tear of God had gradually weakened. Moreover, this giant eye in the sky was clearly condensed by countless darkness elements as it did not exude any life force. Nonetheless, Merlin and the others felt that this giant eye had become alive. It stared at everyone, sending cold shivers down their spines. A power that is cursed. Darkness Eye, it's indeed not that easy to cultivate. Even the Tear of God couldn't eliminate its defects. Wizard Bamu looked at the giant eye in the sky with mixed feelings. Darkness Eye was powerful, but it held a great defect. Even if Wizard Leo had gotten the Tear of God, it was still extremely difficult to rely on the Tear of God to reverse the defects of Darkness Eye. The current changes meant that the Wizard Leo's efforts had failed. As time went by, Darkness Eye in the sky gradually began to collapse. Merlin and the 8th Prince looked at each other with rather solemn expressions. "Let's go in and see Wizard Leo," the 8th Prince whispered to Merlin. Even if they did not hear Wizard Bamu's words, everyone could see that Wizard Leo had, unfortunately, failed this time. Merlin nodded and then walked into the courtyard with the 8th Prince. "Teacher Leo, how are you?" Merlin hesitated, but he still called out loud. There was no response from inside the house for a long moment. Just as the 8th Prince was ready to call out again, a hoarse voice was heard from inside the house, "Merlin and your Royal Highness. Come in." Creak. Merlin quickly opened the door and walked in with the 8th Prince. Just as they entered, the two saw Wizard Leo, seemingly slumped on a chair. His head was drooping low, and his life force seemed to be very chaotic. There were also thick darkness elements enveloping Wizard Leo. "Teacher Leo, can the Tear of God resolve the defects of Darkness Eye?" Merlin could not help but ask Wizard Leo. "Resolve?" Wizard Leo shook his head gently, then slowly looked up. They found that Wizard Leo's appearance had altered greatly. His face had become as pale as paper, and that pair of hollow eyes looked even more terrifying. Darkness Eye in his forehead seemed to have become even more bizarre. Just glancing at it briefly had already caused Merlin to break into a cold sweat. It looked exceptionally odd. "It can't be resolved. Even the Tear of God can't resolve the defects on me. When I cultivated Darkness Eye at the very beginning, I should have thought that there will be such a consequence. It can't be resolved no matter what I use." Wizard Leo's tone sounded grim and full of helplessness. The Tear of God might be the only way for Wizard Leo to eliminate the defects of Darkness Eye, but now it had failed too. This had seemingly ended Wizard Leo's hopes of becoming a 7th-level spellcaster. In particular, due to the simulation of the Tear of God, some changes seemed to have happened to Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead, and the situation did not look too good. "Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, thank you for your concern. I'm already all right now. I just need to restore some magic power." Wizard Leo glanced at the 8th Prince as he said slowly. The 8th Prince nodded and said, "If that's the case, I won't bother you then. Just take your time and recuperate in the manor. If you need anything, Wizard Leo, just tell me directly." Subsequently, the 8th Prince and his people departed from Wizard Leo's courtyard. "Teacher Leo, are you really all right?" There was only Merlin and Wizard Leo left in the house. Merlin could also figure out that Wizard Leo had deliberately wanted to put off the 8th Prince. He obviously had something to say to Merlin that he did not want the 8th Prince to know. Wizard Leo glanced outside the door with a profound look, a smile appearing on the edge of his lips. "Merlin, Wizard Bamu's really good. With him outside, we won't have to worry about our safety." After a pause, Wizard Leo's expression gradually became serious. He muttered, "It's the defects of Darkness Eye, Merlin. I'm somewhat convinced now that Darkness Eye is indeed a cursed power." "Cursed?" "Teacher Leo, what exactly are the defects once Darkness Eye is cultivated?" Merlin pondered for a moment. Still, he could not help but ask. Whether it was Bamu or Wizard Leo or even the 8th Prince, they had always mentioned that Darkness Eye was a cursed power. Except for Oflas, the Legend of Darkness who created the Darkness Eye, no one had truly cultivated Darkness Eye to the fullest. Wizard Leo lifted his head. Darkness Eye in his forehead was glimmering with a bloody illumination, which looked unusually eerie. After a long moment, Wizard Leo still shook his head and said, "Merlin, you don't need to know about the secrets of Darkness Eye yet. Wait until I decide to pass on the cultivation technique of darkness eyes to you in the future. Then, I'll tell you the defects that come along with it. It seemed that deep down, Wizard Leo was still hesitating whether or not to pass down the cultivation method of darkness eyes to Merlin in the end. After all, darkness eye had obvious defects, and Wizard Leo was now suffering from them. Even the precious tear of God could not resolve it. All right, you can go back first. I may need to rest for some time. Wizard Leo waved his hand and signaled Merlin to leave. His expression revealed a trace of fatigue. Merlin rose to his feet and bowed slightly to Wizard Leo, then left the house. Bamu was already waiting outside. When he saw Merlin coming out of the house, he quietly followed Merlin. Bamu, do you know what are the specific defects of cultivating darkness eye? Merlin thought of Wizard Leo's appearance earlier. He had a fear that the failure of resolving the defects of darkness eyes using the tear of God was not really as simple and easy, as described by Wizard Leo. Wizard Bamu helplessly shook his head instead. Master, all I know are the rumors of darkness eye. Darkness eye is a cursed power. Except for the darkness legend Wizard Oflers, no one could cultivate darkness eye to its full capacity. As for the specific defects, I'm afraid only those who had truly cultivated darkness eye will be clear about it. After he finished speaking, Wizard Bamu still took a glance back at Wizard Leo's courtyard. The meaning of his words could not be more obvious. Wizard Leo surely knew what defects darkness eye brought. Merlin frowned. He feared that Wizard Leo was reluctant to reveal the defects of darkness eye in order to keep it confidential. After all, even though darkness eye was flawed, it was still desired by countless spellcasters. Once the specific defects of darkness eye were spread, it would be extremely unfavorable for Wizard Leo. Seeing that Wizard Bamu did not know what the specific defects of darkness eye were, Merlin did not continue, and directly went back to his courtyard. At this time, there was already a blue-robed spellcaster waiting in Merlin's courtyard. Merlin's eyes glimpsed slightly. He knew this spellcaster. He was a 4th-level spellcaster that the 8th Prince trusted, Wizard Glind. Glind also saw Merlin, so he hurriedly stepped forward. He smiled as he said, Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince wants to see you. Oh. Do you know what His Royal Highness has in mind, Wizard Glind? Merlin asked curiously. The 8th Prince had specially sent Glind here, so it was definitely not a small matter. Glind gently shook his head. His Royal Highness didn't say. Wizard Merlin would naturally know why when you go there. Merlin nodded and said to Wizard Bamu, Bamu, you stay here. I'll go see the 8th Prince. Wizard Bamu did not say much either. His figure vanished again in the blink of an eye, just like a ghost, so much so that it made Wizard Glind very astonished. Now, he finally understood why His Royal Highness the 8th Prince would highly value Merlin. It was not entirely because of Wizard Leo. Instead, it was because Merlin himself had admirable strength. Wizard Merlin, please come with me. Shortly after, Merlin followed behind Wizard Glind and walked toward the 8th Prince's residence. Chapter 358, Emergency Eye. Chapter 358, Emergency Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Glind brought Merlin to a luxurious living room. It was not the Manor's conference hall, but the courtyard where the 8th Prince usually rested. Generally, the 8th Prince rarely met with spellcasters here. Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, Wizard Merlin has arrived. Wizard Glind waited respectfully outside the living room as he announced softly toward the living room. Wizard Merlin, come in. The 8th Prince's voice came from the living room. Outside, Wizard Glind displayed a smile on his face and ushered Merlin into the living room. The lighting in the living room was a little dark. Merlin did not use mind power to check around the living room either. Instead, he squinted and simply scanned around the room. Then, he saw the 8th Prince's figure sitting on a chair in the living room. There was a cup of red bloody liquid in the 8th Prince's hand. He was carefully tasting it, seemingly enjoying the exotic delicacy. Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I wonder what you need from me? Merlin asked slowly after he gave the prince a slight bow. When the 8th Prince saw Merlin, he stood up right away and pointed to the other cup of red bloody liquid on the table. He said with a smile, Wizard Merlin, come and taste it. This is Bloodfire wine, a tributary gift that Waleson City had just given to His Majesty. TSK, it tastes really good. I've only managed to get this little after much effort. Bloodfire wine. A unique wine smell had also wafted into Merlin's nostrils. Curiosity got the better of him as he picked up the Bloodfire wine on the table. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. After Merlin expressed his gratitude to the 8th Prince, he savoured the opportunity and tasted it gently. Ah! A touch of coldness emanated from the tongue, and then the rich fragrance of the wine spread out in the mouth. Its taste was indeed very mellow, but this alone was naturally not enough to fascinate the 8th Prince so much. Just as Merlin was about to put down the wine glass, there was immediately a burning sensation which spread from the throat straight to the stomach. This burning sensation then spread quickly toward the entire body, just like he was placed in a blazing flame. However, this scorching feeling was not at all uncomfortable. There was a feeling of heartiness in it instead. It's a terrific wine. Merlin's eyes glinted brightly too as he could not help but give praises to the wine. On the aspect of taste, this Bloodfire wine had definitely topped the charts indeed. Wizard Merlin, have a seat. The 8th Prince smiled and sat on his chair. He was shaking his wine glass slightly, and he stared at Merlin with a narrowed gaze. Merlin did not utter a single word either, displaying a calm look. Eventually, it was the 8th Prince who spoke first. Wizard Merlin, I heard that you came to Prakosh City from the Kingdom of Light. I wonder how much you know about the Church of Light? Merlin's expression changed slightly. Nevertheless, when he thought of the 8th Prince's power, it was absolutely a walk in the park for him to investigate his background. After all, many people in Prakosh City knew that Merlin and the Wilson clan migrated here from the Kingdom of Light. Merlin only replied slowly after a long moment, I don't really know much about the Church of Light. Just that after coming to the Kingdom of Black Moon, I heard that the Church of Light had controlled the entire Kingdom of Light, and even strived to wipe out the royal family of Light. They had successively annexed several small kingdoms too, forming the Holy Light Empire. The 8th Prince nodded and gently lowered his glass. His expression gradually settled. He muttered, yes, the Church of Light has now replaced the royal family of Light and controls a huge country, the Holy Light Empire. The Holy Light Empire has been quiet for a few years, but recently they had suddenly made a move, deploying 200,000 soldiers to the border. In addition, they are still increasing the number of troops. Wizards from the Church of Light had faintly made an appearance too. I'm afraid that soon, the Holy Light Empire will launch another crusade again. Crusade? Merlin's heart shuddered a little. Upon mentioning a crusade, the Slaughterhouse War had to be brought up. It was seemingly the most brutal war ever. Countless ordinary soldiers and spellcasters had served in the Slaughterhouse War. Yet, only very few had survived. In such a war, even a 7th-level spellcaster would appear to be very minute. Previously, when Merlin returned to Wilson Castle, he had heard Cherise mention this incident. The Holy Light Empire and the Kingdom of Black Moon had both increased their troops along the border. The two sides seemed to be ready to wage a full-scale war and the situation was extremely tense. Merlin was still somewhat unmoved by that. However, now that the news came out from mouth of the 8th Prince, it would naturally not be the same. The Holy Light Empire might really be brewing a barbarous crusade. Although news of the crusade had somewhat rocked Merlin's heart, he quickly recovered his calmness. Instead, he looked at the 8th Prince with suspicion. He feared that the 8th Prince did not only tell him about the crusade just because that he had previously been in the Kingdom of Light. Surely enough, the 8th Prince continued. Crusades may be brutal, but it's undeniably a good chance for my royal family to expand our power. If there really is a crusade, then all the city-states must participate in the war. I'll plead His Majesty to let me command our troops at the front line. Merlin faintly understood what the 8th Prince really meant. He intended to use the crusade as an opportunity to weaken the power of the various city-states and strengthen the royal family's rule. Even if they could not be weakened, then the 8th Prince could also take advantage of this opportunity to expand his power. By the time when he faced the competition from the 9th Prince and the 13th Prince, he would then have a greater advantage. After all, besides the 4th Prince, there were still the 9th Prince and the 13th Prince, who were still eyeing the throne with covetous desire from outside the imperial city. Hence, it was logical that the Eighth Prince should make the necessary preparations earlier. Wizard Merlin, if the crusade really breaks out, I hope that Wizard Merlin can give me a helping hand. I can also fulfill Wizard Merlin's wish. After conquering Blackwater City, I'll grant it to Wizard Merlin. The Eighth Prince's purpose was to firmly secure Merlin in his battalion. After all, Merlin's strength was comparable to that of a 6th-level spellcaster. Moreover, he had Wizard Bamu as his aide. Such a pair of forces may not be as important as Wizard Leo, but it was also vital enough. In the Eighth Prince's heart, Merlin was now the most worthy person to be recruited apart from Wizard Leo. Blackwater City? Little Fatty Gut, Miss Carice, and the others, as well as Shuri's eager gaze, flashed in Merlin's mind. Shuri's always wanted to return to the Kingdom of Light, but she never had the chance to. After a long ponder, Merlin replied very cautiously, "Your Royal Highness, I'm very willing to help you, but it's just that I'll return to the dark magic region in the future, so I don't know if I'll have such a chance." The Eighth Prince could figure out that Merlin meant a polite rejection, as he did not directly agree to. The Eighth Prince was naturally disappointed, but he still responded with great enthusiasm, "Very well, Wizard Merlin, I welcome you back any time." Merlin bowed a little. After asking for permission to leave, he turned around and left the living room. Crusade, Blackwater City, Kingdom of Light. Merlin returned to the quiet courtyard, still mumbling under his breath. His mind still reverberated with the crusade mentioned by the Eighth Prince. With regard to the Kingdom of Light, Merlin did not have any nostalgic feeling at all. He just wanted to go back to Blackwater City. In the beginning, the Eighth Prince's suggestion did sway Merlin a little because he offered to give him Blackwater City. When Merlin left Blackwater City, he said that he would definitely return to Blackwater City. Now there was such an opportunity, Merlin had to think carefully. However, the crusade was way too dangerous for Merlin now. "I still don't have enough strength. In a crusade, even a 7th-level spellcaster would appear to be minute and will easily get killed. Below the 7th level, I can almost be considered mere cannon fodder. If I really want to go, I should at least have the strength of a 7th-level spellcaster." Merlin was very clear about the atrocity of crusades. Back then, old Wilson had personally experienced the crusade, and he had even survived the most brutal slaughterhouse war. In the horrific slaughterhouse war, those spellcasters below the 7th level were no different from cannon fodder. Merlin was merely a 3rd-level spellcaster now. Although he had the enhancement from Pandora demon abilities, he still could not rival a 7th-level spellcaster. At most, he only had the strength of a peak 6th-level spellcaster. To participate in the crusade with such strength would be very dangerous, and his fate would most likely bode ill rather than well. Therefore, though he wanted to return to Blackwater City badly, he still had no choice but to reject the Eighth Prince's invitation. "It seems that it's better if I increase my mind power as soon as possible, and strive to reach the stage where I can construct 4th-level spells earlier." Merlin's current strength had reached a bottleneck. Apart from becoming a 4th-level spellcaster, it was basically difficult to further improve. Nonetheless, constructing 4th-level spells required much larger mind power. His current mind power was far from sufficient. The Mokra potions had all been consumed too, so now he could only prepare Mokra potion first. Fortunately, Merlin obtained the full support of the Eighth Prince and had gotten thousands of Mokra potion materials. With enough potion materials, the only thing Merlin lacked now was adequate time. Thus, Merlin began preparing the Mokra potions. Half a month later, Merlin had already prepared a few Mokra potions. During this time, he had fully devoted himself to the brewing of Mokra potions and did not bother to learn about what was happening outside. "Master, Wizard Leo has asked you to go over. It seems that there's a very urgent matter." Wizard Bamu's voice was heard from outside the house. Merlin frowned. When preparing potions, the last thing he wanted was to be disturbed because once he was disrupted, he might not be able to accurately grasp the heat of the potion, which would then lead to the failure of the potion brew. Currently, Merlin was preparing a Mokra potion, but he was interrupted by Wizard Bamu. The potion brew had officially failed, so there was vaguely some fury deep in his heart. Creak! Merlin fiercely pushed the door open, staring coldly at Wizard Bamu. He sighed, "What happened? I thought Teacher Leo is meditating." Feeling the anger beneath Merlin's tone of voice, Bamu did not dare to linger and hastily said, "Wizard Leo seemed to have received some news from the dark magic region, so he asked me to look for you, Master." News from the dark magic region? Merlin was slightly surprised. The anger in his heart had also diminished significantly. Since the dark magic region had sent a message to Wizard Leo, there might really be an emergency. Hence, Merlin could not care about brewing potions anymore. Alongside Wizard Bamu, he hurriedly rushed to the courtyard where the Wizard Leo was staying. Chapter 359, Emergency 2. Chapter 359, Emergency 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin saw Wizard Leo walking out of his house the moment he arrived at his courtyard. "Teacher Leo, what happened?" Merlin hurried up and asked in a low voice. Wizard Leo took a deep breath and extended his frail fingers. Mysterious runes flew out from the dark magic ring on his finger immediately. A deep-toned and slightly anxious voice rang out from these mysterious runes, "Leo, hurry back to the dark magic region. Something big has happened." Merlin could feel his heart move. This voice sounded very familiar. He thought about it for a moment, and asked hesitantly, "Is that Wizard Husius?" Merlin was not familiar with the 7th-level spellcasters of the dark magic region. The only one he was familiar with was Wizard Husius. He also knew that Wizard Leo had a very tight-knit relationship with Wizard Husius. "Yes, it's Husius. He knew that I came to the Imperial City because I briefly mentioned it to him before I left. I don't exactly know what's going on, but Husius is a very cautious man. He wouldn't send such messages for no reason. I'm afraid that something big has really happened. Merlin, we need to go back to the dark magic region as soon as possible." Wizard Leo had already decided to rush back to the dark magic region. Now, he was only informing Merlin as he had prepared to bring Merlin back with him. Merlin also nodded. "All right then, let's go and explain the situation to the 8th Prince." Shortly after, Merlin and Wizard Leo went to bid farewell to the 8th Prince. "It's a pity, Wizard Leo, Wizard Merlin. Since there's something in the dark magic region that requires you to go back, I'll naturally not stop you. Nonetheless, I just want to let you two know that we welcome you back at any time." After listening to what Merlin and Wizard Leo had said, a slight disappointment showed on the 8th Prince's face. Wizard Leo was the strongest spellcaster that he had guarding him. With Wizard Leo here by his side, the 8th Prince could handle things more smoothly and effectively in the Imperial City. "Let's go then." Wizard Leo did not add anything either. He brought Merlin with him and left the 8th Prince's manor right away. Merlin ordered Wizard Bamu, who was behind him, "Bamu, go back to Wilson Castle and protect the Wilson clan. Everything else can wait until I've returned." Deep down, Bamu felt slightly relieved as he could finally return to Wilson Castle and restore his magic power with a peace of mind. He did not really enjoy staying by Merlin's side because he found himself busy every single day as though there were endless things for him to do. There was almost no time for him to recover his magic power. Whoosh whoosh. After everything was arranged, Merlin and Wizard Leo leaped into the air and quickly flew toward the dark magic region. Swoosh! A white light flashed by, frightening a few seabirds which were playing on the beach. Two figures emerged from the white light. They were Merlin and Wizard Leo, who were rushing a long journey back from the Imperial City to the dark magic region. Wizard Leo did not stop for long and continued to walk inside. Meanwhile, Merlin looked at the stone tablet of the dark magic region, only to find that the black cat Didymos seemed to have not appeared for a long time. "Teacher Leo, why hasn't the spirit of the runic magic circle of the dark magic region Sir Didymos appeared recently?" Merlin could not help but pointed at the stone tablet as he asked Wizard Leo. Wizard Leo stared deeply at the stone tablet, and said meaningfully, "Sir Didymos has gone into a deep slumber. As the spirit of the runic magic circle, he could manipulate all runic magic circles of the entire dark magic region. The only 9th-level spellcaster that was controlling the runic magic circle needed Sir Didymos' cooperation. Hence, it should be a long time before he would wake up again. All right, let's go. Let's find out what has happened to the dark magic region." After he had finished speaking, Wizard Leo took the lead and entered the dark magic region. Merlin once again glanced at the stone tablet that the black cat Didymos resided. As the spirit of the runic magic circle, it was necessary for him to cooperate with the powerful spellcasters of the dark magic region to control the entire runic magic circle. This may also involve some secrets of the dark magic region, so Wizard Leo would not say too much. Merlin did not stop there for long either, as he followed Wizard Leo into the dark magic region. Upon just entering the dark magic region, Merlin saw the familiar tall towers once again. At the thought that he might become a 4th-level spellcaster in the near future and could build a tower all by himself, Merlin's mood seemed to become a little excited. Everything was calm in the dark magic region. It did not look like something big had happened. Still, they could only truly be sure what had happened until they met Wizard Husius in person. "Teacher Leo, I shall go back to the tower first." Merlin bid farewell to Wizard Leo. After all, it was Master Husius who was looking for Leo. There must be something very important, so Merlin had no reason to follow. However, Wizard Leo frowned instead and shook his head gently. "You don't have to go. The message that I got from Husius meant that I have to bring you along." "Bring me along?" Merlin was a little surprised. How could this matter be related to him? Wizard Leo did not say anything. He brought Merlin with him and flew to the tallest tower in the dark magic region. It was not Merlin's first visit to Wizard Husius' tower. Thus, he only threw a few casual looks at it and then looked toward the front. Just when Merlin and Wizard Leo had just arrived at the tower, a black-robed spellcaster came up to them. It was Wizard Husius. As a 7th-level spellcaster, Wizard Husius had a very lofty status. In addition, he had a relaxed look, but this time, his expression was extremely solemn, and his eyes had revealed his worries. "Husius, tell me what happened. Why have you called me back so urgently?" The bloodshot vertical eyes in Wizard Leo's forehead glimpsed slightly. Adding that with Wizard Leo's slim as a dry carcass body, it looked even more terrifying. Husius did not answer immediately, but instead, he asked in a slightly grim tone, "Leo, what's wrong with you?" Wizard Leo's current image had changed too much. It was because he had forcibly employed the 4th form of Darkness Eye when dealing with Wizard Tanin and Wizard Morstan. As a result, he had been devoured by Darkness Eye as a form of a backlash, thus this horrendous appearance. "Nothing really, it's just a little problem with Darkness Eye, it's not a first." Wizard Leo responded casually, seemingly not worried at all. Seeing that Leo had mentioned Darkness Eye, Wizard Husius did not continue to ask. After all, Darkness Eye was very magical. Back then, no one had thought that Leo would be able to kill Wizard Arceus from Osmu. Therefore, perhaps there was indeed something peculiar with Darkness Eye which could explain why it had made Wizard Leo become like this. Moreover, apart from the drastic change in his appearance, which now looked really horrifying, the life force on Leo's body had not changed much. Husius took a glance at Merlin and then said deeply, "A huge incident has indeed happened, but it's an incident which involved all spellcasters' organizations. Recently, our dark magic region got a notice from Blacksand Fort, a large spellcasters organization. They called for us to go to the Blacksand Fort Summit in a month's time. Isn't the Blacksand Fort Summit held every once in 10 years? It has only been 8 years since the last one. Even if there was to be one, wouldn't that be in another 2 years?" Wizard Leo looked at Wizard Husius suspiciously. There must certainly be another hidden reason why Blacksand Fort would hold the summit in advance. Husius pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "There's naturally a reason why Blacksand Fort is holding the summit in advance. In fact, the summit was only an excuse. This time, they wanted to gather various spellcasters' organizations using the name of the summit. It's to discuss a huge matter together." "What huge matter?" Even Merlin was holding his breath and listening carefully to Wizard Husius' answer. Wizard Husius took a deep breath and spit out the word from his mouth, "Osmu." "Osmu? You mean, Blacksand Fort is now ready to deal with Osmu?" The bloodshot eyes in Wizard Leo's forehead opened fiercely, exuding bursts of bloodlight illumination. It revealed the unrest in Wizard Leo's mind. Osmu was a mysterious organization. Almost no one knew where its old nest was. No one knew how many members Osmu had, or how strong they really were. The only thing everyone knew was that Osmu would launch a large-scale assault every once in a while. Be it blackmail or recruit, in short, Osmu would try whatever they could to bring all the genius wizards of some spellcasters organizations or spellcaster clans into Osmu. Besides, Osmu also had an outrageous rule which applied to all spellcasters who were recruited. Once their strengths had attained maximum capacity in the future, they had to return to their previous spellcasters organization or clan which they had betrayed to wipe them out. Therefore, every spellcasters organization or spellcaster clan bore a shared hatred toward Osmu. Yet, for so many years, Osmu had still existed, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Nobody could inflict any sort of major loss on Osmu. Previously, Wizard Leo had hunted Arceus down for thousands of miles, and also succeeded in killing him. This incident had become quite a sensational event in many spellcasters organizations, making Wizard Leo famous and elevating his great name. The real reason was that Arceus was a 7th level spellcaster in Osmu. Therefore, this incident could bring such a great impact and cause such a big shock. Now that Blacksand Fort was planning to deal with Osmu through organizing a summit, it made Wizard Leo naturally very surprised. Wizard Husius gently shook his head instead. It's not that Blacksand Fort is now ready to deal with Osmu. It's actually those top-notch large spellcasters organizations that want to deal with Osmu. The impact of Osmu on small and medium-sized spellcasters organizations like us wasn't really that great. However, for large spellcasters organizations, Osmu has caused much damage to them. After all, there were numerous genius spellcasters in the large spellcasters organizations. Hence, Osmu has also planted their focus on those large spellcasters organizations. This time, Blacksand Fort had discussed with other top-notch large spellcasters organizations in the dark. They need to unite most of the spellcasters organizations and deal with Osmu together, so its scale is the largest ever. In addition, these large spellcasters organizations have already made up their minds. Even if they can't destroy Osmu this time, they must also make Osmu suffer a huge loss, so that they won't be able to stir any more trouble in a short time. The things that Wizard Husius had said should only be known to only the higher-ups of the spellcasters organization, as it could be deemed highly confidential. To deal with Osmu, in which many large-scale spellcasters organizations had discussed in private and had made up their minds, this was indeed a major issue affecting the entire spellcaster world. Chapter 360, The Runic Tower. Chapter 360, The Runic Tower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Leo remained silent for a moment. Then, he raised his head and said, Osmu is far more mysterious than us dark magic region. Who knows where their headquarters is? If we can't find their base, how can we incur damage or even destroy Osmu? Osmu had the ability to exist for so long, and even large spellcasters organizations could not do anything to it. So naturally, it must have its unique traits. If it was so easy to be destroyed, then Osmu might have already been long gone. Wizard Husius continued. Of course. If we want to inflict a heavy hit upon Osmu, we have to find its old nest. On this point, Blacksand Fort had secretly revealed her info that they've secured the location of the old nest. As long as there's a decision to act upon, the great wizards will lead the command and will directly infiltrate it. The old nest of Osmu has been located? How is that possible? Wizard Leo was still somewhat in disbelief. Although Osmu had had a long history, no one had been able to find its old nest. Whether it's true or not, as long as we attend the Blacksand Fort Summit in a month's time, everything will become clear. Wizard Husius locked gaze with Wizard Leo. There seemed to be another hidden meaning behind that look. You want me to go? Wizard Leo suddenly understood what Husius meant. Not only do I want you to go. The other 2 7th-level spellcasters and I will go too. However, I only require you and Merlin to attend the summit. This time, in order to attract a large number of spellcasters, and in an attempt to unite the numerous forces, Blacksand Fort had even broken the convention by inviting some spellcaster clans. They even shelled out very precious things to be the prizes for the winners of the summit. Wizard Leo, you should be aware that we, the Dark Magic region, Abyss Fort, Fire City, and Ashes region are sidelined. In so many spellcasters organizations, we were really just nothing, but on the surface, we're equal. Hence, we'll naturally compete with each other. The original purpose of the summit is for all the spellcasters organizations to flaunt their potential, by sending the best spellcasters in their respective organizations. The spellcasters will be categorized as the best below the 7th level and the best below the 4th level, respectively. For the spellcaster below the 7th level, we have you, Leo. As for the spellcaster below the 4th level, we have Merlin, the 6th elemental spellcaster. I believe that in the summit this time, even if you can't shine, you would surely put up an excellent performance, and at least triumph over Abyss Fort, Fire City, and Ashes region. The meaning of Husius' words were already very clear. The relationship between the Dark Magic region and Abyss Fort, Fire City, and Ashes region was not really close. They had always been secretly competing, and would only unite in face of a common threat such as the previous time when they were threatened by Osmu. Therefore, in the Blacksand Fort summit this time, the Dark Magic region wanted to suppress the other 3 spellcasters' organizations, and perhaps the other 3 spellcasters' organizations also had the same idea. The original intention was to head there and discuss how to deal with Osmu, but instead, Osmu had now become a trivial matter. Those large-scale spellcasters' organizations may consider the ideas of some medium-sized spellcasters' organizations, but they would not pay much attention to small-scale spellcasters' organizations. Many small spellcasters' organizations had only one 9th-level spellcaster, and some did not have any at all. Such a force was really not worth mentioning for those large spellcasters' organizations who had dozens, or even hundreds of 9th-level spellcasters. Inviting small spellcasters' organizations to the summit was only a simple gesture. Since you've come to a decision, I'll head to Blacksand Fort in a month's time. After all, Wizard Leo was a member of the Dark Magic region, so he must also obey the decision made by the Dark Magic region. However, as Wizard Leo had demonstrated immense strength even though he was not yet a 7th-level spellcaster, his strength was already comparable to that of a 7th-level spellcaster. Therefore, the Dark Magic region also treated Wizard Leo as a 7th-level spellcaster. They would automatically ask for his opinion with regard to all things related to Wizard Leo. Seeing that Wizard Leo had agreed to go, Husius was clearly relieved too. Thereafter, Wizard Leo and Merlin left Wizard Husius Tower. Wizard Husius Tower was one of the tallest towers in the Dark Magic region. As a 7th-level spellcaster, his tower was naturally built differently from all the other spellcasters. Nonetheless, after leaving Husius Tower, Merlin was surprised to find that there was another peculiar tower which was shrouded in mysterious runes. It was not lower than Husius Tower. Yet, the spellcasters entering and exiting this tower were low-level spellcasters, which made Merlin somewhat puzzled. In the several years that he had been in the Dark Magic region, Merlin still did not fully understand everything in the Dark Magic region. Teacher Leo, this tower is built by which wizard? Merlin asked Wizard Leo who was beside him. You don't know this tower? Wizard Leo cast a suspicious look at Merlin. After seeing Merlin shaking his head, only then did Wizard Leo pat gently on his own forehead. Actually, it's my fault for never mentioning it. Although you've been in the Dark Magic region for some time, your actual time spent in the Dark Magic region hasn't been very long. So, it's normal for you to not know this tower. This tower was built by the founder of the Dark Magic region, the almighty great wizard Fidel. It's called the Runic Tower. This runic tower had a total of 7 floors, each containing a mystical spirit of runes. As long as one could pass the floors one by one, and then finally defeat the spirit of runes on the 7th floor, one could obtain the treasures left by great wizard Fidel. As for what the treasure is, no one knows because the runic tower only allows spellcasters below the 4th level to attempt it. Therefore, after thousands of years since the inception of the Dark Magic region, there were at most spellcasters who had entered the 5th floor. Nobody had been able to step into the 6th floor, let alone the 7th floor. After a pause, Wizard Leo could not help but smile. You almost missed the opportunity to attempt the tower. However, it's now still a very suitable time for you to attempt it. You're not a 4th level spellcaster yet, so with your strength, you should be able to reach the 5th or even the 6th floor. Throughout the thousands of years history of the Dark Magic region, no one had ever succeeded to the 6th floor. Even the legendary Clys could only reach the 5th floor back then. Merlin looked at the runic tower once again and said, since it was built by great wizard Fidel himself, it was obviously prepared for spellcasters below the 4th level. It wouldn't hurt to try. Teacher Leo, I shall go and try it out then. Wizard Leo seemed to be interested too as he nodded. Back at the time when Clyde reached the 5th floor, I didn't get to witness it myself. This time, I can't be missing it one way or another. I'll go with you. Then, the two turned their directions and flew toward the runic tower. Presently, there were only sparse spellcasters in front of the runic tower. The spellcasters who could come to the runic tower were basically spellcasters below the 4th level. Their purpose would naturally be to try their luck and attempt the runic tower. In this runic tower, there were some precious treasures on each floor, which were originally placed by Great Wizard Fidel. As long as one passed the floor, one could get some treasures. However, after a millennium, many spellcasters had already passed through the first 5 floors. Thus, the treasures of the first 5 floors had all been swept away cleanly. Only on the 6th and 7th floors would there still be treasures left by Great Wizard Fidel, but for so many years, no one could pass the 6th floor. Wizard Sarah, are you ready? Among the 3 of us, only your study of runology isn't too comprehensive. We both have already mastered every detail of the runic magic circle, and we won't go wrong. Among the crowd were 3 spellcasters, 2 males, and 1 female. They seemed to be somewhat like mavericks as there was no other spellcasters around them. The remaining spellcasters each tossed them respectful looks. It seemed that the identity of these wizards was not that simple. The man who spoke earlier was a male spellcaster with short blonde hair, and he said that to another female spellcaster. The female spellcaster, who was known as Wizard Sarah, frowned. She replied in a rather dissatisfied manner, "Don't worry Ilman, I've already understood how the Kleinman runic magic circle works. As long as Envia has indeed gotten the runic magic disc, then this time we have real hopes of passing the 5th floor or even the 6th floor." The remaining tall male spellcaster, who was called Envia by Wizard Sarah, said in a deep tone, "I've paid a huge price to obtain this runic magic disc, so there won't be anything wrong with it. It only needs 3 spellcasters who are proficient in runes to operate it. Let's go and see how many floors we can pass this time." It was not their first attempt at the runic tower. Each of them could pass the 4th floor all by themselves. It was just that the 5th floor was way too difficult and they could not get past it. Hence, they spent a big price to get this runic magic disc. The spellcasters who challenged the runic tower were allowed to use the runic magic disc, but the number of spellcasters who chose to unite their forces could not exceed 3. Runology had always been a specialty of the dark magic region. Great Wizard Fidel's aim of building this runic tower could also be to cultivate some outstanding spellcasters who would excel at runology. Swoosh swoosh. Just as the 3 were preparing to enter the runic tower, 2 spellcasters descended directly from the sky, one of whom had a bloodshot vertical eye in his forehead, which looked extremely menacing and terrifying. It's Wizard Leo. Such a horrific appearance would only belong to Wizard Leo, the famous wizard of the dark magic region. Many spellcasters recognized Wizard Leo at first glance. Despite Leo's atrocious look and his identity as a 6th-level spellcaster, coupled with his killing of the 7th-level spellcaster from Osmu, his status in the dark magic region was no less than those 7th-level spellcasters. Therefore, although the surrounding spellcasters had some fear in their hearts, they still bowed toward Wizard Leo one after another. That person beside Wizard Leo seems to be Wizard Merlin? It's really Wizard Merlin. He hasn't challenged the runic tower yet, right? Indeed. Wizard Merlin has never challenged the runic tower. Back then, Clyde had passed the 5th floor, but unfortunately, he didn't pass the 6th floor, so he didn't get the treasure. Perhaps Wizard Merlin could pass the 6th floor. Seeing Merlin alongside Wizard Leo, many spellcasters were able to immediately guess Merlin's purpose here. He had come to challenge the runic tower. Merlin was the best spellcaster in the dark magic region after Clyde. He was even a 6th-elemental spellcaster. Thus, the spellcasters of the dark magic region would inevitably compare Merlin and Clyde. It was just that the 2 of them had never really battled against each other. Now, it was possible to compare who was better between the 2 by their attempts at the runic tower. In the distance, Wizard Sarah, Wizard Envia, and Wizard Ilman looked at each other and felt the grimness in each other's eyes. Merlin has actually come. Back then, Clyde almost passed the 6th floor. This Merlin was said to be in no way inferior to Clyde, and that his future potential is far brighter than that of Clyde. Maybe he can really beat the 6th floor, and obtain the treasures. We've paid such a huge cost to get the runic magic disc, all so we can get through the 6th floor, and get the treasure. We can never let any other people pass the 6th floor before we do. Come, let's challenge the runic tower now. Wizard Envier said with a low voice, his expression seemed a little anxious. The other 2 wizards nodded in unison. They did not dare to look down on Merlin. After all, Clyde, the 5 elemental spell caster back then, was already scary enough, let alone Merlin, who was a 6 elemental spell caster. Hence, the 3 did not stop for any longer and quickly entered the runic tower.